Philly is gone, eliminated by the Knicks after a 118-115 final. And with no Giannis, the Bucks did not survive the Pacers in their Game 6, so Milwaukee is out in the first round again, 120-98. Now, guard Patrick Beverley making waves by throwing a ball at a fan multiple times during the game, then telling a reporter that she could not be in the media scrum because she didn't subscribe to his podcast. Charles Barkley did call for a stiff suspension of Beverley for the ball chucking. From the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
NFL executives saying Brad Holmes gave up a lot to go up and get Terry and Arnold. You are never one player away. They fixed a problem, but at what cost? And the day 3 trade-ups bordered on arrogance.
I wouldn't say it's arrogant.
Maybe the most arrogant pick he's ever made would have been last year in the first round with Jahmyr Gibbs, flying in the face of all data, all history, all trends, and saying, guys, he's just a really good football player. I don't care that he's got the shortest shelf life. I don't care that he might not be on a second contract. He's good. You watch. You'll see. And in year one, he was right.
Yes.
I bring up Gibbs because I see Najee Harris in the news, and I do at least want to bring it up as a cautionary tale. Brad Holmes looks like a genius. This is not me trying to tear down the big brain on Brad.
Mm-hmm.
Najee Harris was more productive than Gibbs in his rookie season.
Correct.
Behind a bad O-line in Pittsburgh, he had nearly 1,700 all-purpose yards.
But did he have a cohort like Gibbs had in Montgomery?
No. My point is, I think it's an apples-to-apples comparison.
Yeah,
First-round running back, workhorse, hyper-productive, behind a bad O-line, not behind a good O-line. The Steelers yesterday made what many people think was the obvious decision to not pick up his fifth-year option. Super stud, first-round running back. Wow, we're so happy. We're not even picking up his option. That's the running back position. And Brad Holmes has said, I don't judge drafts until at least 3 years.
Correct.
So the Gibbs pick is not a hit yet.
No.
The true test will be at the end of that rookie contract. Are they picking up the fifth-year option? Are they working out a long-term deal? And if they're not, I hope they win a Super Bowl between now and then.
Or you're going to look back to a Super Bowl. Yeah.
Because you're going to look at it and go, you didn't get a long-term piece. You preach, no windows. We don't believe in windows, windowless homes. We're going to just build forever and ever and ever. That pick was, if there is an arrogant pick, that would be it.
Unless he believes, yes, it would be an arrogant pick. Unless he believes, we don't know, that, look, I'll take a running back in the first round if I have to, but I know that running backs on my team are 4-year players only.
Yeah.
Swift, they didn't pick up the option either. Yeah. So, who knows? And I get it with, the way running backs get hurt.
So I say this to say, I approve of the job he's done.
Yes.
Obvious. There's still room to ask questions.
There's no doubt. That's what we should do. That's what fans should do.
I think it becomes I don't want to call it scary because this is sports. This isn't like, politics or anything. But it becomes scary when you don't question people.
Yeah.
Even people that you like, maybe that you voted for, you should still question the people.
Mm-hmm.
Brad Holmes, if you have any criticism of him, 248-539-9797. Like the Vaki pick, I would ask, fourth rounder, you traded a future fourth rounder to go up and get a guy who's effectively the third running back and a special teams guy. I hope he's as every bit dynamic as he was at Utah. Otherwise, that's a question mark.
True.
A questionable pick.
Yeah. If he was good in Utah, though. I mean,
very good. I saw a stat in 42 rush attempts, he broke 20 tackles. Yeah, get the guy ball in his hands. That'd be great.
Yeah. Maybe he's, and the fact that running backs get injured.
Can never have enough bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of goes against the other. Anyway, Don in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Brad Holmes and say, if you look at Brad Holmes, he drafts football players.
Yep.
So when you look at position and draft ranking, Brad Holmes went out and got Tyson Allahu when Bugs and Benito Jones weren't playing good towards the end of the stretch. So he's willing to even improve underrated. He improves the roster the entire year. So to say we lost a pick here and there or a guy that's going to turn the corner, I don't think that's a relevant statement because he's going to get anyone who fills in the gap to get the player that we need to accomplish our goals.
All right,
we're based off goal oriented.
Don, my one question for you is, because I understand what he did. If it comes to a point, like last year it was what? Sweat and Chase Young, but there's no way the Lions could have competed draft collateral that, Washington got the Bears in that trade, okay? But Chase Young was available, okay? He didn't pan out, okay? Hypothetically, that situation happens again. Wouldn't you like to have that third-round pick where you can make a deal that on a player that could take you over the top? That's my biggest problem with losing that pick.
Well, I think that if you're willing to bet at this point in our football team that one player is going to make a difference for a third-round pick, we have gaps somewhere else, right? We filled in every gap with depth, reserve players, quality backups, and we dropped out 6 to 7 players who didn't even play last year, who were supposed to be starters at the beginning of the year. So this is a completely different roster turnaround. We had 8 players that were on the bench, and towards the end of the year got benched, and they were starters on our team that got us to 12-5.
Well, Don, that's a good point. It was echoed on the ticket text. I'll let you continue the point, but just to build on it, Texter says, look at the roster. They don't have a lot of openings. So it's about quality maybe over quantity, so you're willing to give up a pick to get a guy right now who you feel like is a part of this.
But the guy they get right now is a future guy.
Yeah, okay. That's
exactly. And you only need future guys because you have your Zeiter on 1-year deal, Glasgow's getting a little bit older. You pretty much replace the interior of your line right now. You can address center next year because they usually are later round picks anyway. Mm-hmm. So you can address your center next year with your first round pick to back up Ragnow. Now your O-line is still a strength for the next 5 years, which is we're offense first team and we had okay defense, right?
Yeah.
Now if we go to decent defense, elite offense, we win in San Francisco. Defense still gave up 31 points or 34 points.
True.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that this draft achieved the 2 goals we really wanted them to achieve, which was an upgrade on defense. And you preference, pass rusher, secondary, 6-1, half dozen another. You needed to get better on defense and stop the downfield pass game, whether that was getting home with 4 or getting guys you can trust on an island. Defense was one goal. The other one was long-term offensive line investment. And they took 2 guys who do feel like they could be here beyond just, making the roster. They could be guys that eventually start. So yeah. I liked the draft. And most people liked the draft.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But, you talk about the anonymous league executives. The Jets came out with something I saw yesterday from their war room where they basically mocked the Minnesota Vikings because they got great draft collateral for dropping down 1 spot, and they weren't even going to pick a quarterback. And they believed that Denver wasn't going to, do anything either. So they laughed at what Minnesota did. They should just stay where they were, and they would still got J.J. McCarthy.
So this stuff does happen. These execs talking. They go, can you believe what so-and-so did?
Yeah, there's a shot of Robert Saleh going, free money, easy money.
Wrong. We thought about it at the time. We go, wait, what Minnesota? They felt like they had to move up 1 spot because there was the thought that Denver would have or that Vegas would have. In reality, it was the whispers in their head and nothing else. Yeah. Okay, 248-539-9797. Wayne in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. Stoney.
What's up?
Look, I was telling the screen caller, I don't mind questioning Brad Holmes. I think what you're saying is accurate. You should question him about his picks and the decisions that he made. No problem. But I'm a little confused with how does he keep being referred to as arrogant? Like, I've never seen him make an arrogant choice, and I'm trying to find out what's the difference between a person that's confident at their job and then what does he do to exude arrogance? I'm lost because I heard that word about 9 times this morning from y'all.
So I'm referencing the direct quote from The Athletic, just to be clear. I said, if anything was, to me, it'd be more of the Gibbs thing. I don't think he is arrogant. No. I think he's been pretty honest about what he values, what he wants to do, and he went out and got it. I actually, all week long, have applauded the conviction, if you want to use a different word, the conviction of Brad Holmes.
If you want to say, Wayne, arrogance, I'm trying to figure out, is when he had the press conference after the season and talked about the receipts and all that stuff.
That probably would
That could be a little arrogant. But his drafting, to me, is not arrogant.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, Tony. Like, I do agree with the receipt taking thing. That was an arrogant act. But what I'm saying is when we're talking about his job and what he's good at, which we all agree he's good at drafting, and then we got some quote-unquote unknown NFL executives who thinks he did something out of – look, this man, this is his system, and I think he's just good at his job, and some people just don't like that.
Yeah, I get it. To me, it doesn't bother me, and I don't think it's arrogance. I said sometimes people use the expression "smartest guy in the room" syndrome. I mean, Bob Quinn had that. I mean, with Tease Tabor and maybe even Jelani Tavai.
A caller answered his question at the end. There's jealousy.
Yeah.
Most GMs don't get the time that he's getting. Most GMs don't step in a situation where an ownership has kind of laid down on the sword in front of everybody and decided to completely change and try to change your culture forever. Most front offices aren't on the same page. I would say this unnamed guy is probably Brian Gutekunst. You know?
Packers, yeah.
There is jealousy. He's doing it. He's getting, and then he's been right more than he's not.
Well, that's the key. I don't know that he's been given any more latitude than anybody else would be. His first year, he drafted Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That set the tone. It's not like 2-3 years, then we saw success. His rostered players immediately made a difference, and the record improved every year.
It is jealousy because, you know what? This is a general manager that if he was so damn arrogant, he wouldn't allow the organization to pick his head coach first.
That's a great point.
That's a great point. We got some phone calls to get to, ticket text to get to. It's 97.1.
Ready? Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone. Love going.
Lions had the best draft capital over expected value, according to Warren Sharp, reads a ticket text. Means they actually spent less capital on the players they drafted. So this idea, he was arrogant and he gave up so much. I like Warren Sharp.
I saw that list. Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
A lot of similarities between Manu and Mailata. Hot take, whatever. This kid Manu is going to be a legit guy in the coming years.
Hey, if so, that's awesome. And obviously, Brad Holmes felt that he wouldn't last till when their next pick was going to be. And that's why they moved up. I personally don't like the fact of giving up a third to get something in the fourth. That's me. But it's not a horrendous move, I don't think.
Here's some of the logic. Manu could be a starter in 25. Odds are a tackle taken round 3 next year would not be a starter for this team that season, Brandon and McComb. In other words, get him in the building, work with him for a year. He's going to be further along than the guy you draft next year.
True.
I think Brad Holmes, this is a ticket text, I don't agree with this. I think Brad Holmes was performing for those fans at the draft when he traded up to acquire guys giving up future picks.
No way.
0%.
Exactly. There's no way Brad Holmes or any general manager is going to change their strategy or adjust their picks based upon the fans that are attending the draft.
The criticism from other executives said that Brad Holmes gave up a lot. You're never a player away. They fixed a problem, but at what cost, talking about corners. And then it said bordered on arrogance, his trade-ups into the 4th round twice. Ticket Texter says, sounds like executives are mad that he took the guys they wanted. Sucks to suck. There may be some jealousy, as we touched on.
Yes.
This is a pushback. Says, I agree with trading up, but keep in mind what they gave up. That wasn't just any third. It was a guy that a lot of people wanted in Detroit. It was Cooper Beebe, Kansas State guard.
Correct.
Dallas used a couple picks up front on the O-line. Beebe was a guy that people liked for Detroit.
Yeah. But so we'll find out. Would you rather have, the guy that they got, the Lions got,
Mahogany and Manu.
Well, no, Arnold, because that's the third.
Yes,
or BB and whatever.
I think we all talked about this before the draft, that Arnold was arguably the best corner in the draft.
Right, either him or Mitchell.
The thought was he would go, by 15. Kind of felt like the again, mocks, do with them what you will, but that was the consensus.
Correct.
He'd go about 15. They got him at 24.
Right.
In their mind, it's entirely justifiable that they said he's one of the 12 to 15 best players in the draft. We gave up a third to move up from 29 in our mind all the way up to 15 because we got a player that we think is that good. I think that's justifiable.
Right. And they think that Cooper Beebe maybe is worth giving up a chance to get Arnold.
They might go, he's a tough football player, but he's just a guy in the middle rounds. We're not going to sit here and move heaven and earth to get him. He would definitely
fit our culture. Same way as Zach Frazier, who was a guy we all wanted too, but they couldn't get him. He was a 2nd round pick, right?
Yes, 2nd round pick by the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Steelers, Ticket Texter says, Jim, you can't compare Najee and Gibbs. Najee needed 300 carries to hit that mark, only 4 yards per carry. Gibbs was 5 yards per carry. They're different players. They are. My point was Gibbs running behind the Lions O-line. Najee's running behind a broken down, battered Steeler O-line. They're both 1st round running backs. This is the life of the running back in the NFL. No 5th-year option. Win now while you got Gibbs. While he's young, while he's dangerous, while he's explosive, while the O-line is stable. John in Orchard Lake, you're on 97.1.
Yes, hello.
What's up?
Yes, hello. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, first of all, I think Brad Holmes is a genius and is the main reason behind the ascent of the Lions, the whole turnaround of the organization. I have a hard time even questioning his picks. I know it's a job and everybody should be questioned, but if you go back and look at the report cards from the analysts last year after the draft, there were B's, C's, and D's. Mm-hmm. And I went back recently and looked at it. I was blown away at the report card. And I also think there was an article written where they repositioned all the players in the draft based on the performance at the end of the season. And we had effectively, I think it was 4 or 5 first-round picks. We had 4 or 5 in the top 25.
You're correct.
It doesn't take very long to get a team up the curve if you're getting 5 first-round draft picks every year. So to me, the guy's amazing.
Yep.
And I hope he stays long-term. It's clearly, in my mind, the reason why we've done so well and how we've improved.
You'll never hear anybody here say he has not done a great job. But it is fair, John, if there's a pick or a move that is made or not made, and it's his decision, it's okay to question it.
Oh, yeah, it's okay to question
okay, that's
it.
all.
But I feel like, who am I to question anything this guy's doing when he's a team? I don't know. To me, I just look at the track record and I say, well, geez, I question it. It's fun to question it. It's fun to think about what if, blah, blah, blah. But then I look back and I say, my gosh, what an amazing track record this guy has. It's just mind-boggling.
John, that last draft was nothing short of masterful, what they did.
Oh, it's incredible.
I mean, it's a franchise-altering draft. It's a draft that set them up with pillars for years and years to come.
Who would be he said 4 or 5?
Yeah, he said 5. The 4 are obvious.
Yes.
You guys said last year's masterful. The first one was.
Well, right. You got two all-pros that you just signed massive deals. It's called a success. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's done this for years.
Yeah. I will echo what John's been saying. I've been saying for a while, too, that I think the amount of potential talent on this team already, people do not realize. Like, seriously. I mean, you even look at, I know people rip picks like maybe Barnes and Rodrigo. They both made humongous interceptions last year in playoff games.
And those are day 3 picks.
Right. That your expectations to get production like St. Brown from a day 3 pick is just unrealistic most of the time in the NFL.
And Barnes has gotten better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last season, I expect him to even continue his ascent. Rodriguez is going to be a bit player, special teams, whatever. And you know what? If he's not good enough to make this team either this year or the year after, that means you have more talent on this team. That's good.
Ding, ding, ding. It's a great point. Before we get to Heather with the news, 2 ticket texts about Heather.
Oh, lovely.
Heather may be the most basic white girl I've ever come across.
Okay, fine. I'm basic on certain things.
So are you
certain things not,
What things are you
I don't have a Stanley. I don't wear Uggs. I don't drink coffee or like pumpkin spice, whatever. That type, those things,
So you're like an off-brand basic white girl.
Maybe she has a wild side that she wants to keep to herself. I don't know.
Let's learn more about that.
The wild side.
Yeah, we're here to be
That's right.
as authentic as we can be, Heather. If there's more behind the scenes, let us know. This one says you guys are killing me. This one says you're killing me with these taco takes. Get some real Mexican food. Signed, Mexicans everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Educate us. It's Cinco de Mayo this weekend. Let's get to Heather with the news.
A former DTE customer service rep is now suing the company after she claims she was forced to listen to this man pleasuring himself while on calls with her. So a federal sexual harassment lawsuit was filed this week on behalf of the woman, and she claims she was forced to listen to this guy who would call and he would tell her, ask her, what are you wearing? I'm naked, and would blatantly tell her what he was doing on the phone. And she says she had to listen or she would risk losing her job. She says she informed her supervisor about the harassment, and the woman was told that she was not allowed to hang up on the customer because of the company's policy and procedures. Well, one call turned into multiple calls, and she says she reported it again and again and was told that she could not hang up or block this man's phone calls. She ended up going on a medical leave, citing mental health issues because of this harassment. And then ultimately, she was fired several months after that, after she filed a complaint at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And now she is seeking damages.
I mean, I'm just going to say what we're all thinking. This is like the same thing that Mel Tucker did, or...
Yeah. And what's crazy is that when you call DTE because you got a problem or you got to pay a bill or whatever it is, you're randomly routed to different customer service representatives. So he was probably calling
a lot,
quite a bit to randomly get sent to this woman's phone, right? Like it's not, you don't always call and get whatever, Sally, right? It's random. Once in a while you'll get Sally, but he was calling over and over
That's
and
disgusting.
over. We talked about Baby Reindeer this week. I still haven't watched it. I do plan on now checking it out because
have you seen this?
No.
It's number one. It's the number one show on Netflix right now. So it's trending. I know Doug has brought it up. We talked about it in Crosstalk the other day.
What's it about?
Stalker.
Oh, okay.
It's not as light and fluffy as Baby Reindeer would suggest. That's what she calls him. And it's very dark. It's very twisted.
Oh, she stalks him?
She stalks him.
Well, now the woman who was doing the stalking in this Netflix series, who inspired this, is speaking out. She's not happy about the show's success. So this woman says she is considering legal action against Richard Gadd. He is the main character, but basically also, so it's based on a true story as well. So he's also sharing his story about being stalked and also playing the main character in the show, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So the question is, how exaggerated is the story?
Well, so he's not using the woman's real name, right? But
Right.
she says people have found her. She's receiving death threats from people who have found who she is. And she says she is now being stalked and she is now the victim because of this show. Pretty wild. Because of all this controversy and all the drama, I am going to check it out. And because it's number 1 on Netflix, normally it's a pretty good show. I'm going to try to watch it.
Please, because I want your reaction to it.
By the way, speaking of, I believe it's Netflix. Is it this weekend?
The roast?
The roast? There are odds.
Oh, for sure.
You can bet on the roast of Tom Brady?
Yeah.
Bet
it's
on everything
crazy.
nowadays.
Yeah,
Including Dave and Buster's.
I'll find some of the things.
Yeah,
at the
but
bottom.
you can try, before, hey, we got another half hour today.
Yeah.
Find some for us.
Yeah.
It's this weekend. Okay.
Yes.
Listen to this. A Mets fan had to be removed from Tuesday's $1 hot dog night after other fans were throwing extra dogs at him and just creating kind of a wild scene. So somebody there said it was in the 9th inning. Everybody started throwing their extra hot dogs to him, right? And you can check it out online. Just people from all over were just chucking dogs.
Why? What did he do?
I think he was taking a tally of how many dogs he was eating, how many beers he was drinking, and he was just getting into the fun. And I think people just were like, hey, here's $1 dog on me. Take this.
So they were celebrating him. They were showering him with hot dogs.
And he had to be removed. So security came, removed this guy so that everybody else would stop throwing hot dogs. Kicked out.
Did the Tigers do $1 dog night? I don't think so.
No, they don't.
That I know of.
Because we would know if they did. It would stuff like this would happen.
Right.
But they do, but it's blacked out.
All righty then. It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's your buddy Stoney in for John Jansen. 248-539-9797 is the Costa and Jansen program. We're talking about the Lions and the unnamed executives who had some comments about Brad Holmes in an article in The Athletic. Some even called it a little arrogant with the selections that they made, the trade-ups, even in round one. Let's go to the phones and say good morning to Tommy in Detroit. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. Hey, I got a question for you guys. I think Brad Holmes does a great job, and I believe our team is solid. But when it comes to the linebacker room, I believe they're solid. But what did we do to address we can't contain the mobile quarterback? Anceloni, he's solid, but he's not that fast. Jack Campbell, the same. He's good. He's not that fast. In my opinion, I think that we should have drafted Edrin Cooper, runs a 4.4. He's a ball hawk, and he actually could have contained the mobile quarterbacks better than what we're doing right now. And I just don't know. What did we do to solve that problem, that particular problem? What did we do to solve that?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Cooper more of an edge rush linebacker? Or I could be wrong.
I think you're right.
But, yeah, look, most teams have problems with mobile running quarterbacks.
But to his point, did they do anything specifically to minimize that? No.
That has to be more schematic.
Yeah, I would say that's the biggest glaring issue right now is edge contain.
Right.
And edge pressure. That way it's the buddy system for Aiden. Mm-hmm. The solution last year was just blitz Iffy Melifonwu and blitz, Brian Branch and blitz somebody, just get home somehow, some way. And it left their corners on an island and they got gashed down the field. I take it they still want to blitz a lot. They just don't want to get beat down the field. So they go corner with the first round pick, corner with the second round pick. The Brad Holmes stuff, we said, hey, you can speak about this. If there's anything that's bugging you as we, move on past the draft, we all agree he's great at his job. NFL execs weighed in with some of their criticism. If you have anything, floor is yours. 248-539-9797. There's also this Ward Manual article in the Free Press.
Yeah, it was a Q&A, two-part series.
Tony Garcia.
Of the Free Press, yes. And part 2 came out today.
And in reading through it, there is pushback. I give Tony some credit. It's written in a transcript fashion, so you can see when he, says, well, come on, answer the question, essentially. Well,
right.
How does this look? And it was very conversational, and Ward bristled at some of it, which is healthy. That's how it should be.
Right. Ward should go on shows, but that's the whole Michigan deal. They don't do it as much. That was Jawan's one of his problems besides, winning basketball games. But he had no perception in the public except for when he played there because he didn't do anything. I mean, well, he's not here, but John couldn't even get him on his own damn podcast. Okay?
That's embarrassing. Not for John, for Jawan.
A podcast
for
that
the university. Come on.
It's for the university, and he couldn't even get Jawan Howard on. How many times did we have Jawan Howard on our show? Once. You know when we got him? When Jamie and I were at the football building and we went to the basketball office after the third and fourth time, say, hey, we're here anyway. Finally, he agreed to do a sit down. That was it.
So then why does Ward say it was the hardest decision to let him go?
Because
personal relationships.
Relationships.
Ward, you are an athletic director who has to see the bigger picture.
Right. I think it was all personal. Number one. I mean, he hired him, number one. Number two, his legacy at the University of Michigan. That's why. It was probably difficult for him. However, if you watched him coach it all and all the close games that they lost, it shouldn't have been very hard at all. Plus, the incidents, the Wisconsin incident, the lesser incident at the University of Maryland with Turgeon, that it should have made it very easy, actually, to fire him.
Exactly. I thought by the end of it, it was like the most obvious decision
that's
in
why
the world.
I think it was personal.
Yeah, that's the only other way to interpret it. Some things that stood out in this, and again, it's 2 parts, and I think there's a third part still coming out Sunday. At the bottom of part 2, it says that there is more still. Ooh. So I don't know how much juicier it's going to get. but they are going to discuss U of M's unique position within the world of the transfer portal and what the future may hold for him and his position. So I would assume NIL is also part of that too, and your willingness to get into those seedy waters.
And Ward's the head of the CFP next year.
So there you go. You could throw. I'm not going to tease it for him. I don't know what it's going to be, but one thing that stood out to me on the football scandal, right? Because Juwan in the basketball program is second fiddle to what happens in football.
Correct.
Tony asks him about, all the allegations and the punishment from the Big Ten and the NCAA, and Ward says we didn't compromise our image about who we are. I wholeheartedly disagree with him.
Correct. The image is tarnished. Whether they did it on purpose or not, you can argue that. Whether you say, oh, you know what, we have to do this, the self-scouting and, stallions and all that stuff in order to win. I don't buy that. But to sit there and say their image has not been affected by this, that's bunk.
So the question from Garcia, the Michigan football program is on probation right now after your athletic department acknowledged football coaches and staff had impermissible contact with recruits. And there's another investigation where I know you can't talk about it. Did Michigan compromise its image in the process of winning a national title? It's a great question. Fair question.
Yeah.
Ward says no. We made mistakes, but we didn't compromise our image about who we are. Tony, I guess what I'm going to say, all the things you brought up, how I was raised in life, when you have problems that happen, you deal with them. It doesn't necessarily change the people or place to make them bad people or a bad place. It means that in some ways you're human. We have faults. We make mistakes. We have to deal with them. Now, hold on just a minute. Because when the Big Ten started trying to crack down on Michigan last season, did Ward say, damn it, you got us. We'll cooperate fully? No, they sent out strongly worded legal documents insinuating we're going to stomp our feet. We didn't do anything wrong. We're right, we're right, we're right. And when the Big Ten stepped to him and said, we're not going to back down, well, then Michigan said, okay, fine, we agree.
Or said we have more information. Then Michigan said, okay, fine, whatever happens, happens.
But the point was like, you didn't immediately go, oh, shoot, we are Michigan. No. We do have a high standard. This is not good. We shouldn't be conducting, whether they're level 1s, 2s, or 3s. We're Michigan. Our image is that of allegedly unimpeachable conduct. You didn't act that way.
No, and the other thing is, the question is about image, perception. Yes, whether it's right or wrong, the image and the perception to many people, not all, has changed. They are not viewed by many people, everyone anymore, if they were to begin with, but as the leaders in best, the moral police and all that kind of stuff. No, to sit there and say that the image has not taken a hit, that's bullcrap.
It's spin. And for as thorough as that is, you don't necessarily get the conclusion you want there, which is you got to give a little word. You got to give a little and realize, yeah, you know what? That is a black eye for us.
Right.
That's a bad look for us.
He did talk about his kid's car with Xavier Simpson, though.
I've got that.
I can't believe he was even asked about it. That's good.
I'm glad. Tony.
I know. I'm glad.
I don't know Tony personally. We're giving him a lot of love here. I like that he did ask about it. He said, I got a few questions. I haven't heard answers to this. First, what was the reason former point guard Xavier Simpson was driving a car registered in your family name? I believe his wife's name, right?
Yes.
When he crashed and then misidentified himself to the police.
As Jeff Jackson.
This was back January of 2020. Ward's answer, because my son lent the car that he had to him. He's a friend of Xavier's, and that's why he had the car. Against our conversation with our son as it relates to loaning out the car to anybody. So it was my child's car. So it was my child with a car in our name and our wife's name that we bought for him that he loaned to someone who he was friends with. All other aspects you have to ask Xavier, but it's been talked about. Basically said like he dealt with his son.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have let someone else borrow the car.
Yeah, because he's not insured.
Well, that among other things.
Right. So, whether he's being honest, I'm glad the question was asked.
Well, you could tell it was still in Ward's mind because Ward cuts off Tony later.
Yes.
So the only question I didn't like was, what do you mean? It has to be asked. It's in your family's name.
Right.
Your point guard's driving, allegedly, we thought, driving the vehicle.
Right.
Come on.
And it was never addressed properly.
Right. Well, and a lot of this is about when they address things, and he maintains, well, we have to go through protocol and process.
And some things I agree with, they do have to go through, but other things they don't. I wonder if maybe in part 3 they're going to ask about playing a particular player who got pulled over for having a gun.
I don't know that that's going to be covered, but that shows you the scope of a lot of this is your athletic department, what you've done, how it's been handled.
Right.
The Mozzie Smith stuff, I have not seen that addressed. Maybe it's in part 3.
No, the hockey stuff is in there too.
Hockey is in there, yes.
I'm curious. I'm throwing this at you on the fly, and I highly doubt he was asked because it's kind of gone forgotten. The whole Chris Partridge firing. Remember the Friday night news dump in the season?
He asked about the guys that have been fired, including that. Have they vetted these guys out properly?
Well, the thing is that the suspicion from some people is that Partridge was linked to Stallions.
Right.
You know, that's something that I would love to know. I mean, in all this that you guys are saying, I know John says it. Michigan's playbook is to let things play out. Yeah. They stretched this all out, the long game and everything.
And then it's been 4 years later.
They got their championship. It's not going to be taken away.
I don't think so either. No.
They really can't anymore, right? Isn't the whole college football playoff nothing to do with the NCAA and all that stuff?
That's true.
It's and Harbaugh left for the pastures, and they're probably going to throw him under the bus. They already have some.
Yeah.
Ward said there weren't, in majority of those cases, there were not background issues.
Right.
And once the issues arose, they dealt with them.
Right.
So that's kind of the play.
Shemi,
yeah.
And the Denard Robinson situation.
The other D-line coach was Scruggs with he had the driving issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they took care of that immediately.
Right.
So, look, and he said, and then to answer your question, Gov, about the Partridge thing, he didn't want to talk really anything about the Stallions thing because it's still being litigated, so to speak.
Do you think now they are on probation?
Mm-hmm.
In theory, any punishment that would have been handed out should be harsher now because they're on probation, right?
You would think so.
You would think so. Ticket texter, impermissible contact with recruits is laughable, and one bad staffer tarnishes a program? ?
No, you put the Stallions thing in there as well. If you don't think that's anything, fine. But it's a perception. There's a perception out there, right or wrong, and I think it's wrong that they wouldn't have won a national championship without the sign stuff.
Right. They were loaded on defense. They had a great line. They brought back their best quarterback in program history in Blake Corum, who has all the records too in the backfield.
Right. So I don't buy that.
Plenty good enough.
I don't buy that for a second, but that's me. There is a perception out there from some people that is true.
Well, and again, it's whether it helped you win the national title or not, which I think is still fair to debate. How much. The reality is you cheated.
Right.
Even if it's only a little bit.
Correct.
And for Michigan, that is a stain.
Yes.
You can't fight that.
No.
Okay. I think we hit this pretty hard. Coming up next, I think you have the props.
Yes, I do.
Yes, the roast of Tom Brady, and of course you can bet on it. Stoney presents it next, 97.1.
All right, guys, if you've been wearing a hat more and more often, or you're turning off your camera on those Zoom calls, it's time to deal with your hair loss. And it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it. Literally, that's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. And Dr. B can restore your hair and your confidence, just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. You can jump online, read all sorts of Google reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B. And you know what? They all talk about how much younger, how much more confident they feel after their procedure. They say they couldn't be happier with their results. And many even say it's the best decision and investment that they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration has so many more options than just hair transplants as well. Lots of natural remedies that Dr. B can talk to you about too. So make sure you go and see him. He's got treatment plans that fit almost every budget. And right now, they've got the special you don't want to miss. Call and book your consult, speak to Maria, mention 97.1, and you're going to get this complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. It's your gift from Dr. B. He's never done this before, so call today. Download Dr. B's ultimate guide to hair loss and restoration at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
And today, a special Friday edition of the show. You guys have heard his voice all morning. It's Stoney.
Ladies and gentlemen, glad to be back. I think next week, I think I'm in with Rico, or I'm working the afternoon on Thursday, and then back with you here Friday morning.
Mm-hmm. Stoney's going to be in next Friday with us in the morning, and then I think later in the month, you're going to have a few more days with us and other day parts.
Memorial Day week.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Me and you, yes.
So more Stoney in the mornings. How is it getting up today? Because has your body adjusted to not being awake as early in the morning?
I wish I didn't have to drive to Chicago right now, but that's why I have two daughters. I said, listen, because they wanted to leave a little early. I said, let's leave it like noon. No, we'll leave because my wife is coming from somewhere else. So I said, only on one condition. One of you have to drive some of the time so I can, Daddy can nap for a little bit.
Doze off. Heather is back today after not being in yesterday.
So glad I'm back. I was in a car accident yesterday on my way to work. Just a terrifying situation. It wasn't horrendous. I mean, it wasn't a fender bender. It was a serious accident. So I'm glad.
The other guy got it worse than you did.
His car's totaled.
Yeah.
It
was his fault.
Yes.
It was his fault. He rear-ended me. But I'm at the end of the day. Yes, guys, I said that. I did say that.
Okay.
Yes. That's what happened.
I know. You can't
God.
describe it any other way.
Yes.
His car hit your car.
Yes.
Right.
From behind. The good part is that he's okay. I'm okay. We're both okay. Cars are cars. We'll move on with life.
But now I've never experienced it with my car getting in a car crash. Now you're experiencing this too. You're down to one car right now. You're going to have to get a rental. Your insurance, you don't know if it's going to go up. You think it probably will, even though you're not at fault.
Even though I'm not at fault, we have the no-fault insurance in Michigan. So it would be easier if it was just like, is this guy's fault? Let his insurance pay for everything. Take care of my car, get me the rental, and be on with our day. But I have to make the claim through my insurance. My insurance covers the damage. And I'm guessing because I'm making a claim,
it's going to go
up.
up.
My rates will go up.
Yes.
Sucks.
So.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes, and then I want the Brady betting stuff.
I was just going to ask you.
Okay.
Cash the ticket. Do you have odds on the Tom Brady roast, which will be airing on Netflix tomorrow for the first time?
So Mike has all the Kentucky Derby you could ever want and more, including the races up and down the card. We do not have Brady prop bets, but you have them.
There are prop bets. Here we go. Heather, you'll like some of these too.
I'm excited.
I'll start with one that you probably would know better than we would. And I know who the favorite is. Anyway, which of Tom Brady's exes will be mentioned first? The favorite at 1-2 is Gisele Bündchen.
It's got to be, yeah.
But could
followed
be.
by at 3-1, Irina Shayk. Mm-hmm. Tara Reid at 5-1.
He dated Tara Reid?
Bridget Monahan is
I know
of course.
Bridget.
6-1. Layla Roberts at 6-1.
I don't know.
I don't know who that.
Megan Vasconcelos.
This is like a high school girlfriend.
I don't know these names.
12-1. And Jessica Simpson at 16-1. She used to go out with Tony Romo.
I
right?
remember that. Yeah. So who would you bet?
I would say it's going to be Giselle.
chalk. Yeah.
I'd go chalk. Which guest will roast Brady first? Now, supposedly nobody knows anything about it because it's live.
But we have an idea of who's going to be there, right? Like Gronk is going to be there.
Okay, so the favorite at 2-1 is Belichick.
Oh, that'd be great.
Followed by Gronkowski at 3-1. Ben Affleck at 4-1. Boston guy. Randy Moss at 4-1. Drew Bledsoe at 5-1. Julian Edelman at 5-1.
Okay, so some thoughts here. You don't want to lead with the best.
Right.
And I feel like people are going to want to hear Belichick later. Unless you say we want a tone setter, and then you put Belichick up there.
Right.
Gronk, I don't know that Gronk's going to be great, to be honest.
No, he'll be too much of a wrestling guy.
Yeah.
Bledsoe might be, because that's,
Yeah,
if he doesn't get hurt.
Yeah.
Will massage parlor be mentioned? Robert Kraft. Oh. Yes, 3-1, no 1-5.
Oh, it's got. If it's a roast, we gotta.
What will be said first? Robert Kraft at 1-2 or Donald Trump at 3-2?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. What will be said first? Giselle at 1-2 or Deflategate at 3-2?
Honestly, I think it's coin flip because I don't know the direction based on the first speaker.
Mm-hmm.
But I would take the odds. Then I go Deflategate.
Here's another one. What will be said first? Super Bowl, 1-1, even money. Groat. This is the greatest roast of all time, right? 5-2. Mercy, 3-1. Patriots, 3-1. Broncos, 4-1. I'm going to say Patriots. 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
What will Kevin Hart, who's the MC?
Is he the MC? Yeah.
What will he say first? Tom Brady at 2-3. Super Bowl 11-10.
It's all about how he's going to introduce him. Super Bowl 7-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady. I'd go Super Bowl.
Which person will Brady mention first? Kevin Hart at 3-2. Jeffrey Ross, the unofficial roast master of the United States, at 5-2. Bill Belichick, 4-1. Gronkowski, 6-1. Bledsoe, 7-1. Peyton Manning at 7-1. Ben Affleck and Randy Moss at 8-1. Julian Edelman at 9-1.
So I know it's not scripted, but Peyton being shoehorned in there makes me think the book knows something I don't. Value 7-1 Peyton Manning.
What's the first word Tom Brady will say? This is
ridiculous. Yeah. Do you like that he's doing this, Tony? Like, are you interested?
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's going to be good because I don't think Tom Brady's funny. Now, will the people who are roasting him be funny?
Well, that's all that matters.
I know. I think it's going to be disappointing. Hopefully, I'm wrong because I'll watch.
I think you're wrong.
Good.
I think he'll be funny because they'll have comedy writers writing it for him.
Oh, that's true.
That's what happens.
That's a good.
I mean, everybody that you thought was going to be terrible at the roast is usually pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Bieber was hilarious at his roast.
Yes, he was. Which of Brady's?
Got more of them.
How many Super Bowl rings will Brady wear? 0-3, 1-10 odds is the favorite. All 7, 5-1, 4-6, 6-1.
It's either all or nothing, right?
Yeah.
I think he wears one.
What? Which one?
Oh.
How do you make that determination when you have 7 Super Bowl rings?
Will Tom Brady wear a tie? No at 1-2. Yes, 3-2.
The tie looks kind of played out at this point, too.
And
Unless you have to for something very formal.
And the only other one that's somewhat interesting. Total viewers on Netflix first week. Over under 82.5 million.
I have no way to context that. I don't. Over.
Under. And I'll fight you to the death, Kyle.
Embrace debate.
How do you not know?
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, big weekend for the Tigers.
Yes.
So we'll discuss that. I got graduation stories.
Oh.
Got a graduate. And so.
That's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I mean, the school, his school of kinesiology was last night. So.
Was that everything go off okay?
Yeah. Yeah. There was.
I went to one of those.
These kids, this is the senior class that had their high school graduations
right
because of COVID. And so on campus protest, there was some concern that it can't happen again to the same group of kids.
Yeah, I know.
It's obviously happened somewhere in some places. And I feel for them, but I mean, it kind of goes back to one of life's lessons that life ain't fair and you just got to find a way to power through setbacks. Thankfully, we didn't have to get to that.
Hopefully, security will be very good tomorrow.
Yes, one would hope. One would hope.
All right, they're Karsch and Anderson. They're next on a Friday. It's 97.1.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We have a full show sheet. All kinds of stuff to talk about.
Oh, that's great.
As we like to say, sports and stuff. I want to start with this. I've chosen poorly today. I will admit I made a bad decision. Do you know what it is?
You wore shorts.
I wore shorts. I wore shorts.
It's a little chillier. It's not chilly, but I mean, it's not shorts weather either when you're wearing them.
I've made I today I am white guy in shorts, and we've discussed this in the past. How for some reason we do this, us white folk. We will put on shorts when we shouldn't, and today is one of those days.
I feel like white guy in shorts is normally. I'm gonna put a stereotype out there. Normally a heavier set individual.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's got some extra weight on them. You don't fit white guy in shorts.
No,
to me. Plus the fact that you're always cold.
I am always cold, and today it's not warm, and it's not warm in here. And
very nice in here.
I've made. Well, this is where I was going to try to negotiate with you. Can we turn the heat up a little bit?
I don't know. We'll see. It's 73 in here.
I don't care what that thing says. I'm freezing. I'm asking, can we turn it up a little bit?
I will.
I've chosen.
I will
poorly.
address it during the break. I will.
Will you
do something?
Yeah. This is not a good decision by me. I don't know what I was thinking. I think part of it is, it's that hey, shorts were cool the last 2 days, and I don't want to go back to long pants. I'm in summer mode. I've made that shift. It's not summer, but I made the shift mentally.
Yeah.
And now I can't shift back. I have all kinds of mental problems. I have another issue today.
Oh no.
Yeah. I'm gonna power through the fact that I'm freezing my balls off, but I'm also going to power through something that happened last night. We can get into now or we can get into later.
Let's get into it now, man.
Okay.
I mean, that's intriguing enough. Don't make me wait any longer.
All right, so, Gator, I'm a bit particular when it comes to what I like and don't like to eat and drink.
Yes.
And I don't judge you, and by you, I mean everybody out there for whatever you choose to eat and drink. But I'm starting in some ways to get the faint impression that people judge me.
Yeah. You're starting to get that
starting
impression?
to get that faint impression.
Okay, all right.
But I'm going to bring this up because this happened to me last night. So, graduation ceremonies for my oldest.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It is. I'm very proud of him. My son Brendan, aka Booker. My wife wouldn't let me name him Booker, so we went with Brendan. But Brendan is a graduate now in the University of Michigan, and couldn't be more proud. And last night was his School of Kinesiology's graduation, and a couple things came out of that. But afterwards, we did a family dinner, and then we headed out to a local establishment where I met some of the other graduate parents. And as we were sitting there at the table, the waitress came up, and we made a order of a round of drinks. A beer got plopped down in front of me, and I grabbed it and brought it up, and took a swig. It was not what I ordered.
Oh,
yes. And there was a mix up, and
simple enough.
Yeah, somebody's IPA got dropped down in front of me.
And you and I both. We're not IPA.
No, I had ordered as my youngest once called them, a Miller's Light. I had ordered a Miller's Light.
Sure.
And instead, I'm thinking I'm about to take a swig of Miller's Light, and instead, I take a swig of an IPA. I swear to you, I am still burping up IPA taste.
Oh, come on,
I mean, it's
dog.
awful. It's awful. It's 12 hours later, and I swear I still... Again, I've got some issues.
From one sip.
One swig.
Yeah.
I swear. This morning, I'm sitting at my desk, and I'm like, oh, God. I taste that damn IPA.
That was kind of a gross sound he just made.
Sorry.
Not gonna lie.
No.
It's okay.
I'm trying to bring the listener in.
Yeah, well, you're doing a great job.
Did that help?
So
I've got residual IPA aftertaste, and it's nasty.
I've been there, but it's after I've had like a full IPA.
Yeah.
Not from one swig, and then you've corrected the problem. I assume you got your Miller's Light
Yeah,
after.
we sorted it all out.
Was there a chicken wing involved too?
What do you mean? Did I have chicken?
Was there any food? Was there?
No, at that point there was no food. Yeah, we had already eaten dinner. I should be over this.
You should be over this.
And the question is it all mental? And I'm willing to accept that it might be. But for those that don't like IPAs and those that don't think they're about to taste an IPA, when you get an IPA, it'll shock your system a little bit.
Okay, so we're looking at what? 10 hours later? 12 hours later?
It's probably about 12 hours later, yeah.
12 hours later?
Yep.
I can't remember a single time where I've had a burp the next day and I'm like, oh, too much beer. Like
I don't know I wouldn't say it was too much.
I'm not saying too much. I mean, nothing like I never even tasted the beer 12 hours later. That has never happened to me.
Yeah, well, and I swear I had that
Food
IPA
sometimes,
taste.
but not beer.
I had the IPA taste in my mouth this morning, and it
did you rinse? Are you okay now?
I'm not. I got my water here. No, I'm okay. I'm cold. I'm burping up IPAs.
Does baby need burping?
Baby needs attention. Is what it is. I think I just need attention.
Or is it just another excuse for you to rip on IPAs?
No, I don't. I don't.
I know you're not.
What's funny
you don't
to me,
make fun of other people.
No, I don't. But what's funny to me is I can't believe how incredibly popular these things are. Like they're insanely popular. And I feel like do you ever feel like you're missing out?
No, I don't, because I think part of the popularity is the alcohol content in there. You know, because people growing
just trying to get messed up.
Yeah, because growing up, we were all used to drinking, of course, when you were drinking age, of drinking beers that were between 4% and 6% at most. 4 and 5%, somewhere around there. Those were the mass-produced beers. It wasn't until the craft beer scene came in, or you went to a bar and they had something new from California, you try it out, that the alcohol content got raised, and then IPAs became popular, and all of a sudden the alcohol content goes from 4.5% to 7.5% or higher, and people realize, if I drink 2 of these, I'm good. So I think that plays a large part. The other thing is that there is a definite, distinct taste about it.
Yep.
Where drinking a Miller's Light, like I enjoy and you enjoy, or any light beer, or even the regular versions of those beers, if you're having a High Life or just a Bud or Labatt Blue, whatever it is.
Yep.
If you're drinking regular or light of those beers, there's flavor to it, but it's not like incredibly distinct like you would if you had one of these other beers. And people want to taste it. I get it. That's fine.
Miller's Light goes down smooth and easy, and it's an easy drinking, as you call it, a great term for you, long haul beer.
Yep.
Yeah, and that caught me off guard. I will report back, Gator, if I have any other IPA reappearances here during the show.
I just had a grape Celsius burp.
Did you?
Yeah, but that's good.
Yeah, well, if you have one at 10 o'clock tonight, then you'll know what it feels like.
Mm-hmm. I don't suspect that'll be the case. Tonight might be a different Belch.
All right.
Tequila.
What do we have on tap here, sports wise? Something, as some people like to say, huge. We have something huge. It's huge. Coming up sports wise, we will delve into that next at 10:18. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Turn up the heat.
Well, with this rain, we're getting, you just relax, all right? With the rain we're getting, the grass is getting greener and greener by the day, plus the weather is getting nicer, too, in terms of the temperature, right? You want the green, wheat-free lawn all summer long. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number. For a limited time, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to wait, because with this warm weather comes dandelions, and dandelions will rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's a weed. It's not a pretty little flower. Don't get it confused. You got to stop them before they go to seed, and it's still not too late to treat for crabgrass. You don't want crabgrass. That's a killer, and it's very, very difficult to fix that problem. Just try to prevent it right now. Call right now. You get the beautiful wheat-free lawn this summer. Natural Way is great. They just get the job done. You don't want excuses. It just gets done because they have qualified people that know what the hell they're doing work on your lawn. They custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home because your yard and your home is different from your neighbors. Give them a call today. They've been a locally owned company for over 30 years. I've trusted them for almost a dozen years now. 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call them today. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. You did go over there and make an adjustment to the thermostat.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Dare I ask?
Did you make it colder, Gator?
No, I didn't make it colder.
Yeah, I got you, Doug.
Because the thermostat was on the cool setting.
Okay.
So it was going to keep it at this temperature, and if it ever got warmer than that, then you were going to get blasted with cool air. So all I did was switch it over to the heating side. So what's going to happen is I left it at the same temperature. But what's going to happen is that the temperature will rise.
Okay. Well,
and you won't get blasted with cold air.
Thank you. I mean, I've chosen poorly. This is on me. I appreciate you accommodating me being a
Once again.
Yeah. I'm very needy. All right, so Tigers back on the road. Tonight starts 3-game series with the Yankees. Gator, it seems like we're constantly looking for evidence that this Tiger team, which is hanging out above 500, we're looking for evidence that they're for real. Show us some data that supports the theory that the Detroit Tigers might be the team that's going to surprise and be the surprise team in Major League Baseball. Show us evidence that the formula that they have, which is starting pitching plus bullpen minus offense, can still mean winning, right? And winning at a level that could get them into the playoffs. That this could work over 162 games. We're looking for that evidence. And these next 6 games on the road are against what are right now the 2 best teams in the American League, the Yankees and the Cleveland Guardians, with their .645 winning percentage. They're both 20-11, are the 2, 1 and 2, are tied for the top spot in the American League. So it's hard not to call this an important stretch of games. And you look at the matchups. I mean, Reese Olson's going to go tonight. He's pitched well, but he's kind of been hard luck, and he hasn't been great, but he's been good enough. He shouldn't be 0-4. But Reese Olson is the guy that we're going to throw in 2 of these 6 games. You look at the matchups. We're going to get Stroman, Smith, and Cortez against the Tigers. Olson, Mize, and Skubal. So Skubal in the last game will be advantage Detroit. Olson or Mize, can they beat Stroman or Smith? Then Cleveland, we get their 1, 2, 3 versus Flaherty, Maeda, and Olson. But Cleveland avoids Skubal. It's, some of it comes down to the pitching matchups. It's what Leland always said: momentum's only as strong as your next day's starter.
You can't chew yesterday's breakfast either.
He said that too.
Yeah. We have a good feeling about it. This team is going into this weekend against the Yankees, and hopefully, people can watch the game.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot can happen in these 6 games, and a lot will happen after these 6 games. Mm-hmm. These 6 games won't define who Detroit is, but for a team that is trying to establish themselves in the context of early May. In the context of early May, it doesn't get much bigger than this. I mean, this is a big stretch in the context of May in Major League Baseball, understanding that there's a ton of baseball to be played afterwards. But when you're trying to establish yourself and trying to show evidence that you're for real, this is big. This is big. Which brings us back to the same damn topic. Most of us can't see it. And I was thinking about myself and the choices that we make with our disposable income. Tonight, we have more graduation stuff. I'm going to miss tonight's game, most likely. And I checked with the Tigers. They're listing on MLB Network, the MLB Network, that those of us that have Xfinity, we're getting blacked out. We're not going to see these games.
No,
my Tiger source says no. We're getting blacked out. So it's either switch to DirecTV or get what we will politely call the SNL Bally's app. I mean, it seems like it's an SNL skit. And it will show us the games with.
Or get Fubo.
Whatever. But we all have decisions to make, right? And
what are the first 2 letters of Fubo? How I feel right now.
I know. And so tonight, I'm probably not going to be able to watch anyway because we're going to be doing graduation stuff. But given what I really think this series is if the Tigers, and this is going to sound weird, if they win tonight, I think I have to buy the damn app tomorrow. And it all comes down to whether or not they win tonight. If they lose tonight, I'll be like, maybe it loses a little momentum in my mind. And it's a 1 month commitment. In fact, can't you do a week free even?
I'm sure that's a possibility. Right now, I mean, Bally's is probably doing everything they can to let people know about the app.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is a big series. And the good news is baseball, we'll carry all the games here on 97.1 A Ticket and the Odyssey app. But the good news is that baseball, I think, is a great sport to listen to on the radio. And so, we do have that option, obviously, here, and hopefully that never goes away. But isn't this weird? I mean, this feels like a awfully strange time to be a sports fan in Detroit.
It's brutal. When it comes to the viewing part, this is absolutely brutal because it should be a great time. It should be awesome. The baseball team has done what was asked of them. Hey, give us some excitement. Finish April at 500. Well, they didn't just finish April at 500. They finished April 5 games above 500 at 18-13 right now. That's awesome. We'll take that. And then now we're getting to the month of May, and you got a meaty part of the schedule here with games against the Yankees and the Gribe, and this is what we want to see.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're told we can't see it unless you go through these other hoops now. If you're an Xfinity subscriber, people that have DirecTV, they don't care.
No,
they're like, whatever, we've been able to watch this, and it's
they're
not a
probably
problem.
sick of hearing about this, but you understand that the bulk of our community has Xfinity,
Right.
and we're blacked out.
And there are channels I know that DirecTV people don't get that Xfinity people do, and they have to make do with that if they want to. So I understand it, but for a good number of people, hundreds of thousands of subscribers here, this really affects us. And obviously on the show, and I think it affects all three of us have Xfinity. So this is a problem that we have to figure out. This is a problem for local establishments, for sports bars that count on the Tigers to keep drawing people in during the summertime. And on the weekends, like a big night like tonight, hey, we got Friday night, let's watch some baseball tonight. And, what adjustments are they going to have to make? And not knowing if it's going to be a temporary adjustment or if this is going to be a full-time switch. And what a colossal pain in the backside it must be if you're a bar that's an Xfinity bar. And if this is a long-term thing and then you got to switch over to DirecTV, I imagine that's just a lot of chaos to have to deal with that you just don't want to deal with.
Yep.
But it's correctable, but nobody wants to go through all this if you're already used to a certain way. So this is, you ask about the fan. Yeah, the fan gets screwed. Fan always gets screwed. The fan always gets screwed on this unless somebody steps in and does something, beneficial. And I don't know if that means if it's Chris Ilitch thing, if he can step in and do something. Well, obviously, the Tigers released their statement the other day and said it's out of our hands. You've got.
I heard, just to follow up on that, I heard from a Tiger source today. There's nothing legally they can do,
and I'm not questioning that.
Yep,
I wouldn't question that at all. The Bally situation. I mean, they feel like they had a deal done with Diamond Sports, whatever it is. I said King Diamond. That's a metal guy. With Diamond Sports, they apparently had a deal with Amazon, but because of their bankruptcy, it's still in the bankruptcy courts right now before they can get that to a solution. Is there a way to expedite that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Does Xfinity come down and say, okay, look, we're going to continue to we're going to extend the deadline. We're going to work in good faith for the next month or two. And we'll put Bally's back on our product, or on platform. I hope that's what's going to happen. Yet I don't think it's going to happen.
No, because it's not a Detroit specific problem.
No, it's
a national problem.
It is a national problem, but it's a national problem that other cities like ourselves are having to deal with. So I wonder if there's any way that Xfinity could just say, all right, we're going to work towards a solution. Now we have a deadline that everybody knows about because nobody knew about this deadline. So everybody's going to know, and now there's going to be so much outside pressure to get it done on all parties that you would think that it does get done.
There's a lot to follow up on there, and I want to. And I do want to lean into the baseball a little bit here. It's really tough to talk about a series and back-to-back series here and 6 huge games in May that most people aren't going to see because this should be a great time. This should be a fun time. This should be a time, but it feels a little bit fruitless to be discussing something that is not accessible. But we will continue with this conversation. At 10:32, it's Carson Anderson on a Friday. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so there's a lot that we can do here, and I'm excited for the baseball this weekend, and it just feels so weird because we're blacked out in Detroit, and likely will not see any of these six games, and I'm finding this to be in my own life unacceptable. I know I'm not around tonight, and I won't have a chance to watch it. Gator, have you figured out your option for tonight?
Not yet. I'm still batting around. Like, I went through my TV last night and saw that, okay, I can get FUBU pretty quickly on the TV.
Okay.
I think the Bally Sports app is going to be a problem for me.
You don't know if you can get it on your TV?
On my TV,
because
yeah.
I have multiple TVs, different brands.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, I can't figure out how to. I don't think I can search and upload other apps. One of them I can very easily, and I've got the option. Is this illegal? I don't know if it's illegal. We have, I'll I've got the option, being that we have a place up north and we have cable up there, and it's Spectrum. And people said yesterday Spectrum has the deal with Bally's. So if I get the Spectrum app on the one TV that I know I can upload apps onto, can I log into our account there and get the game?
Why not? I don't think that's illegal.
I don't know if it is or it isn't.
I'd do it.
I'm going to give it a shot.
I would give you, I put it this way. If it were my house and I had that option, I'd try it.
Now, is it ILLEGAL?
I don't think.
hope not. You know, because you know my feeling. If it is, I'm going to get arrested.
You're not out of state. You're in state.
But anyway,
just tell them Gator said it was okay.
Does that defense work?
Sure.
So
you don't think I have pull? Of course I don't have any pull.
Yeah. I mean, as it stands right now, I don't know if I can make it through the week, especially if they win tonight. I know it's ridiculous to put it all on tonight's game. This is the first game of a 6-game stretch that I'm gonna be jacked. Like, if they go 3-3, because it's funny, I'm not measuring anything against the top team in the division. For the Tigers right now, I'm measuring everything against 500. Just keep hanging out here above 500 and occasionally gain another game and then hang out for a while and then gain another game against 500. And the next thing you know, you're a 90-win team. And I'll take that. And let the chips fall where they may as far as the playoffs are concerned. We're so early in the year, it's not a direct comparison, but we're at the same place the Red Wings were. The Red Wings messed around and flirted with a playoff spot. And they didn't make it. But we had fun being in the chase. And as we like to say, on the graphic. When ESPN puts up the graphic of who's going to make the playoffs, the Red Wings were listed. They swung and missed. They failed. In the end, it hurts. But we cared again. And I want to care about this Tiger team. And so I'm measuring them against 500 to an extent. And 3-3 this weekend is no disaster, right? 3-3 this weekend is acceptable. It's not great, but it's acceptable.
It's acceptable. I think at this point, staying at 500, I'm quite happy with, until my expectations will rise. And then I'll say something like, hey, if you can be 500 against teams like the Yankees and Cleveland, then you should be well above 500 against the other teams. Most of the other teams.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I just wanted to text with Bob over at 24 Seconds that they have had to make the switch. So they've got the restaurant below with all the TVs, and then they've got a deck that they just opened up last week, the rooftop deck, that they've got the TVs with DirecTV downstairs, but they can't get it upstairs. So
I did talk to a media insider today, guy who's really schooled on these things, and he told me a couple things.
Okay.
First of all, he said that, he was listening to the show yesterday and somebody called up and said, why don't they just go back to over the air? Remember back in the day when all the games were on Channel 4? Do you know how many games were on Channel 4? He went back and looked it up.
I would guess 40.
Yeah, exactly. Well done.
Thank you.
They've had 40 games on Channel 4. The Phoenix Suns and the Utah Jazz ran into this recently, and they just moved a bunch of games. He doesn't know how many, but knows they moved a bunch of them to over-the-air TV while they try to figure it out. And my insider guy said he's going to wait because he thinks there'll be an over-the-air option possibly soon. But he also said that we might need to buckle up for what is going to be a new marketing for season tickets. Fans might be asked that, hey, you want your season viewing ticket? You're going to have to pay for it. And it's possible that we're headed towards something that's not wrapped up in our basic cable, which is tough, man, because we get back to all of us being in different places financially. And when the team stinks, it's easier for the masses to just avoid them and say, I'm not paying for that. But when a team is good, and this Tiger team's flirting with being good, and the frustration in the Tigers' offices is there. We talked about how frustrated they must be, and they are. Because this is just not what they need right now.
No, it's not what they need. They've got a good season going with their product, and they want everybody to see their product. And this is going to be tough. Obviously, you can go downtown for the home games, which is clearly what everybody would like to have happen. Hey, wouldn't it be great if there were 35,000 people at Comerica Park for every home game? Of course it would. But to be realistic about it, those crowds really don't happen until later in the summer when kids are out of school and all that. So right now, it's just finding a way to still be relevant and continue to win. The Tigers, as a team, they do what they do on the field, right? That's all that they can do. They don't have a whole lot of say, if any kind of say, in what goes on with this TV situation. But could Chris Ilitch have a say if he throws money somewhere? I mean, talk about, back in the day it was Channel 4, right? Channel 4 was NBC, right? So it's not like Channel 4 is going to step up and say, okay, yeah, let's put all the games on here, because they've got NBC programming that takes precedence over it. But when we saw the Red Wings and the Pistons at the end of their seasons, we saw them do, park some games on Channel 20, is Channel 20 more open to it because it's basically all syndicated programming? And there's a cost. Would they be able to do that? Is there another outlet to do that?
Right.
We'll find out.
Because NBC affiliates have to be leery of, there's no way it would happen. Preempting Dateline. Or whatever.
That's never going to happen.
So, all right, big series on the field, 248-539-9797. If you want to get into it, we'd love to. But from an unnamed texter, true Tiger fans would pay the $20 a month to watch the game. I mean, this is where I struggle with. Do you know that the true Tiger fan has an extra $20 a month? Like, it's not easy for everybody to figure out, like, cool, pay this extra money, and what does that take from?
Right, exactly.
People live paycheck to paycheck.
It's easy to say it, but to put it into principle, it's not the easiest thing to do. I mean, it's something that I think about a lot. Like, okay, if I knew that if there was this a la carte menu and I had to pay $5 for a game, would I do it? And this is something that I think we've actually had to deal with in the past for certain things.
Yeah.
I remember back 25, 30 years ago with the Red Wings, there were a couple games, there were like 4 games a year that were not on Pass or whatever it was at the time, that you had to, they were pay-per-view games, and they were literally like $5 a piece. And I was like, yes, I'm going to pay for this. So you think about that on a 1-game basis, you'd do it. Would you do it 4 times?
I mean, if it's less than $1 a game, basically, and it makes sense. Like,
but not everybody has a disposable income.
And at $20 a month, you can shift some things around. I mean, honestly, it's probably affordable, but I mean, I'm not going to tell people how to spend their money. I don't think that's fair. There's this. I love your concern over stealing a baseball game from billionaires. It's not like you're robbing someone's house, and it's not long term. Just watch the game, man. You deserve to. I know I'm a wuss. We've already opened the show discussing my mental issues.
Well,
I got a lot of hang-ups, man. I got a lot of problems.
Well,
things I got to work through.
The attitude of it's okay because somebody's a billionaire, that doesn't really fly with me either. I mean, if it's illegal, it's illegal.
Yeah, some people do better with it. You know?
Have you decided, Gator, that you get in the app, or?
I don't know yet. I think I might go to 24 seconds tonight to watch the game.
So you're going to, not sure yet, just going to kind of wait this thing out a little bit?
I'm still playing it by ear. Yeah. I think Monday is a real big day because of the Cleveland series, and, I don't know.
If they win the New York series and Cleveland's coming up.
It's not even about them winning it. I mean, I'm a huge baseball fan, a massive Tiger fan anyway, so I want to watch all the games that I can watch. I mean, I may just end up living at the bar for a while to see if they straighten this out.
Sounds like good content for the show.
Actually does.
So,
do it.
Bob's going to get used to me over there in Berkeley. But I might give it a week before I, really kind of fall apart here. I do have to look into it and see what the cost is for Fubo, what the cost is for Bally's. I guess it's going to end up being $10 more or whatever. I don't know. It's maddening, and we're all in this together, I guess.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. You want to get in on the field, like the pitching matchups and the whether or not you think this team proves this weekend they're for real. It's early May. Nothing is solidified, but it's sure. I mean, imagine if they come home 4-2. If they win both these series, and you got to love having Skubal going Sunday against the Yankees. So can they split the next two to bleed into a Skubal game? Because Skubal's starting to feel like they expect to win every time out pitcher.
Well, and this team's feeling pretty good about themselves that they're in any game, that they can sweep series. Reese Olson has pitched really well this year, and I read this morning that if he had enough innings to qualify, he'd have an ERA that would be in the top 20 of, I don't know if it was the American League or baseball. So he's pitched well. Casey Mize, who the last few games he's been on the year, he's pitched awfully well, gotten better each time. So I like their chances.
Hey, the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Just place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Bet on everything from rebounds to assists to three-pointers and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. 2 chances to bring home that big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. That's 1-800-270-7117. I'm calling it now. Tonight's the night Torque gets his home run.
You only get one of these, Doug.
I know.
All right.
It's really funny because, I mean, is that right now currently the most popular ticket text? Or one of them?
I tell them they only get one shot. That's it.
Do you text people back?
Yeah, everybody can't keep doing this every day. If you've said it at all, you're done.
Yeah, that's it. You have one.
So, Doug, tonight?
This is it for me. Huh?
Okay. You're shooting the boot. I got it.
Wait, whoa. Whoa.
Wow.
You heard that, Gator, right?
I heard you say it.
Was that your takeaway from that?
Hey, you want Gator to turn on the thermostat? In there?
No, but this goes back. Predictions don't count. Only shoot the boot guarantees count anymore.
Do you feel better in the studio?
It actually isn't as bad, no. So I'm hoping that it's. I don't care if the heat's going up in here or I'm just warming up. I'm more comfortable than I was. So, for what it's worth. Yeah, Tigers on the road, Yankees this weekend. 248-539-9797. If you want to watch the Tigers, come to beautiful downtown Wyandotte. We have lots of sports bars with a lot of big TVs, and the Tigers are not blacked out here. Is there some sort of Wyandotte rule that Wyandotte gets to carry all the games? All the bars there have direct TV? Is that what you're saying? The Wyandotte exception? Is there a Wyandotte exception in the Bally's Xfinity impasse?
Wyandotte's a cool little town. A nice little downtown there.
I don't know that I've spent a lot of time in Wyandotte.
I haven't spent a lot of time, a couple different occasions, but
it's a great name.
Good time.
It's a
great name.
Yeah. Unless the Tigers hire a winning manager, they will always disappoint. He can't make a good lineup. He inspires no one. It's not fair to the young players to have a loser Hinch in charge. Wow.
Yeah, they're 18 and 13. That's a good take. That's a good take right now. No, seriously, that's a really. Is that unnamed texter?
Unnamed texter.
That's a good take to have when they've turned in their best month since 1984. The most wins at this point in the season since 1984. That's a good take. Let's rip on the manager. He can't make up a lineup. I mean, imagine if they had a steady lineup in there, Doug.
So the funny thing about this is
that's just how stupid can it be? I mean, to come down and make a statement like you can't work a lineup. Really? Can't find magic? Did you know that Wencel Perez was going to be good? Did you know that? Did you saw that coming? Okay. So he should have been in the lineup the whole time. Shut up. Come on.
So
he's not pushing the buttons or anything. AJ's done a terrible job with that.
The thing about it is when a manager makes decisions basically on who's playing and where they're playing, like the lineup, if he ordered the players differently, do we think the offense would be doing better? Is this literally about where they're playing in the field and the order that they're hitting? Or the bats just kind of what they are right now?
When you have like three guys in a lineup that maybe you count on to actually hit, and one of them is Matt Vierling. I mean,
Mark Canha.
I mean, Canha's getting on base. I don't count him to hit.
He's hitting home runs. The thing about it,
but he's also hitting like 220 or something. But I mean, it's just the way that it is, and they're winning. They're winning because of it.
Well, and the other part of it is, has he done a decent job with the bullpen? Like, does he get credit for the bullpen success because he has to decide who's going in?
No, that's Fetter.
Well, I don't doubt that his staff helps make those decisions.
Of course they do, and I just think if you're going to come down on AJ Hinch, and they're having the start they're having right now,
this just seems like a weird time.
You're tone deaf.
Yeah. Joe writes in, the Tigers aren't worth extra money, and I definitely don't need to spend $20 a month to watch that offense. Dan Dickerson is the man anyway. We got a text like this yesterday. The offense is not their strength, clearly. But do we care if they're winning? I mean, maybe you think, okay, and I'm fair to thinking to people saying this formula isn't sustainable. That the formula isn't sustainable, that they can't keep winning, scoring as few runs as they do, and pitching the way that they're pitching. But it's worked so far. I mean, I think that's why I think this weekend's big. No two teams in the American League are playing better than the Yankees and the Cleveland Indians. Cleveland Guardians, excuse me. I should just stick with Gribe. And so go have a good weekend. Go have a good weekend. We need it now. And then, Gator, and then we'll be even more irate come next week that the games weren't on TV. Right. Well, Tiger fans, we hope that you sorted out what you're going to do. All right, so I mentioned this earlier in the show that last night sat through my son's graduation, and they had a speaker for the School of Kinesiology at Michigan who was awesome. They brought in a kid. He wasn't a kid. Everybody younger than me I call a kid. But a kid named Kewan Wilkins. He's the vice president of communications for Nike. And he's a Michigan grad. And he told some stories. Like his first job out of college, he had an internship with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he's a Flint native, and he drove from Michigan to Florida in a car that had been sideswiped and the driver's side door didn't open, so he had to crawl across and through the passenger side door.
All right.
Raise your hand if you had a hoopty like that in your day. I mean, I think we've all driven the hoopty. I had a Volkswagen Scirocco where the seatbelt buzzer would occasionally come on, even if your seatbelts were buckled.
Just for the heck of it?
It would just
to let you know, hey.
This high-pitched, a little screech like that.
Yeah.
And it would stay on for hours. And sometimes I'd have to turn the car off and turn it back on and see if it continued. You could have your seatbelts buckled. Was
a Scirocco like a fighting bird or rooster or something like that? What is a Scirocco?
Like, what is the actual definition of the word Scirocco? I don't know. I mean, that's why they made Google Gator. But it was one of my first cars, the Volkswagen Scirocco. So anyway, he talked about having this hoopty, and he drove down to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he basically waited to eat leftover food when he was with the Bucs, and he couldn't afford rent. And, it didn't work out, and he eventually quit that job because it was too tough. And he said a couple of years later, the Bucs won the Super Bowl, and he felt like had he stuck it out, he would have been part of it. And then he got an internship with the Pistons, which eventually led, I think he said, to a job with the Knicks. And years later, here he is, vice president of communications for Nike.
That's impressive.
It's a really cool story.
Way up, yeah.
But he brought up his struggles when he was with the Buccaneers and sleeping in his car and making $400 a month with $450 rent when he did get a place to live. And, wanting to park his car far away from the entrance so nobody could see him crawling through and getting out the passenger door and all this stuff. And the point of it was to talk about how, and he used this line and I loved it. He said, you graduate college and you paint a vivid picture in your mind as to where you're going. But don't lose sight of the thousands of brushstrokes it takes to paint that picture. And I was like, wow, that's a great line. I like that line.
Yeah, that's pretty
good. And I talked to my son afterward. He goes, yeah, that dude was really good. But it being graduation season, I kind of want to ask people, did you ever hear anything during a graduation speech, either currently or when you were growing up or at your kid's graduation? It's like, what a great line. That resonates. That hit. That line that landed during a graduation speech. Because I think that's tough to do. I think it's very tough to do, to try and speak to all kinds of different people with all kinds of different backgrounds and all kinds of different next steps. How do you land a line that resonates with that group with so many different backgrounds and interests and futures in mind? And I don't know that it landed with everybody, but it definitely landed with us. And I know it landed with my kid. So 248-539-9797. What is that line, it being graduation season, that you either heard or remembered that resonated with you? 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Tigers, you want to keep talking about this huge 6 games on the road against the Yankees in Cleveland over the next 6 days. We can do it. I'd love to. It's hard because it leads back to the same damn topic. We can't see them, but feels important nonetheless. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. They're calling it the GROAT, the greatest roast of all time, as Tom Brady will be the first live roast in the event's history this upcoming weekend. Brady going to be surrounded by pro comedians, former teammates such as Gronk, Randy Moss, and even Drew Bledsoe. Roastmaster General Jeff Ross explained how this one came together on Jimmy Kimmel's late night show. Yeah, Ross claims that Brady said that nothing is off limits for the roasters and that he would regret that. Netflix will be carrying it live at 8 o'clock on Sunday night. The Tigers will attempt to go 2-0 to begin their month of May. They're off to the Big Apple to face the Yankees over the next 3 days. New York coming off a losing series against the Orioles, who are now first place in the AL East. Detroit is going for a fourth straight series victory if they can take 2 of 3. Game 1 at 7:05. Dan Dickerson's call right here on 97.1. Still no word on any possible resolution between Xfinity and Bally Sports Detroit. Another massive NCAA tournament gets going today. The men's tennis tournament beginning in New York. The Wolverines taking on Binghamton, and Michigan State faces Denver. They're on different ends of the 64-team bracket. And the run for the Roses is set for a post time tomorrow night. It's the Kentucky Derby. The latest odds have Fierceness as the favorite still at 5-2, and coveted 5-spot Catalytic has a 30-1 long shot. That is the winningest post in the event's history. The longest shots are at 50-1 West Saratoga and Society Man. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I'm glad Villar closed with the Derby story.
Yeah.
Because we carve out time every year for Gators Derby picks. How much time are you going to need, roughly?
A few minutes.
Okay.
I mean, I've got 3 that I really like, and then I'll offer up 3 real quick ones if people just want to. I would throw like $1 on.
Okay.
Those,
yeah. Well, what we'll do is, how about 138? Does that sound good?
Sure.
Gators annual Derby picks.
Maybe 135. Yeah.
Okay. You tell me how much time you need. We'll carve that time out for something I know you put a lot of time and effort into. So look forward to that a little bit later on.
It's kind of like when I do my mock draft,
I like this way more than your mock draft. Way more than your mock draft.
27 to the 32 players in the first round. I need some credit. Just some.
Make sure you give yourself some.
10 of them to the right teams.
Did you shoot the boot, guarantee it?
Well, no, I know.
Yeah, then it doesn't count.
Sorry.
Nothing counts
You're
anymore.
right. You're right. No, you're right. Nothing counts unless you back it up with drinking beer out of a shoe.
Yeah. Okay, so a couple things here. We got the Wyandotte text about come watch the games in lovely downtown Wyandotte.
Mm-hmm.
We have bars.
They do. They have a lot of bars in Wyandotte.
Yep. And apparently in those bars, they carry Tiger baseball. And I said, I was joking, is there a Wyandotte exception with the Bally's and Xfinity impasse? Kind of. Wyandotte has their own cable company.
Wow.
Kang, you said we got flooded with texts about Wyandotte's independent cable company?
Yeah, and apparently just the independence of Wyandotte itself. They have like their own water, electricity company, hospital. I don't know what they do with their hospital. I thought, every
What, is Wyandotte like a different country?
Yes, I feel like you need do you have that enhanced driver's license to get to Wyandotte?
Yeah,
I don't
need
have
a
mine
visa?
yet.
Do I need a visa if I want to go to Wyandotte and watch games?
Make sure you apply in time.
No kidding.
You got to
right?
plan ahead.
Those things don't happen overnight, but congratulations to Wyandotte.
I know.
I mean, seriously.
Way ahead of the game since 1978.
Are they, how do you have your own, is it like city provided cable? Is that what it is? Is there any explanation to what's going on there?
No, that they are like their own. I have no idea. Like some people said they lived in Wyandotte all their life and left and didn't realize it was like this like elsewhere.
Yeah. Awesome for Wyandotte.
It's great for Wyandotte.
Yeah.
They're going to get a crush of people going to the bars.
I would say that that's possible. Well, cool. Way to go, Wyandotte.
What else would they have of their own?
I don't know. We need some Wyandottites
Wyandotians?
Daughters?
Daughters? Yeah, we need some Wyandotters to call up and explain. All right, we were talking about look, my son's graduation speech last night, and a great line from the chief communications officer at Nike.
Hey, can I just say this one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Before you get into that.
Okay, no, it's okay. We've got time here. It's early in the show.
I derail things. But getting back onto
You don't say.
the Wyandotte stuff, right? So if I look up Wyandotte on a map, and it's right on the riverfront,
yep,
which makes it really cool. One of the things makes it cool. There's an island in the river, between the United States and Canada. There, it's on the Canadian side.
Mm-hmm.
I have never heard of this in my life.
What?
Have you ever heard of Fighting Island?
No, but I just brought up the map, and bam, there it is, Fighting Island.
Fighting Island? I've never heard of Fighting Island in my life.
Dude, no one talks about Fighting Island. What are you doing?
Is there anything on Fighting Island?
Well, I'm not in Fighting Island, so I can talk about it.
That's the first rule.
Right.
Okay, so this is a pretty big island
It's
in the
pretty good
Detroit
size.
River between Detroit and Canada that is on the Canadian side, technically. And it's hard to tell if there's anything there.
I don't even know if there's, they have roads.
They do have roads, and
yet
I'm using the map, the satellite map. There looks like there's a couple of houses on Fighting Island, but literally,
I
think two.
Do you see any bridge? Like from Windsor to get there, or LaSalle?
Was it? Do you think the new bridge provides access to Fighting Island?
No,
I know it doesn't. No, I don't know what's going on with Fighting Island.
I'm really curious about Fighting Island.
There is there's a community center. I just clicked on a little logo there's a Fighting Island Community Center, and there appear to be a couple of houses on the north end of Fighting Island. But no, I didn't know about it.
Straight across from Wyandotte.
So we've derailed the graduation topic, and now we've also derailed the Wyandotte topic to talk about Fighting Island.
Well, you ever heard of Fighting Island?
I never heard of Fighting Island, no. No, I've never heard of Fighting Island, and now I'm as curious as you are. What the hell's the story there?
What is the story
and
with
why
Fighting
is it called
Island?
Fighting Island?
Yeah.
Well, again, that's why they make Google. So let's see what we can find out. In the meantime, we go to Jim in Wyandotte. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Good morning, guys.
How'd you guys pull this off?
I have no idea. I'm 39 years old, Wyandotte resident my whole life. The cable company, it's, just like every other cable company, but we've switched to streaming now, so you don't even really have a box. It's just an app on a Fire Stick, but we get all the channels. We get everything. It's,
okay, you when you say we switch to streaming, you just mean Jim, you and your household switch to streaming?
No, Wyandotte as a company, as a cable company, switched to streaming. So we used to have actual cable boxes just like everybody else, but it was its own cable company, just like Xfinity and all those other guys. So it's just their own company, but it's only city provided. So as a resident, we only have two options: Wyandotte Cable or AT&T.
Okay.
We cannot get anything else.
And so everybody streams.
Everybody streams, yeah. But like I said, we get every sporting event that's out there.
Wow. All right. Well, again,
but the Fighting Island thing, couldn't tell you anything about it.
You live in Wyandotte, you don't even know about Fighting Island.
I think that's where people pull up with their boats and party, just to guess. I don't have a boat, but...
Well, you deserve it.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Jim, thank you. Greatest jingle ever. Next up is Jim. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
How's it going?
All right, Jim.
We're learning today.
Good. Hey, I'm actually the superintendent of schools down here in Wyandotte.
All right.
So the last Jim told you guys about the cable piece, which is city provided.
Yep.
The Fighting Island, what I know about is the BASF, who's based out of Wyandotte here, the chemical company. They own the majority of that island. So I'm still working on my invite, but they fly over the bigwigs. And I think there's some hunting and there's like a lodge, and so I haven't seen it myself, but it is on the Canadian side, but it's a large portion of it's owned by BASF.
You know what I feel like? I feel like Fighting Island is mysterious.
It's very mysterious.
It's a mysterious island.
Mysterious Fighting Island.
Mysterious Fighting Island.
It is, and I would love to go, but I haven't gotten my invite yet.
When you say hunting, like I'm thinking of, what was that movie where they were hunting men? Like was that old movie where
That's dark.
It was dark, where these hunters wanted to hunt, and so they'd get people and they'd let them loose and they'd chase after them and hunt
It's
them.
been a plot of
Yeah,
many
I guess
movies.
It has been.
I'll need to clarify my invite before I go.
I'm just here for the barbecue.
Check the box that says hunter, not prey.
Right. Two quick things. First of all, Downriver Wyandotte is the Plymouth or the Royal Oak of Downriver. So we've got a lot of awesome.
It is. No, that's a good way to put it. There's a
check it
lot
out
going on
sometime.
down there.
Is that the city motto?
And a total side note. Earlier in my career, Gator, I was your nephew's kindergarten soccer coach, and I saw tremendous talent in him.
Did you?
From an early age.
Oh, that's good. He'll be happy to hear that. He just turned 21 the other day. So
I know he's old because I'm old. So he showed a lot of potential. So thanks for the call, guys.
Jim, thanks for sharing. I'll have to clarify my invite. Might be the line of the day. Paul, you're next.
Are you here for Fighting Island, are you? We do some hunting up here. Are you ready for it? I was bringing a baked beans. I was told I was not prey.
I got potato salad, man.
Go to the south end. You'll find it.
I think the original, now that I'm looking up, 10 greatest human hunting films of all time. There is a list. We got a who's on top. The one that I'm thinking of is The Most Dangerous Game, which is an old movie. But there's a bunch of them.
I don't think I've seen The Most Dangerous Game. When did that one come out?
1932.
I definitely did not see
Yeah.
that. Why would you have seen that?
I don't know.
That's the last time you watched movies.
Beyond the Reach is one. The Naked Prey is one. Race with the Devil. Surviving the Game.
Surviving the Game, I think I've seen.
I think I've seen that one too.
Turkey Shoot. The Duel. Is it The Duel Steven Spielberg's first movie? The dude in a car being chased by the guy in the truck.
I think you might be right with that.
That movie was freaky.
It is.
Yeah. That's got Fighting Island plot written all over it.
Yeah, the semi-truck that just kept coming.
Yeah. All right, Dominic, you're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dominic.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, no, I've actually been to Fighting Island. It's pretty cool.
You survived, huh?
I did. So there's it was owned by BASF, and I did a leadership thing through the Southern Wayne Chamber, and had a tour of the place. But he's right. There's hunting, and we didn't do any hunting, but they showed us the room. You don't need to bring anything there when their investors come or anything like that. They have everything ready to go. Hunting, guns, apparel, everything ready to go for you. But it was great. Yeah, it was a nice day out there. Had a big barbecue for us. It was a good time. It was pretty cool.
I'm never going. All three of us, right? We're never going.
Nope. It's all set up for you. We already got it. You got the hunting gear.
Great.
You're bringing the rifles. We got it all. We supply the prey, too.
Put on this target jacket and run.
You don't mind wearing yellow, do you? It's very slimming.
Almost everybody comes back.
Right. Sure, a lot of tree stands here.
We supply everything.
Sure, come on.
Drink up. Can I get you another?
More steak, sir.
When are we going hunting? Oh, it'll be in the morning.
Get a good night's rest.
Get your rest. You'll need it. Hey, did you notice that guy sounded a little more menacing than I expected him to?
Moral of the story, if you're going to Fighting Island, make sure your affairs are in order. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it finally happened. The weather, we know it's going to change here, right? It's getting warmer and warmer. It went from cold to dark and hot and sunny in the blink of an eye, just like it always does here in Michigan. And I love the heat as much as everybody else does, but that doesn't mean that I want to walk into my house and it's hot. So do what I did. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to make sure that your AC is running cold. If you got a pool in the backyard, make sure that's going to run warm this summer. Don't play the waiting game and get burned. Call Birmingham Plumbing and Cooling, Heating and Cooling today, or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
So a very drunk edition of Carson Anderson today here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I don't know why, but I figure I picture in my mind when he'll land on Fighting Island. Remember the actor Robert Shaw, who played Quint in Jaws, the boat owner in Jaws?
Yeah.
I just picture him sitting on a rock with a hat covering his eyes, and he looks up, and his face is all, sunburned and everything. He's grizzled on he looks just like he did in Jaws.
Yeah.
And he's got a whittling stick.
Yeah.
And he's got this bigger knife than
Pocket
normal.
knife, yeah.
And he's whittling away, and he looks up and goes, "You better get your rest tonight. You'll need it. I'll lead you out there in the morning and hope you come back."
Like he wants to help you, maybe, but
he's going to give you. He's a guide.
Yes,
who's going to be watching. He's not going to be participating though. He's not in. I'm not part of the hunt. And the guy's like, "Hunt? What are you talking about, dude? We came here for the weekend. They got nice accommodations. Everything's taken care of."
Right.
I didn't have to bring a pillow or a blanket. They got a beds. It's like glamping on 10. This is amazing. Hey, they provide the rifle. Check your ammunition. What? Ammunition? Of course they got ammo. I mean, it's a shotgun, right? We're hunting like deer. Is that what you call it? I mean, Fighting Island.
Yeah.
That's the next movie.
It's mysterious.
The Mysterious Fighting Island.
Mm-hmm. Brian writes in, Wyandotte is a cool town. I go often. My mom is from there. Not sure if it still holds true, but Wyandotte has the most bars in America per capita. Highly recommend. Check it. Thank you, Brian.
A lot of drinking goes on there for reasons.
Scott writes in, Fighting Island, it beat the crap out of Angry Isthmus.
So 2 college students left the shores of Wyandotte for Fighting Island. They never came back. Enjoy your night out in the town, boys.
Fighting Island is where they took the previous Wyandotte cable company people.
If you survived, you get to watch Tiger baseball? Is that what they're doing?
We need to send Bally's and Xfinity to Fighting Island.
It's like some guy in a rowboat pulls up at like midnight on a Friday night in Wyandotte to some of the drunk patrons that come out of the plentiful bars that they have there. You want to go to Fighting Island tonight? Are you boys really looking for an adventure?
Right?
Yeah, man. What do you got? This old guy. Right, the beginning of every horror movie. Who's this old coot? Hey, when are we getting to Fighting Island? Yeah, Fighting Island. When are we gonna fight at Fighting Island? You'll be fighting for your lives.
For people just flipping their radios on, we have found an island. Apparently been there for a minute between Wyandotte and Windsor called Fighting Island. It's a big, long island that's apparently used for hunting, but we envision that it's used for hunting people.
Sure, a lot of feral pigs on this island.
This show's completely off the rails. We've lost cabin pressure over here at 97.1.
There seems to be a mist all around Fighting Island as we get closer and closer to it. What's going on here?
Isn't this where the island's supposed to be?
Right. It doesn't say. I have no GPS. What's going on?
My cell phone isn't working. I have no signal.
It's a sister community to Skinwalker Ranch.
There's got to be some weird religion there on Fighting Island, right?
Is that a burial ground?
You look over and there's the 2 girls from The Shining looking at you.
Should I go for the bottled water or the hand well? Bottled water, hand well. Listen, well water's great for you. I'm going to go for that. Yeah, you go for that. And it turns into cabin fever.
Gator, you're going to definitely need your cleats for this trip.
Yeah. Be a sin to go on Fighting Island without him.
You'd be a fool.
You'd be a fool. You'd be a damn fool.
Escape from Fighting Island.
Surviving Fighting Island.
Yeah. Have I lost you for the day?
No. Let's go. Let's get on track here. What happened with your the graduation?
No, I don't think we should do that. No? Circle back to that later in the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got the horses. You want me to go horses?
I don't want to do horses.
Doug, do you think you could take out a giraffe on Fighting Island?
I think I could, yeah. The giraffe of Fighting Island.
You'll have to beat many snakes.
Of course there's snakes. All right.
Would you rather beat up 10 smaller rabbits or 1 giant rabbit? Why do I have to answer these stupid questions getting to Fighting Island?
Fighting Island's got a tub of pretzel question?
Yeah. Before you set foot on the island, you have to answer 3 big old tub of pretzels questions.
What is it? What's the average airspeed of a swallow?
An African swallow? All right, let's get back on track.
Yeah, let's do it. We mean it this time. Tigers, huh? How about this Tigers team? I found a list, by the way. It's not a list. It's a scouting report of the Lions draft put on by other executives from other teams. Okay, so this is other execs from other teams giving their 2 cents on the Lions draft. They do it for every team.
Yep.
So these are people in the league. What do they make of what the Lions did? We'll read some of the quotes coming up today at 11:31. We'll try. That is next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. To be young again. Just got a call from my son. 11:26 he calls.
That's about right.
I asked him to call me when he got up. Phone rings. Hello. Just waking up there, are you? Good for you. All right, we found this in The Athletic. Actually, Gator found it. NFL Draft. Executives around the league give their perspectives on everybody else's draft. Okay? So these are executives around the NFL over what the Lions did. So, Lions aggressive moved up. Terrion Arnold at 24, Enos Rakestraw at 61, a pick they had. And here's what they write. The Lions invested 1 first-round pick and 1 second-round pick and 2 third-rounders into upgrading a cornerback this offseason. The all-out attack resembled the approach Kansas City took to the offensive line after losing Super Bowl to Tampa, and to a lesser extent, this offseason when the Chiefs addressed the receiver issues. Is it a good sign that Detroit is behaving more like Kansas City? Quote, they fixed a problem, but at what cost, an exec said. You are never one player away. Okay, so that's an executive from another team. I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, I don't think that's what they did. I don't think they think that they were one player away. They just signed several players.
Yeah.
And drafted several players. So, is he talking about the one position? Because I think they needed to redo the entire room for corners. And that's exactly what they did.
They really did. I mean, so they invested a third-round pick to move up to get Terrion Arnold. So basically a first and a third to get Terrion Arnold. They put a second into Enos Rakestraw, and they traded a third for Carlton Davis.
Right.
So we knew going into the draft they had a 1, a 2, and 2 threes. All of that got used for 3 corners.
For 3 corners, and 2 of those guys will be here long term for sure because they're draft picks.
Yep.
So it's not a one and done. It might be that for Carlton Davis, but if Carlton Davis plays well, then I imagine Lions would want to sign him longer term, which would make it seem easier to deal with the fact that you give a third-round pick to get him.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what they'll do. I don't know what their plans are. I mean, things are starting to fall into place. They've already taken care of St. Brown and Penei Sewell, and they're likely to take care of Jared Goff at some point real soon. But there's some other dominoes that need to fall to figure out what the plan is for the future, because we just don't know with Taylor Decker or Lee McNeil or other players down the road.
Here's another exec regarding the Lions draft. I like both those corners they drafted, but they gave up a lot. I felt like they could have waited at 29 and maybe gotten their guy or taken Kool-Aid McKinstry or Nate Wiggins. Okay. I don't know. Is this another exec saying they could have waited at 29 and still gotten Terrion Arnold?
I mean, it seems like what they're saying. Now, who went afterwards? Well, 25, because I think a lot of people thought Green Bay might take him.
Yeah.
But the Packers ended up taking offensive tackle Jordan Morgan. At 26, Graham Barton, the center, went to Tampa Bay. At 27, Darius Robinson, the edge rusher, went to the Cardinals. And at 28, you had Kansas City move up to take Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver. Now, what would the Cowboys have done at 24? I don't know. The Cowboys at 29 took Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle. So would they? I imagine they were still looking at offensive line at that point. Would they have taken Jordan Morgan? And if they did, that would have been away from the Packers. Would the Packers be happy taking Tyler Guyton, or were they like, we wanted Terrion Arnold?
Yeah,
I think there was. That's not a risk I was that I would have been willing to take. I was thrilled that they moved up to take Terrion Arnold.
They just didn't seem to have access to him when the draft started. This is a player that we would have vetoed if people said they get him at 29. Now, the problem with is the trading dynamic is they're impossible to predict from a exactly what's going to happen standpoint, because you don't, if you had access to everybody's draft board, you might have a little bit better sense for who'd be willing to move. But
so the other argument is that had they waited and not moved up, is it possible that Terrion Arnold is there? I suppose it's possible, but I would think it's unlikely. But what ended up being reality was that Nate Wiggins was selected at 30. So you could have had Nate Wiggins, you could have had Cooper DeJean. You know, there were you could have had Kool-Aid McKinstry. There were a number of corners at that spot. But the Lions viewed Terrion Arnold as the guy.
Yep.
Like it's clear that they think that there's separation between where Terrion Arnold's at and where, say, Nate Wiggins is at.
Yep.
Now, people can argue that all you want, but the reality is the Lions moved up to get their guy. So they clearly think that he's better than the others.
Yeah. Now, this one executive says they maybe have gotten Kool-Aid McKinstry or Nate Wiggins. If you had them all in the same bucket, then he's right.
Yeah.
If you had Arnold, McKinstry, and Wiggins in the same bucket, they could have sat there at 29 and gotten one of them. Lions obviously didn't.
Because they moved up, it tells you they didn't.
Yep.
That tells you that they think that Terrion Arnold was special. It also tells you, because there were the reports that they were going to move up and take Darius Robinson, that he was also a player that they would have valued higher. So if they didn't trade up for Terrion Arnold, it seems like they would have traded up for Darius Robinson. And again, not Nate Wiggins or Kool-Aid McKinstry or Cooper DeJean.
All right, another quote from the same story. These are executives around the NFL commenting on the Detroit Lions draft. Detroit is taking a swing, and you have to admire teams willing to do that. I mean, it feels like they've taken a big swing. From addressing, they swear they don't do this, okay? They swear they don't draft for need. But to say that they haven't addressed a need in this offseason is just factually incorrect. They clearly addressed a need in the secondary in this offseason. Now, they'll say that's what free agency's for. They specifically fill the hole. They want to enter the draft with a complete football team, and then that provides them the luxury of going best player available.
They kind of did that.
One thing changed. Cam Sutton changed everything.
But they still went out and got two corners, and one in free agency, one through trade before the draft.
Yep.
So they did that. And they also, I think it's safe to say there was a needed defensive tackle to upgrade if you could, and DJ Reader is definitely an upgrade. You could say that there was a need at left guard because Jonah Jackson was entering free agency. What'd they do? They went out and they got themselves Zeitler, a free agent guard. And they also re-signed Glasgow, who was a free agent on the other side. They addressed their needs. I don't think there's any question of that.
And if you look at their history and
let me just say, not all of their needs. Maybe if you still think they need a defensive end or a wide receiver, those were not necessarily addressed. I mean, they did get Marcus Davenport at defensive end, but is that the high end guy you envision on the opposite side of Hutchinson?
No,
probably not.
So I'm looking at like the first year of Brad Holmes, Penei Sewell, Levi Onwuzurike, Aleem McNeil, Fatu Melifonwu were their first four picks. 3 of the 4 have hit to some degree or another. One's going to be an elite player.
2 definitely have hit.
Aleem McNeil, Fatu Melifonwu has come on and is a useful player. Levi Onwuzurike is teetering on being a bust, but they haven't given up on him yet.
I hope that Melifonwu is got more to give, and I think he does. I'm hoping that we're going to see even more from him to make that pick look spectacular.
Their second draft, the first 4 picks, Aiden Hutchinson, Jamison Williams, Josh Paschal, Kirby Joseph. Those are their first 4 picks.
Yeah, and obviously Hutch is off to a good start.
Looks like he could be a great player. Jamison Williams could be a great player. Paschal could be useful. Kirby Joseph is useful.
Yeah.
Last draft, first 4 picks, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
This year, their first 4 picks were used on 3 players, Terrion Arnold, Eden Rakestraw, and Carlton Davis. With the 1, the 2, and the 2 threes. They used that capital to come up with 3 corners. What I find most intriguing about the last 2 drafts is it feels like they used the picks outside of those on projects. Hendon Hooker and Broderick Martin last year, Giomanu and Sione Vaki, this year. They're like, all right, we're gonna shoot for the moon and try and swing and hit it out of the park with these projects. And I don't hate this philosophy, but
and they may have done that as well with a defensive end with Betts from the CFL.
Matthew Betts, was CFL's Defensive Player of the Year. All right, one more quote from an executive regarding the Lions draft. This is an NFL executive commenting anonymously. They are really good, so they've earned that right. It's a little different from the arrogance coming out of Atlanta. Detroit has had a lot of success drafting offensive line, and I think this is – hold on, I'm going to read the context of this because I kind of took it out of context. This is my bad. One exec thought the Lions trading a 2025 third-round pick to the Jets for University of British Columbia tackle Giovanni Manu at 126 and then using another 4th-rounder for the combination of safety running back Sione Vaikai Vaki, bordered on arrogance. That's where the quote comes. They're really good, so they've earned that right. It's a little different from the arrogance coming out of Atlanta. Detroit has a lot of success drafting offensive line. So he likes it because they've kind of earned the right to do it.
I found it interesting reading this article, the word arrogance comes up.
Yep.
And we touched on a little bit at the end of the season, when Brad Holmes was speaking with the media and started cashing in some receipts or whatever, and was he patting himself on the back a little bit and the way they do things, and kind of been laughing the whole off season about, we do things a little differently, and we've had some success.
There's a little bit of we're better than you.
Yeah,
and I don't care.
I'm okay about it. I'm okay. If the GM has a little swagger and he's got plenty of reason. You just went through all the draft picks. There's plenty of reason to have the swagger. And you didn't even mention Amon-Ra St. Brown from the first draft.
No. Who was outside the top 4.
Yeah.
But
so, and not to mention James Houston or Rodrigo and, all this stuff that he's done an outstanding job drafting over the last 4 drafts with his team. Well, 3 drafts, and we don't know about this one yet, but we have pretty high hopes for it. He's got reason to be a little cocky with what he's done, and he's showing it a little bit. I think he has the ability to reel himself in at times too.
Holmes?
Yeah. So we'll see how this all works out. But as far as this, I don't know if you want to call it criticism or not of what they've done. What they have done is improve the team that went to the NFC Championship last year. The questions are, did the other teams around them that are also competing for an NFC Championship, have they improved themselves dramatically to the point where it's going to be really difficult to get back where they did where they went last year?
I mean, as far as the review of the draft, don't you guys feel like Holmes gets what he wants early? Like he's really happy, gets aggressive, picks the guys that they want. And then later, it's almost like heat check time. If I've done my damage, I'm going to let one go a little further distance this time. Like I've hit a couple threes. Now I'm going to go to the logo and let one fly.
Yeah.
Because with Broderick Martin, Hendon Hooker, Manu, Vaki,
those
are heat checks, right? I mean,
Sewell and Hutchinson are layups.
Yeah.
They're tip dunks. They're right there.
Because that's, he got those right in his mind for sure. Like those guys I've targeted, I got them. Let's see how further we can take this.
248-539-9797. All right, some receivers have come off the board, and the Lions, I mean, I don't know if this is it's becoming more and more apparent that the third receiver is creating angst amongst fans. I don't know how much they're worried about it, but some receivers start to fall off the board. We will get to that. We're talking about free agents. 11:46. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, a great atmosphere. They have great specials, also the best wings in town. And this Saturday, they've got UFC 301. Pantoja taking on Urseg, and you got Martinez and Aldo, and there is no cover for the UFC events. Spring weather is here. The rooftop deck, that's open as well. And look, they got great new happy hour specials as well at 24 and great daily specials. You get $3 margaritas on Wednesdays. There's $3 Long Islands on Thursdays. You can go to 24secondsbar.com and check them all out. And, of course, for all the big events they have, whether you're looking at the playoffs in hockey or basketball, they got great specials there. For Detroit baseball, you get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And the specials are all day, every day. They got Thursday night trivia, and they're also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Check out 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the great contests they have. And if you're looking for work, they're also hiring cooks, servers, and food runners and hosts as well this summer long. So go talk to Bob at 24 Seconds and figure out what it's all about. It's everything. This is the place I go to all the time, and looking forward to watching the Tigers there at 24 Seconds as well, where every seat is a great seat. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, so last night I saw DJ Chark signed a deal with the LA Chargers. Today, Chase Claypool has signed a deal with the Buffalo Bills. He's 6'4", 238, outside receiver. Last year didn't do a whole lot with the Miami Dolphins.
Former Steeler.
Yep.
You have some issues in Pittsburgh?
Former Bear.
Sorry, he went from Steelers to the Bears, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But they were done with his act in Pittsburgh, weren't they? Isn't that why?
Oh, yeah.
They moved. Yeah, he was a problem.
Yep.
Didn't get any better in Chicago either.
And Odell Beckham, has he just signed, did I see?
Yes, a 1-year deal with the Dolphins for just over it. I guess if he reaches the incentives, over $8 million. Apparently was offered more to play elsewhere. Chose to go to the Dolphins, and now could be wide receiver 3 there behind Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
So
your guy Tua now has some people to throw to again.
Until they sort that out. In the meantime, though,
your response was, well, now all I need is a quarterback.
Yeah, I'm not starting up another subtopic when we're in the middle of a topic, but Dave Burkett came out with his Lions depth chart today. It seems like the beat writers, they get the draft results and then they go with the depth chart. And his third wide receiver was Khalif Raymond. So we've had M Live and The Athletic had the third wide receiver as Donovan Peoples-Jones. Now this is Dave Burkett as Khalif Raymond. I don't know that. I mean, the Lions don't have a ton of holes. Let's face it. They have really done a nice job of putting together one of the more complete rosters in the NFL. But offensively, they haven't really come up with a replacement for Josh Reynolds, starting caliber receiver who got a good number of targets, right? He got a good number of targets. And in the case of, could it be Khalif Raymond? Sure, it could be. Could it be Donovan Peoples-Jones? Sure, it could be. But even if those guys do step up, you need somebody to replace. Then you need somebody to replace Donovan Peoples-Jones or Khalif Raymond. Like they've got to bring in another veteran receiver. Doesn't it feel like it's not a requirement, but kind of?
No, it's starting to feel like that. And I don't know if there'll be a deeper pool to look at when you get to training camp. If there'll be some more quality wide receivers that are dropped mid-August or something, or right prior to the season, I don't know. But there's still some pretty good receivers out there. The list is getting smaller and smaller, as you mentioned, and it's 3 receivers in the last 24 hours that are off the board now.
Mm-hmm. And so,
but you still have the guy from, was it Tyler Boyd from Cincinnati?
Yeah, who's had no connections to Detroit. Like he's visited Pittsburgh. I saw 2 other teams. I can't remember who they were.
Well, he might get a multi-year deal from somebody.
Yeah. So are the Lions going to go in with this? They're not going to go in with this group of receivers, right? They have to add somebody.
Well, and you say that, by the way, it sounds like there's angst in your voice. Like
there is, yes. There's definitely angst in my voice.
I'm not sure if I'm at the angst stage yet. But the problem with that is that there's still a question mark about Jamison Williams. Is he going to take this big step forward and all of a sudden be a focal point of the offense and not just, okay, we got our 2 plays lined up for him and hope he can make something happen.
Here he is on the reverse, and here he is on a deep route.
Or is he going to be, they started to do it a little bit at the end of the season last year, dragging him across the field on these crossing routes and hitting him in stride where he had turned a 7-yard gain into a 30-yard gain. That was a lot of fun. And when you're at the game live, and I know a lot of people when they're at the game at the stadium at Ford Field, that they train their eyes on J-Mo when he's on the field.
Oh, yeah.
And you're watching him run that route and seeing, oh, my God, look at the separation. It's there. Hit him, Goff. And is this going to become a more of the norm? And if that's the case, then they don't need necessarily to go out and get another wide receiver.
Maybe not, but I think everybody would be more comfortable with one more veteran. This is like the Terrion Arnold thing. I think this is the direct price of trading up for Terrion Arnold. And I'm not against it, but there was a ton of receiver talent at the top of the draft. And they forfeited a draft. I mean, I guess we could talk about Carlton Davis too. They forfeited 2 third-round picks for corners, so they prioritized corner over wide receiver 3, and I suppose that makes sense because there's a probability that they use the top of the draft to come up with 2 starting corners, and a decent probability. So what did they really give up? They gave up a crack at like Jermaine Burton from Alabama as a 3rd round. Roman Wilson was a 3rd round. Jalen McMillan was a 3rd round. Luke McCaffrey was a 3rd round.
When was Malachi Corley drafted?
He was the beginning. He was the first pick of the 3rd round, which he wouldn't have been available to them. Troy Franklin from Oregon was early 4th round. Javon Baker was early 4th round from UCF. I mean, they made a decision. And I don't think it's the wrong decision, but with every decision, there's a downside, and the downside is they haven't addressed wide receiver 3.
Yeah. Underrated, good move by Denver's the one that took Troy Franklin, right?
Yeah, you became a big Troy Franklin fan late in the process, I noticed.
Yeah, well, I've always liked Bo Nix, and now so they drafted Bo Nix and Troy Franklin, so it gives Bo Nix somebody that has familiarity with, and we know from Jared Goff how important that can be. And I mean, Franklin was just extraordinarily productive. Like 25 touchdowns in 2 years at Oregon.
Yeah.
So there's something there. And he was widely thought of as being maybe a 2nd-round pick, and he just kept slipping.
Yeah. All right, so when it's all said and done, do you think they take this crew of receivers into the season, or do you think they make a move?
My gut tells me they're going to make a move, but I'm not sure they need to, because you're looking at a group of DPJ, Khalif Raymond, a healthy Antoine Green, last year's draft pick. And then they brought in Isaiah Washington from Illinois, who was sneaky productive the last 2 seasons at Illinois, where he caught 164 passes in 2 years. So does he play a role in this where he's going to compete or push for any kind of playing time? I doubt he's an undrafted free agent, but if he's one of these guys who's just a hard worker and the team will pray, the coaches will praise and say, this guy comes to work every day and he gets better every day in practice, it pushes the other guys that are already established.
Do you remember the last guy that checked that box that I got excited about? A undrafted free agent wide receiver?
I can't remember.
Make sure I got the name right, and I'm pretty sure I do. Travis Fulgham.
Oh, yeah. Was it Rutgers? Or no? Fulgham, where was he? Old Dominion?
He sure was. And he was most part inconsequential for the Lions.
Wow. He showed a flash.
Yeah.
Good size.
Yep.
And that was in the wake of trying to
Is he the same
make
guy?
up for the loss of the other receiver.
Is he the same receiver who had a great 3-game stretch with the Eagles or something
Yes.
weird?
Yes, he went to Philly and he killed it. But
was random.
11th player in Eagles history with at least 10 catches and 150 yards or more in a game. 152 yards, the second most for an Eagle in one of their first 5 games.
I think he went to the Pack after that too, right? And didn't do anything.
Well,
there?
he's been with Detroit, Philly, and Denver. I don't think he got into a game with the Packers.
Well, one thing about the Lions receiving core is I'm a big believer in J-Mo, but the truth is he hasn't proved that he can play more than how many games or in his career yet, because it's been cut short because of the gambling. And unfortunately, if something happens again, you lose him for the year, and then you're down to St. Brown and Leaf and DPJ and Antoine Green and Traquan Smith. This isn't exactly a who's who of receivers.
To be clear and to be fair, every team has a blind spot, and that's emerging as one of this. They have very little margin for error when it comes to injury and a player that maybe doesn't take that next step. They need J-Mo to take that next step. And it seems like it is a risk worth taking. He shows a ton of promise.
Now, the good thing is not every team has a tight end like Laporta, though.
That's true.
Or a running back like Gibbs that can catch the ball.
Yep.
So those are a couple things you can lean on a little bit more.
248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll give something else another try next hour. We gave it a shot earlier, and we got a little distracted.
What?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
It is a Friday.
It's been a Friday show for sure. For sure.
Faux show?
Yep. We have discussed a variety of topics, and it's open line. So let's go. Anything on your mind? Fair game. 248-539-9797.
Looking at the hourly, see what we got here. The rain's, it's dreary right now.
Are we talking about in Detroit, or are we checking the weather in New York because the Tigers are playing the Yankees?
I'm talking about Detroit, although I should look in New York as well. But looks like it's going to be just 15% chance of rain here for the rest of the evening.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works. A little bit of wind. Not when I say little, I mean light, like 5-mile-an-hour winds. Temperatures up in the high 60s, low 70s. I like that. That's good. But New York, let's see.
I'm hoping for rain today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm hoping for rain until Xfinity and Bally's gets their act together and every game gets rained out.
Sure, I understand that. No rain tonight in the forecast for New York. I don't know. When are they playing tomorrow? It doesn't matter. No rain tomorrow in the New York forecast. And Sunday could be some rain. Well, that's Sunday night. We'll get in the afternoon. Yeah, no, afternoon there's some rain too.
Okay.
So Sunday might be a problem.
Well, like I said, rain them all out. So, well, dude, I want to watch baseball. And I don't want to get the dumb app.
Don't you want to go to a bar? Don't you want to go to Wyandotte?
I could go to Wyandotte. Everything Wyandotte.
Everything's taken care of, Doug.
Wyandotte's
everything's taken care of.
It's a little pocket of utopia when it comes to bars and baseball.
Just take that Boston Whaler across over to Fighting Island.
Not doing that.
Like Hank said, everything's taken care of.
Not doing that.
You don't have to worry about anything.
It's funny you mentioned Gator, the undrafted free agent wide receiver Isaiah Williams, because we've been discussing whether or not the Lions have a wide receiver 3 problem, which is a good problem to have. It's better than having a wide receiver 2 problem or a wide receiver 1 problem or a QB 1 problem. But you mentioned Isaiah Williams. Interestingly, The Athletic also came out with the most intriguing undrafted free agent for each organization.
Okay.
Did you see this by chance?
I did not see it.
Could it be Isaiah Williams? We'll get to that in a moment. 248-539-9797.
Big teaser.
Yeah, that's right. Hassan, you're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Hassan?
Hey guys, how's it going? Great show.
Thank you.
I was just want to talk about the Khalif Raymond situation in Detroit. They 2022, the guy was top 3, punt returns, kick returns, great special team guy. 2023 comes along, they don't use him. They put Craig Reynolds in there. Guy's not even top 10. Tried to put him at a number 3 receiver, didn't pan out. I mean, in 22, when he was kick returns, he had more yards receiving as a number 4 receiver. So I don't know where they're trying to go with this.
What they're trying to do with Khalif?
Yeah. I feel like they should just keep him at special teams, kick return, punt return, especially with this new rule. And and explore Donovan Peoples-Jones and see where that takes them.
Well, we don't know what the depth chart's going to look like. We can guess. Like some people say, it's going to be DPJ. Some people say the third receiver will be Khalif Raymond. But one thing's for sure, Hassan, I think Khalif Raymond is a weapon when it comes to this return game now that they're actually going to be having a return game in the NFL again. And this sounds like it's such a jump. Like before, the rules before were, so prohibitive to have a kick returner.
Mm-hmm.
And before they changed the rules, it was okay to have a kick returner. Now it seems like you must have a kick returner because these rules are in place where you're going to get the ball in play. And this guy's going to have a decent head start. I like him as a returner as well.
Exactly. And in 2023 season, if you guys see the stats, they did not put him at kick return at all. They just left him out. I never understood it watching the games.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly a reason for it. I don't know what it is. It might be a question we can try and get to the bottom of, Hassan. He played roughly 20 snaps a game on offense last year, and I like him too. He is what he is. He's a role player at a high profile position that anything he gives you, he gets applauded for,
Well, he was a punt returner last year, not the kick returner.
Yep.
So return, punts, 29 punts for an 11-yard average. The kick returner was Khalil Dorsey, had the majority of them. There were only 12. I mean, as a team, there were only 19 kickoff returns last year for the Lions.
But you think about his role on this team. He went from 71 targets to 64 targets to last year 44. The 44 targets, Jameson Williams took targets from him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he wasn't gonna get as much run, and he wasn't gonna play as much with a number 1 draft pick. A, getting healthy, and B, being eligible.
And I think there were some games where he was activated, but he wasn't terribly healthy either. Khalif Raymond, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't miss games, but he didn't get his typical game load because of that.
Yeah.
And also, Laporta took a ton of targets last year.
Yeah, Laporta was massive.
Yeah, and that's a good thing because he's really good with the ball. Khalif Raymond, I'd like to see him using kickoff returns too, but he's a smaller stature. I don't know how much. Like, he did get dinged up. I think he got dinged up on a block for either Gibbs or Montgomery on a touchdown.
Yeah, it was like during the game he got hurt.
Yeah,
and missed time.
So that happens, but you guys know how I felt about the kickoff return last year. It was like a give up. We weren't getting anything. I felt like so.
Well, and it also, became a ceremonial play. So
they barely had won a game.
And for people who don't know the new rule, the kicker will kick off from the same spot. Kicks into the end zone are more punitive. It comes out, I think, to the 35 instead of the 25, and the return team lines up on everybody's on the 35, and the kicking team lines everybody on the 45, so they're 10 yards apart of the other team. They're both whatever the yard, might be the 20 and the 30. I don't remember what it was.
It's a little convoluted, but nobody can move until the ball is fielded.
Yeah, so you won't have the high speed, high impact collisions. You will have a kick return,
but you will have returns.
It's a UFL rule, so if you want to see it, you can go watch there. But there will be returns. Don't forget, Sione Vaki is also in the mix there. I mean, it sounds like he was almost brought in specifically for this role. So, I mean, look, there's competition. Not every position's a bloodbath, as they say the corner position is going to be in terms of battling for playing time, but there is competition. So we shall see. 248-539-9797.
They having a competition on Fighting Island or no?
That's a different kind of competition. Okay. At Fighting Island, if you lose, you die.
Wow. Yeah. That's dire.
I hope you heard the first half of the show. If you didn't, you'll have no idea what we're talking about. But all right, I mentioned that the Lions' most intriguing undrafted free agent, according to The Athletic, it is not Isaiah Williams. It is Florida center Kingsley Igwakin. The Lions signed, and I think a lot of people thought was going to be drafted.
Yep.
Here's what they wrote about him. Injuries nagged the 27-year All-Pro Frank Ragnow again last season. Detroit didn't address center in the draft, but it did with 3 undrafted free agent centers, including Igwakin. A 3-year starter at Florida who missed most of last season with an ankle injury, Igwakin was a powerful and explosive leader inside for the Gators. He's a very capable run blocker and excellent communicator. He was at the Senior Bowl. But this is another Brad Holmes special. Player who was hurt saw their draft stock plummet. He gets him outside the draft. Could he have stolen a useful player? We shall see. He is on the list of the most intriguing undrafted free agent that the Lions signed. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up on all of these topics. Gator, I want to know this weekend, which one of these 3 once-a-year events impacts your weekend the most? That coming up today at 12:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Cedar Point opens this weekend. Opening weekend of Cedar Point. You are not going.
No, sir.
Kang, you are not going.
Nope.
I don't know if I'll ever go to Cedar Point again.
Wow.
Well,
he's not a coaster guy.
Yeah.
Not a coaster guy, and I'm older than I was.
I'm trying to think of a reason why you might go. Like if they had like a heavy metal night or hair band night weekend, or I don't know. Right, Doug? I mean,
yes.
Wear your cleats night. I don't,
Nope.
what's going to get Gator going?
The only reason to go would be some woman folk. That would be
There
it.
you go. They got Halloween weekends. They have themes. We'll see.
Yeah, you could. I could see him being there. I would bet you'll be there. If the rest of his life, the over-under on trips to Cedar Point is set at 1/2, I would bet the over.
It's a good bar.
It's a good bar?
Oh, you set
mean
the bar.
Right,
at
okay.
half. It's a
Yeah.
good line.
Would you go over or under 1/2?
Oof. Like I said, that's a good number at the Karsh Casino there.
Given that you have two small kids, Kang, I set it for you at 3.5.
Yeah, I might. Well, I'm definitely going to go at least once with the kids.
Kang's going. And once those kids go, once they experience roller coasters, if they like them, it's going to be an annual thing for Kang.
Yep.
If they don't like it, they shut it down right away, then it's just not going to happen.
All right, so Gator, once a year. These are once a year events.
Like
I want
Christmas?
you to discuss how much they will impact your weekend.
Okay.
I will start with tomorrow, Saturday, the Kentucky Derby. Does it impact your weekend at all?
A little bit, I suppose. I haven't talked to my friends to see if there's any derby parties going on or whatnot, but I do enjoy making a julep and having a drink at home.
Don't you have to, what is it called, muddling? Don't you have to muddle?
Yeah, but muddling is just, basically taking, if you have a muddling tool, which could be just a simple, wood little smashing thing that you muddle some mint leaves.
Okay.
You can actually, I read a recipe where you take like a handful of, I should say like 5 or 6 mint leaves, put them in the palm of your hand and clap a few times to release the oils. And then you drop that in your drink.
Okay.
It's mint, a simple syrup, a mess load of ice, and you top it off with bourbon. It's that simple.
Okay.
I've been known to make a gator julep where I change it up. Instead of going to simple syrup, I'll use like a maple syrup. Because the simple syrup is you would boil water with sugar.
All right.
And to dissolve the sugar, and then you let it cool, and then you put it in. But that's work. So why not just use maple syrup?
That's part of the Derby.
Yeah.
The actual horse race itself.
I don't really care about the race, but
well, we'll get your Derby picks.
well, I mean, there's
That's
that.
the
but-
work part of it.
Yeah. But I usually make time to watch it.
Yeah. I've come to realize, because we were talking about, let's bring this up on the air, these 3 once a year events that are all happening this weekend. And I've come to realize my Derby habits are reduced to I'm at home watching TV and I remember that it's on. I don't think I have ever, with maybe one exception, we had some friends come over that were way into the Derby and we watched it one year where we were like, okay, we got to watch the Derby. It's a huge event in the world of racing and betting and all that. But only once have I carved out time to make sure I saw the Derby. And so it's not going to affect my weekend much. For you, probably it sounds like a little bit more.
A little bit, yeah. I definitely am aware that it's on. And if I've been to some Derby parties in the past, it's been a lot of fun.
Yep. All right. Once a year event number 2. Tomorrow is Saturday, May 4th. Star Wars Day, Gator. Will that impact your weekend whatsoever?
I can't imagine it will. Do I love Star Wars? I love Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Grew up with it as a kid. Then they came out with the new movies, the prequel, and then the 3 movies afterwards. I've watched them all. I got Disney Plus so that I could watch The Mandalorian and stuff like that. So I'm all into it. I love Star Wars, but I don't see how it affects me at all tomorrow. It's not like I'm gonna wake up and put on my cloak. I don't think that's going to happen.
Make sure your lightsaber is charged.
Yeah, so make sure my saber is charged up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with my saber. It's charged all the time.
Ready on demand.
Yeah, exactly.
Ready when I need
Ready
it.
to use, man.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting.
Yeah. I don't set phasers a stun or anything like that. Don't have to worry about that. Although that's not a Star Wars thing. But yes, I don't see it impacting me at all. There's no event I'm going to where you need to dress up as a Star Wars character.
You're not gonna do a Yoda impression?
No, I don't do a good Yoda impression.
No.
Chewie's different, but even then,
Kang, do either of these things impact you?
No, but the girls do have lightsabers, like the plastic ones where you
Yeah.
just like swing them and they extend when you like swing them forward.
Are they the cheaper ones?
They're plastic.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there are expensive ones that are really cool.
Yeah. No, they get the cheapest ones you can get, Gator.
Okay, so Derby impacts
Smart.
the weekend. Star Wars Day does not impact your weekend.
No.
Sunday is Cinco de Mayo. Gator, does this impact your weekend?
Now you're speaking my language.
There it is.
You jarred something loose there, Tiger.
Sí, es la verdad. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it will. Whether that means just firing up some tequila drinks at the house or going out, because if I can't watch the Tigers, I got to go out and getting some tequila drinks at a bar.
So you got to find a Mexican restaurant that'll have the Tigers.
Yes.
Wow.
I love the guy.
That could be outside of Wyandotte. That could be challenging.
I mean, this is back-to-back days. I was thinking about this earlier today, actually, or this morning when I was writing my show sheet, although I don't think I really put it on the show sheet. The mint julep, which I love, having a julep because I love bourbon. And then the next day you get Cinco de Mayo, so you're thinking of Mexican beer or tequila or mezcal or whatever.
Margaritas.
Yeah. I mean, back-to-back days of awesomeness.
Okay. Mint julep or margarita?
I'm not a margarita guy. I'm a tequila drink guy. So I tequila versus the julep. I like my tequila drink that I make better than the julep, but I really like the julep.
Kang, Cinco de Mayo for you. Does that impact your weekend?
Yeah, because I won't be able to go to a Mexican restaurant because they'll all be completely slammed and packed. Like there's for some reason by my house, there are just a ton of great Mexican restaurants.
You're lucky.
And you can't get carryout at a lot of them. They'll say straight up no carryout today. Like they were that slammed where you can't even order it.
What about, do you fire up the flat top and make your own tacos?
It's not the same.
Burritos?
It's not the same when I do it on that day. I mean, I could. There's a new food truck, that Mexican food truck that's open up by my house. I might have to stop there, to be honest with you.
The food truck accessibility is big.
They've been popping up everywhere.
Yeah, they really have become wildly popular.
They popped up at your son's graduation party.
Twice.
Yeah, we've done the food truck thing, and it's
God, it was so good.
I'm glad you liked it.
It was so good.
The burritos were massive, though.
They were massive.
It's like a little baby.
We were sharing them.
They were a bit much. But yeah, I mean, look, I highly recommended it. I think it worked out well for us. You got to have a window, though, because you can't have a food truck parked there the entire time. Usually you get a couple hours. I told you about the panic that day.
Yeah, that's what I said twice.
Yeah, the food truck pulls up and sets up. And my wife and I had both been working on, landing this food truck. And it pulls up, it sets up. And then moments later, a second food truck pulls up. And I'm like, oh, no. Did we reserve 2 food trucks?
It's the best party ever.
No, yeah, you guys are going, oh no. Gator's going, hell yeah.
Here we go.
Turned out that the second food truck was part of the same company, and they had to borrow something from the first food truck, so they were coming by to grab it. But boy, did I panic for a few seconds going, oh, no.
Crisis averted.
Yep.
Yeah. But I forgot that Sunday's Cinco de Mayo.
Yep. Lean into it, amigo.
Listen,
Lean into it.
to a degree. Yeah.
Gotcha. So, in order of importance, it sounds like Cinco de Mayo 1, Derby 2, Star Wars Day 3, and maybe a distant third.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be flipping around channels and catch part of a marathon on one of the channels or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not, able to get the Tigers in. I don't know.
It's almost always the case.
Yeah. Which movie would you be most likely to stop and watch if you're flipping through? Is there one that if there's a movie or a scene from Star Wars of any of the 9 or 10 movies they have, like 10, 11 movies, I guess.
I think I could stop at any one but 1, 2, and 3 would make me stop. 1, 2, and 3, the prequels.
Yeah.
I just never.
Third one gets dark, man.
Yeah, and And I've never seen Solo, and it sounds like there's no need to.
Yeah. Don't just take my word for it, though.
Yeah.
But Gator, if it pops up on your TV this weekend, you're gonna.
I think there's gonna be a point where I'll probably stop and watch something. Like I'm sort of with Doug on the first three. I don't need to anything with Jar Jar. I just don't want to see it. But not a big Jar Jar Binks guy. But the third one is actually quite good. You know, when you see the transformation into Vader, that I kind of like to see, although it makes me sad. But growing up with Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, those are all classics. But I'm a big original Star Wars movie, so Episode 4, The New Hope.
Yep.
That one I'd probably stop and watch.
Okay. Gator wrote down on a show sheet, I feel dirty.
I do a little. Not right now, but
we'll get to that today.
Emotionally.
12:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Ward Manuel did a Q&A in the Freep. It's a 3-part series. The Michigan athletic director. Today was the day where they went into all the controversies. Michigan being a huge brand. It ain't all positive, and when award shows, everyone hears about it. Did you read it by chance?
I did, actually. It was Tony Garcia was the
yes.
The writer for the Freep that got the interview. I read today's. I didn't see yesterday's, and I think they're going to finish up this series on Sunday, maybe.
What did you make of it?
I thought it was I thought it was good. You know, you had really tough questions asked by Garcia.
Yep.
And Ward had to answer. And he did. Answered them to his satisfaction, which he should. It may not be to everybody's satisfaction, which is fine.
Yep.
But the fact was he did. And when you're reading through it, it seems it was a little prickly at times.
It seemed to get contentious at times.
Yeah, but I didn't read the first part one if it was, talking about, hey, the good stuff with winning the championship and all that. But today's was all about the negative stuff that needed to be addressed or that he wanted addressed. And the writers basically said, look, we didn't really get answers to these questions, brought up the Xavier Simpson story, and that was the only question that Ward said he had any kind of issue with. And tried to clear that up and said, look, it's our son's car in my wife's name. And we told our son, don't let anybody else drive it. Don't let anybody else drive it. Why? Because of insurance purposes. You're the one that's insured on this, nobody else. So don't do that. And that, he had lent the car to Xavier Simpson, and obviously it was an incident.
So there's a couple things about this. One is, I think you're right. I think it was pretty good and pressing questions by Garcia, and Ward handled it well to a degree. I mean, there's only so much he can say. The one thing I've discovered being around a big university and athletic department and how it all works, there are procedures that are followed to make sure that any terminations or anything of that ilk is that they check all the boxes legally so they don't expose themselves to liabilities. And so, there's a lot of times where people go, I can't believe they haven't done anything yet or whatever. A lot of times they're following procedures that I've discovered when calling and asking questions like what the hell's going on. Two is the people in charge of the athletic department, they aren't quite as sinister as some people think. They aren't always out to get away with something. They want to clean up messes quickly too. And they also don't want to make a one-day story, a two-day story. Now, there has been some sinister stuff that's happened. I mean, with the whole Connor Stallions thing. But
which is something that he can't talk about.
Yes, because it's not closed. But in talking with people that are like decision makers at high levels, there is a want to get to the bottom of it so that they can close the chapter. And if you don't want to get to the bottom of it, you won't have the chance to close the chapter. But, it's interesting.
Well,
it was definitely interesting.
Because it's not just, the thing is, he's the athletic director. So there was far more to get into than just football stuff. There's basketball stuff and there was hockey stuff to get into. And, there was questioning on why wasn't there an immediate response to this. And yeah, to your point, it was, you got to let, there's a legal proceeding that has to take place. There's an investigation that takes place. You got to, cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure that what you're doing is going to be the right thing to do. So, if it happens 3 months after a report is out, there's a reason for that. And he was trying to give his reasoning for it. And you could accept it
People
or not
don't have
accept
to
it.
accept it. Yeah,
and he's not out there to appease anybody. And his point the whole time was, I don't need to give you guys every detail of stuff that goes on because I don't have to do that. And he can live with himself for not doing that. But the overall tenor is that this feels like this is a new area for Michigan athletics because there had been so many things. You got so many things just with the football team. And then you had all the Juwan stuff and multiple incidents with Juwan. And you had the Mel Pearson stuff with the hockey program and all that within a few-year period. And not a whole lot was addressed publicly to the satisfaction of a lot of people. So it kind of got it all out there today. And there's some stuff that I respect Ward more than I did beforehand with it. And there's some other stuff that I was like, I wish you would have said it a little bit better. But all in all, I thought it was a really, really good Q&A
I think it
with
provides
the athletic director.
Insight into what they're thinking from their side with some of these issues. Okay. I mentioned before the break that, Gator, you said you felt dirty about something that's going on right now.
Yeah.
And I feel like you have to admit this on the air, but I bet you're not the only one.
I'm not. I imagine. I don't know how you feel about this, but so the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. My least favorite team in the NHL is the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Mm-hmm.
It's got nothing to do with the Canadian people. You know, I love Canadian people. I just don't like Toronto because it's a rivalry with Detroit.
Yep.
All the way going back since I can remember watching hockey. It was a big rivalry. So I don't ever want them to advance. When I see, a graphic thrown up on the screen like last night during the game, they show them celebrating winning the Stanley Cup in 1967, and that's the last time Toronto won a Stanley Cup. It makes me smile, because that's a long time ago. Was it 57 years ago? That's a long time ago since they won their last Stanley Cup, and this is one of the original 6 teams, and absolutely a blue blood in the NHL. And to watch them fail constantly, year after year, to reach their goals, and even if the goal is just to get past the first round, and they've done that so infrequently lately that it brings a smile to my face. Unfortunately, this first round matchup against the Boston Bruins, I feel dirty about it because I don't like the Boston Bruins. I used to not mind the Bruins. They were fine. And then when the Stanley Cup with Tim Thomas, I was fine with that. I was a big Ray Bork fan. I like Cam Neely a lot, but those teams, great, playing old Sega hockey, and to get Bob Sweeney on there. Yep, I'm fine with it. And Craig Janney and the like was great. But because of Marchand,
yep,
cannot stand Brad Marchand. One of my my least favorite player in the NHL. So I feel dirty rooting for Boston to beat Toronto because what would happen is that Marchand advances. Him and his big mouth and his tongue gets to advance. And I don't like that. So I take solace that if Boston beats Toronto, that'll be great, but then I can root right against Boston right away and I'll feel better. But right now it's dirty.
Rooting for Boston makes you feel dirty.
Yes.
I bet you're not the only one. This is, there's not a great decision here.
Right.
Not a great decision here. But I hearken back to, being a Big Ten guy, getting sick of the SEC.
Yep.
And when Ohio State was playing the national championship game against LSU, you and I talked about it.
I was in your basement.
Dude, I'm sincerely rooting for Ohio State. And I was.
Your mother was not.
And then no, she was not. She made it clear. The game started, and Ohio State started to get pounded. And as it was going on, it was clear they weren't going to win the game. And I just said, you know what? I'm going to enjoy this too.
Yeah, was it the opening kickoff they returned for a touchdown with Ted Ginn, and then Ted Ginn got hurt in a celebration?
I think that was the Florida game.
Was that Florida?
That they lost. But I just made the decision that I was sincerely wanting Ohio State to win that football game just to shut up the Big Ten narrative and the SEC narrative.
Until it became obvious they weren't going to win.
And when it became obvious they weren't going to win, I just said, I'm going to enjoy this too. And so if Toronto comes back and wins this series, you have to find a way to flip the switch and go, Brad Marchand season's over. And they blew a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, there's that. I think it'll be small potatoes, though. I really don't want Toronto to win. And it's a big Game 7 tomorrow night. Prime time, 8 o'clock.
I got
the only game going on tomorrow night.
It's like one of the first gutsy things I've seen a Toronto team do in the postseason is come back from 3-1 down and do it without Austin Matthews last night.
In the last 2 games he's missed. Yeah, it's been impressive.
Get a room with the Maple Leafs, guys. Jeez.
We can say we don't like the fans, the arrogant fans of Toronto, and they are arrogant, but I will say this, that they showed up last night. They were, cheering at the right times and inspiring the team on there. And I was watching it whenever they scored that goal, halfway through the second period or towards the end of the second period, they get the goal and they go nuts. And then they're killing off attempts. Boston at one point had this barrage at the net, and they withstood it. And the crowd gave the proper standing ovation at the time. And I was jealous because we so desperately want to be part of playoff hockey again.
I know.
So as much as we're making fun of the fact that Toronto gets knocked out every first round, well, that's at least a round that they're participating in that we're not, and they haven't seen that in, whatever it's been, 8 years now.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Rieger just sent me something that made me giggle a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was a graphic that said it was a picture of Brad Marchand. And it said no team in the NHL, NBA, or Major League Baseball history has blown a 3-1 series lead in consecutive seasons. And there's a picture of Brad Marchand. They could do it.
Because Boston could.
Yep. And I actually think I actually think them blowing the 3-1 lead, for me, is a better, bitter sports fan storyline than Toronto losing. Again. Because ultimately,
then I would have the feeling of feeling dirty rooting for Toronto, celebrating Toronto winning.
Yeah. I will focus on the Boston losing part.
Maybe I should take this approach. I'll just enjoy the game tomorrow night because no matter who loses, I'm going to make fun of.
Yep.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that the way to do it?
This is bitter sports fan behavior.
And obviously, I'll be rooting against whoever wins in round 2. I can live with that.
248-539-9797. Dan's in Warren, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hi, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Gator. I can't stand Maple Leaf fans, but worse than that, I hate Boston. Reason being, it seems to me like every other year the Patriots were winning or the Red Sox win every three years. The Celtics and the Bruins are always right there. Unlike our Detroit teams and our owners like Tom Gorris, who don't care about win or lose more than money.
Well, yeah, Boston's unfortunately, it's a great sports town, and they've had a lot of success.
Yeah.
So it's easy to just start hating them because they're always there. And so I understand. I understand. Yeah. I mean, I typically don't find as much enjoyment as I might in watching Boston lose, blow a 3-1 lead. Because I don't spend quite as much time rooting against people as I do rooting for people, but
these are rare occasions.
They are rare occasions, and this time, especially with the Red Wings just missing out, I don't know. It's frustrating.
I just don't think any city deserves that much sports success.
Yeah, but I mean, the truth is, we went through a stretch where we had a ton of sports success between the Pistons, the Red Wings, the Tigers, Michigan, and Michigan State. There was a stretch from like 79 with Michigan State, 84 with the Tigers, 80 the Tigers back in the playoffs in 87, 89 Michigan basketball, the Pistons back-to-back titles right around then. Then the Red Wings went on a long stretch. We had a lot of success, and I did some research back then and counted up, and it was New York and L.A., which all have multiple pro sports teams, and Detroit were winning the bulk of the major championships, which was great. And we only have one pro sports team for each sport. L.A. and New York had multiples. Now, for a time there, L.A. didn't have a football team, and nobody would call those great college sports towns.
No, they're not. I mean, you would think that they should be. I mean, the programs of history, but the truth is Los Angeles does not care about football.
No.
Even when they had their championship team. I mean, half the crowd for that season when the Rams were on their way to winning a Super Bowl, half the crowd that would show up at the stadium was for the other team.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Brendan, you're on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Brendan?
Hey, guys. Love the show. I wanted to say that I am kind of rooting for Toronto here just because they lost in the first round in the exact same fashion against Florida last year. And I think it'd be funny to repeat. They just can't get over the hump of the first round. They've also had a lot of success, and Toronto hasn't. So though I don't like Toronto, I really would rather see them move on. I don't think they're winning the Stanley Cup either way, but I'd rather see them move on. I think they'll be a more competitive in the second round too. I do think all the playoffs have been really fun to watch, except for the Rangers, Washington, which is disappointing. We didn't make it because I think we would have been more competitive in that one.
Yeah.
And then last point that I wanted to just make is I've heard a lot of people talk about, on this station, not you guys, but on the station talk about Yzerman should be on the chopping block. And I got to say that I think that's wrong because how you draft in hockey, unless you're drafting in the top 5, you're not getting a player that's starting for you. They got to develop. It takes years for these guys to develop. And I've read tons of articles about how the Wings right now are a sleeping giant. We have so many top prospects that we're just kind of waiting on them to take that next step and move up that we're going to be a juggernaut for years to come, in my opinion. So
well, hopefully that's the case. Yeah, we've read the same stuff where people are very effusive in their praise of the Red Wings organization when it comes to the talent they have from prospects, but none of the prospects they have right now look like they're guys that are going to be superstar goal scorers. But it seems like they've got a lot of players that are going to be making this roster in the next couple of years. Guys that they have to make their minds up on when it comes to some of the players at Grand Rapids, whether it's Berggren or Johansson. I think both those guys have to find a spot. Edvinsson obviously showed that he belongs here. We'll see about Marco Kasper and some others, but I have no issue with Yzerman at this point. But I think it's a big offseason for the Red Wings. Once they re-sign Mo Seider and Lucas Raymond, then what's the move? What's the next move?
I'm as far as Yzerman's concerned, if you're going to be a slow and steady build, which they've been, more points each year, you kind of lose the luxury of surviving a setback. You have to keep moving forward. And slow and steady, there's a presumption that comes with that you'll continue to build and then you'll be able to stay there. When you go for the quick fix, it feels like there's a timeline and you get yourself into a win now mode and that can fizzle out quickly. But if you're going to go slow and steady, you have to keep showing progress. And I don't know that you can weather a setback. So at this point, I'm okay with Steve Yzerman because it's been slow and steady. But this is a huge offseason for him to get a Stamkos or a Reinhart and to have some of his guys. I mean, if Lucas Raymond's a star next year, like a true star, what we saw at the end of the season was indicative of what he's going to be. And Seider keeps getting better, and Edvinsson is the real deal, which he appears to be. I can see them making a step forward, but man, I don't want to have shows a year from now if they're still not in the playoffs. I don't want to do that.
No, and
we will, but I don't want to.
Getting back to the comment about Toronto, if Toronto wins tomorrow night, whether or not Austin Matthews plays, I'd be concerned because in the second round, is Austin Matthews going to play in the second round? And if he does, it's a really formidable lineup Toronto has. They've got some serious firepower, and if they have any confidence, that's a team that can make a run. That's why I don't want them to win.
Well, suffice to say, we'll be watching, since there'll be no Tiger game, on TV. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. On Xfinity, yes. And strangely but true, if they win tonight, I'll probably get the app. And if they lose tonight, I might hold off. They put us in a bind with this timing because they're interesting. And this is probably the most interesting 6-game stretch they've had in years because they've been out of it by the time we got to May each of the last 3 years. It seems like it. A lot can happen after this, but damn it, I want to watch games this weekend. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. You can also listen to Tiger Baseball on the Odyssey app, along with here on 97.1 The Ticket, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. Also, streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan provide great content. We are streaming as well with Twitch, twitch.tv. That's with video, so you can see inside the studio, check out what's going on in here. Myself, Gator Kang, and participate in the streaming chat. Also streaming on youtube.com. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. Bam. There we are. 248-539-9797. I'm going to give something another try. We tried it early in the show before it got completely sabotaged, mostly by Gator.
Oh, come on.
We'll get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's the start of a 6-game road trip for the Tigers tonight in the Bronx. On the mound for Detroit, Reese Olson, who's 0-4 despite a 3.18 ERA. The Yankees starting Marcus Stroman, he's 2-1 with a 3.69 ERA. Still no resolution between Comcast and Bally Sports, so Xfinity customers won't be able to see the Tigers tonight. You can hear the game here right on 97.1 The Ticket, though, and for free. Our coverage starts around 6:50. I hope Doug is sitting down for this one. The Tigers' top pitching prospect, who many hope to see in the Old English D this season, is on the IL. Jackson Jobe dealing with a hamstring strain, which can be one of the more nagging, annoying injuries to come back from, especially in baseball. Jobe is 0-1 with AA Erie, posting a 2.16 ERA, 24 strikeouts, and 10 walks across 16 2/3 innings. He's only had 5 starts so far. He's on a strict pitch count. He hasn't crossed the 70-pitch threshold yet this season.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, he's also gone 32 straight batters without yielding a hit. And last I checked, the hamstring is not attached to the elbow.
But it is baseball.
This is true.
Which is second only to the NBA, right? I guess in terms of minor injuries causing devastating time lost. And Michigan State's latest portal acquisition along the D-line lasted less than a week. Brandon Lane announced last Friday he was joining the Spartans after leaving Stephen F. Austin. Now, he and MSU have reportedly agreed to a mutual parting. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All it's going to do is it's a week-long setback before Jackson Jobe gets called up. Right?
Well, we'll see. Or I said Ty Madden got called to AAA. He promptly got hammered.
Didn't he get completely shelled?
It's like 3 innings, 7 runs, something like that.
One outing.
One outing. Brush it off.
I hope
or
he
as Taylor Swift says, Doug, shake
it off. Have you seen the photos of the pictures of Ryan Field, the football stadium, not the former reporter?
I can think it was RF.
Yeah.
No, the football stadium, Ryan Field? No.
Yes.
Do I need to look at these?
I think you do. Go to @CFB Campus Tour on Twitter, @CFB Campus Tour.
Hold on a second.
These aren't artist renderings. These are actual pictures.
What is it?
CFB Campus Tour. And how long ago? It was 12 minutes ago. They tweeted out what's left as they are going full-scale refurbishment.
Look at that.
All that is left is the old press box standing.
Well, that's what you want to keep.
Standing over it looks like a war zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's the field has been almost completely ripped up. There's still some grass. You could see a little bit of grass, but the area around it has been completely raised, I believe is the proper term.
Yep. It's all dirt.
That's a site.
It's all dirt. And underneath the press box is the old columns of the old outside of Dyke Stadium. And I mean, engineers at some point had to basically say, all right, we're going to sever off all the stands and everything, all the supports to the right and the left. This is going to stay standing, right? Like,
I don't know. I'm looking at it
building
here,
around it.
Does that look safe?
No.
And it's just because it's so high that it's built up very high. Like, is that going to come down? I don't know. Do you want to hang on to the last vestige of Dyke Stadium?
It looks like they are trying to preserve some of the old Dyke Stadium.
What made Dyke so great?
Yeah. Which is just the press box and maybe that outer facade directly beneath the press box, and they will build a new stadium around it. I mean, I have to admit, I kind of like some of the capturing what used to be there.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Hanging on to something from the past.
Because right now, like that Police Athletic League field where Old Tiger Stadium was, like home plate's in the same place. The foul pole's still out there. The flagpole is still out there where it was. And you can see, that's just kind of cool. That's what used to be there. I think they have the same thing with Forbes Field at Pittsburgh. They have the home plate. and I might be wrong on this. I think it's on the University of Pittsburgh campus, but they've left home plate where home plate was. So you're just walking around and there it is on the street, home plate where home plate used to be. And they've got this in a couple other stadiums I've seen where I actually think they've done it down at Columbus, where they keep some of the old columns, and maybe there's a dome there. I think it was before stadium expansion. They kind of preserve that throwback to days of yore.
Yeah, I think if you have the ability to, you're always going to want to hang, and particularly if you're going to build something on the same grounds.
Yep.
That you'd want to hang on to something as long as it's structurally sound to do so.
This does not look structurally sound.
Well, not right now.
It looks dicey, but
it's the last thing standing.
Yep. Okay. I talked about this a little bit earlier, and we got really sidetracked, and so we shelved it, and we'll coming back to it. It's graduation season, right? For college grads and for high school grads, and many people out there, you've either gone through this yourself, or you've had kids that are going through it or have gone through it, and there's always a speaker, a featured speaker at a graduation. And my oldest is graduating from the University of Michigan School of Kinesiology, and they had a speaker last night, Kewan Wilkins, who is the vice president of Nike's communications department. Chief Communications Officer is his title. And he's a Flint kid. He went to the University of Michigan, and he told a story about how when he graduated, he'd worked in the Michigan Athletic Department. He graduated, and his first internship outside of college was a job with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he had $40 in his pocket when he drove to Tampa to start this internship. And he took an old school hoopty. He said it was 1998, and he was driving like an 84 Cutlass, and it had been sideswiped, and the driver's side door didn't work, so he had to crawl across and get out the passenger side door. And he spent nights sleeping in his car, and he had to wait around for the players to finish meals so he could eat leftover food, what was around. And he eventually word got out that he was sleeping in his car. So the Buccaneers hooked him up with an apartment, which was a $450 a month apartment, but he only made $400 a month. And eventually it just all kind of built up, and he wasn't making any money. And he decided he would just quit. And he quit the job. And he said 2 years later, the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, and he always wondered what would happen had he stuck it out. But he then got another internship with the Pistons, landed a job with the New York Knicks, and lo and behold, years later, he's the vice president, chief communications officer at Nike, and very successful. And he had a great line that I loved in his speech last night. He said, when you graduate from college, you have this vivid picture in your mind as to what you are going to be and where your career is going to go, but don't lose sight of the thousands of brushstrokes it takes to paint that picture. And I like, that's a really good line. I like that line. Which basically saying for him, it was all worth it. Like it was all part of his journey. And I asked my son about it later, and he said it really resonated. So today in graduation season, we're just kind of wondering if a graduation speech or a message, you think somebody nailed it and it really resonated with you. And you remember one graduation speech.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my high school graduation speech, and I remember my college graduation speech. But the college graduation commencement was, the speaker was a man named Dickie Beals, who was a voice actor. Did lots of, was the voice of Speedy Alka-Seltzer way back in the 50s, and had done some TV and some film work. But when they introduced him, I didn't know who he was. I was too young to know what the hell Speedy Alka-Seltzer was, although I kind of remember the logo. But he gets up to speak, and you realize that he's a dwarf. And he was like 65 years old at the time, whatever, and was kind of, I don't think anybody in the audience really knew who he was. So I don't think people were like, oh, great, here we go. But at the end of his speech, people were like, wow, that was kind of cool. And I think it really was about, again, the journey that this guy took, and, being in the telecommunications college with TV, radio, it was kind of cool because this guy was doing something that I envisioned it somewhere down the line I was going to get into voiceover work, and I did, and it was cool. But just thinking about how difficult life must have been for him, because you have disadvantages clearly when you're a dwarf growing up in the 30s and 40s, and to turn it into a career. He was a Michigan State graduate, and then to be well known once you go through some of his credits. The people in that era sure as hell knew who he was, and ended up you got a chance to shake his hand and say hello to him. He was awesome, and so
That's really cool.
what I take away from that.
And so in this grad season, we're just wondering if a graduation speech ever resonated with you, because you see this guy get up on stage and you go, wow, worked his way up, and he's got a job that overlooking, my son, a sports management communications major. I guess just sport management. But anyway, he's sitting there listening to this, and I'm going, that's a job I'm sure he would love to have. And to hear this guy basically talk about how much he struggled at the beginning, but he stuck with it. And he talked about life being art, and art is just as much about how you're putting the art together and the painting and the interpretation of everything as it is the final product. And it was reassuring to hear, like, my son has some decisions to make, and it's reassuring to hear that not every decision works out, but that doesn't mean you're going to be a failure.
Right.
I thought it was a great speech, but here's some of the feedback we got. Jim Carrey had an amazing graduation speech years ago. It's on YouTube.
I think I've seen it.
I think I've seen it too. I need to go back and watch it. Mike says, I had a speaker named Thornton Mellon, and he said, look out for the number one, don't step in number two. What's that from?
Are you familiar with the Triple Indy?
Yes. So it's
Rodney Dangerfield's character.
Is it old school? No, it's not old school. Back to school. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it was Thornton Mellon.
Ben in Roseville, the only thing I remember from graduation is when my principal called me up on stage, he said Bonnie. Everybody heard it. My name is Benny. Had to walk up on stage now as Bonnie.
Thanks, Rigger. I called you Rigger yesterday.
I know, right? From an unnamed texter, the guest speaker at my high school graduation said, quote, everyone wants to be popular and cool and accepted, but don't ever be afraid to be smart. I never forgot that. It's a good line. What resonated with you as a kid, as a parent, at a niece or nephew's graduation speech? Did anybody say anything that resonated with you? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's not, it's pretty easy to talk about because in terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. I love it. They have a scratch kitchen. Their team is there every day at 7 a.m. preparing all the food for you to enjoy. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips. They craft their own meatballs. They hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make all their own salad dressing. They even make their own croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. Try their trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Now that we've touched on the food, it's time to talk about the bar. They got a bourbon list that you don't see anywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas like Sincoro Anejo or Don Julio 1942. And you should know by now they pour their draft beer at 29 degrees. Pair that with wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Well, it's an awesome experience. Make sure you come back tomorrow for one of the biggest fight nights in memory, featuring both UFC 301 and Canelo Alvarez. Alvarez returning to the ring to square off against undefeated Jaime Mangira. Check it all out. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on a Friday. Lots of stuff we've touched on today. I want to get back to some Tiger stuff. It's so hard to talk Tigers baseball when I feel like Detroit is just pissed because the games aren't on TV anymore, at least for now, for most of our listening audience at this point. So it's a bit of a challenge to talk about what's going to happen on the field. But the Tigers are on the road against the Yankees in Cleveland over the next 6 games. These are the two best teams in the American League. They both are 20-11. They both have 645 winning percentages. And those are the two best records in the American League. So we'll get into that coming up. There's feedback coming in. Nate in the Clem says, thank you for the story about the Nike executive success story. There are days I still struggle to have faith in the process, and I'm in my 40s, just lost a friend my age, and midlife crisis can explode at any moment. I appreciate the perspective. Hey, man, Nate, I'm glad it helped. I hoped it helped. There's a lot of people out there that have stories like this, and there are success and failures throughout life. The failures are worse if you don't learn from them.
Well, that's the thing. That's a real failure.
Yep.
If things don't go your way and you don't learn something from it, then that's the failure, right?
And I guess another thing is to try and use it as inspiration for whatever the next step is.
Cultivate that chip on your shoulder.
Scott Hall said to close out his WWE Hall of Fame speech, hard work pays off, dreams come true, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. That's from Marlon and Walled Lake. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, I remember I actually just saw that recently. Scott Hall, who passed away a few years ago, it was for him because he was known as the bad guy with his Razor Ramon character and also just as Scott Hall. So, it was a fitting ending to his speech. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Any grad speech, acceptance speech, anything that it is graduation season that resonated with you as a graduate or the parent of graduates? 248-539-9797. I just was lucky to hear a very good one last night. Okay. So we mentioned Tigers on the road against the Yankees in Cleveland in the next 6 games. It looks like we're constantly looking for evidence that a Tiger team that's operating above 500 is for real. We love some data that would support the theory that this Detroit team could be that team that surprises everyone in Major League Baseball, and people look at it and go, this Tiger team. Yeah.
Voice raises up a little bit.
Yeah, this Tiger team.
Not too bad.
We want them to show us evidence that the formula of starting pitching plus bullpen pitching minus hitting equals playoffs. Is that possible? I think we have to mix in defense as well, which has been hit or miss. But is it possible that this formula can work over 162 games? And we're not going to be able to draw that conclusion after these 6 games. But for the context of the period of time we were in, it honestly doesn't get much bigger than these 6 games. When you're trying to establish yourself as legitimate, winning 4 of the 6, winning both series feels like it would go a long way. And a lot's going to happen after this, okay? A lot of times when you get late in the season, what happened in May is largely forgotten. But let's not forget that what happened in April last year cost the Tigers in the end.
Because they were basically a 500 team the rest of the way.
Yeah, and they were so bad at the beginning. Each of the last 3 years, they were out of it. So maybe this could work the inverse of what's happened, that the hot start can be sustainable right to the end. They are on a pace to win over 90 games right now, which feels still awfully lofty. But let's not forget they were expected to win 80 and a half. Wasn't that the over-under, 80 and a half? So basically be a 500 team. I don't know that they aren't at the core a 500 team with just an elite starter in Tarek Skubal, which might be the only thing that puts them over 500 this year is his dominance. And, the dominance, the way he finished last year, when you couple it with the start of this year, it feels very Jared Goffy.
Okay, that's Jared Goffy. And it feels like this is a guy who's just getting going, hitting the the early stages of his prime of his career. But now there's high expectations for him that we're going into the season. I mean, he's not coming out of nowhere. He was thought of as a Cy Young candidate. But the whole pitching staff, in all of baseball, the Tigers rank in the top 4 in ERA, WHIP, and opponent's batting average against.
Right.
Team's only hitting .214 against the Tigers. That's 4th in the league. You know, the WHIP is 1.10 as a team, and as a staff, it's also 3.12 with the ERA. It's impressive. It's very impressive when you look at that. And you ask the question, can that work? You know, that model work without hitting? And you look around them, the other teams that have similar ERAs, you know, they're playing the Yankees. The Yankees have a better team ERA at 3.07. So we're going to find something out this weekend. The Royals are behind the Tigers at 3.14. The Tigers have played the Royals. The Mets are 7th with a 3.43 ERA. They played the Mets. The Guardians are 8th. They're going to play the Guardians. So we're going to learn a lot about this team in the next week. How good the pitching really is, and can the hitting do enough, or can the hitting actually start to change and be more consistent and just be better? It's a lot to look at. And the other thing we talk about probably more than others is the defense of this team. It's been hit or miss. It really started off weird. So well, and then there was like a stretch of a week or 10 days where it was awful, just awful. They need to get back to being very good. I don't expect them to be flawless. No team is. But if you field the play, make the throw. And that seems to be a little bit of an issue.
Well, this weekend, Skubal, in the 6-game stretch, it'd be cool if Skubal was the guy that got 2 starts. It's going to be Reese Olson. Oddly, I have faith in Reese Olson, even though he's 0-4.
It's hard luck with the 0-4. His ERA is great.
Yep.
You know, it's 3.1 something. I mean, he's been great.
Yep. So I mean, again, Skubal's going to go in Sunday's game, and Olson will go tonight, Mize tomorrow, Skubal Sunday against Stroman, Smith, and Cortez, 2, 3, and 4 for the Yankees. Cleveland, we get their 1, 2, 3 starters against Flaherty, Maeda, and Olson. That will be a big ask to win that series, given the starting pitchers, but things can change. Your starters, you know, all those guys are capable of pitching well for the Tigers because they all at times have. And Flaherty's coming off one of his better starts he's had in a while.
A big challenge for Reese Olson is to continue his streak of not giving up home runs, because he hasn't done that so far this year. But you're taking on the Yankees, and that ballpark has some funky dimensions. The ball can just fly out of there, particularly if you're facing a left-handed hitter. So that's going to be, I think, area number 1 is continue to limit the damage to base hits, which he's done a great job of this year, and not giving up the extra base hit. And you know, he should be all right. His ERA is 3.18. However, his WHIP is the highest on the Tigers staff at 1.31. Not that high, though.
No, it's not. But relatively speaking,
that is the 4th starter in your rotation.
And the bar's been set so high by everybody else. All of this is, I think it's fun to talk about. It's fun to think about. It's fun to speculate on. It's fun to dream of them making a playoff push. And I feel like it's all secondary because it leads us back to the same damn topic. Many of us can't watch it. And it's, you know, the first time in years, literally years, that we've gotten to May with a team like this and the plug's pulled.
Well, if you have Xfinity, you have to go through hoops now to figure out how to watch the Tigers.
Yep.
Or you just listen to them on 997 on the ticket.
And
every game
yep.
is. Yeah.
And the Odyssey app with the great Dan Dickerson, a rotating cast of very good color analysts. And I will say I'm waiting. If they win tonight, I won't be able to watch tonight. Got graduation stuff going on. But if they win tonight, tomorrow, I may have to get the app. Although I will try, see if I can stream with our up north address. We haven't determined if that's illegal, right?
It's not illegal.
I don't know.
It's an address. It's yours.
That's true. That is true. 248-539-9797. Kang made a bit of a mistake.
Oh.
Yep. And I'm sure he's not the only one that have made that mistake. We'll get to that today at 1:33. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so I'm going to guess what Kang did, a lot of people have messed up and did. Kang, you were driving your daughter to daycare. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Okay.
To the babysitter.
Was
This is
it
not my
like
mess
4?
up. This is my wife's mess up.
Might be your mess up. Well, explain what happened.
Well, I'm driving her to drop her off at the babysitter, and my wife calls me when I'm in the car, so it just jumps right onto speakerphone, so hands free.
Yeah.
And we're just talking. I'm like, hey, I'm still dropping off, the kid here. What's up? She's like, nothing. You know, I just thought you were already done, and I just wanted to talk to you before I get to work. I'm like, okay, start talking. And then she gets like cut off by a driver or something.
Oh.
Something happens in traffic. And then she goes, that blinking C. That's right. And I go, Gator, it's something you would hear on Game of Thrones quite often.
Oh, yeah.
They used to use this term, yeah.
Or in Deadwood.
Yeah. So
Didn't know you'd go that far, Kag.
I said a letter.
Yeah, it's a letter.
Whatever you want to.
Couple different words come to mind.
A lot.
Yeah.
And so I said, okay, baby's in the car. And that's what I said. She goes, oops. And then my little girl in back goes, hi, Mommy.
Awesome.
And she's talking fine. She's 3, but she is at that age where you can't say whatever you want around her.
So you're just hoping and praying that word does not creep
exactly.
back up.
Yep. And so I said, you know what? I'll just call you back when I drop her off, okay?
So that's not King's fault. Can you let her know? Hey, I'm
Yeah, I'm not done
just
yet.
dropping the kid off.
You did let her know. That's fair.
And if he's driving, you shouldn't be using. If you
I
got
didn't
hands-free,
say
use
I was.
hands-free.
Yeah, I didn't say I was on speakerphone, but I thought it was pretty obvious.
I was going to say, these days, shouldn't that be a given if you talk to somebody on their cell phone?
I'm
you
always
should
very
expect it?
careful now because of mistakes of the past.
Although what I do if I get a call in the car and I got somebody else in the car, and if I'm going to answer the call, I'll say, "Hey, so and so's in the car with me right now." I say hello. You know, and then they know for sure.
Yep. You always say, "Hey, you're on speakerphone."
Right. Yeah. Hey, you're on speaker. I got mom and dad are here.
Yeah.
I have one friend that called once. I had all 3 kids in the car, and it goes straight to speaker, and I start talking. It was not Gator.
Okay.
Yeah. I start talking to him,
what did I
and
say?
he starts dropping all kinds of expletives. And I hadn't warned him. I hadn't said anything. And I just said, hey, kids are in the car. And he's like, oh, GD, why didn't you tell me, man? And I'm like,
I'm so blank and sorry.
Yeah. And then it happened again, a second time, where I answered the phone. It was him. And he launched right in again.
You're like, dude.
Yeah. Hey, kids are in the car. Now it's to the point that when he calls and his name pops up on the console and the kids can see it, they all say the same thing. Don't tell them we're in the car. Don't tell them we're in the car. And
in your mind, you're probably like, I'm just not going to answer.
Yeah,
anymore.
well,
if it's important, he'll call back.
They want
leave a message.
They want to hear it all, but
so it wasn't me.
It was not you. No.
You gotta give do you follow through with what the kids request?
I have on occasion.
That's dangerous.
Give the kids what they want.
Yeah, when I'm feeling particularly risque. These are the kinds of bad choices you make at my age.
Well, your kids are old enough now where it's not as saucy.
Dude,
it's probably still satisfying.
When your kids go away to college and they come home, some of the stuff that comes out of their mouth, you're like, you're not in the frat house right now.
Still your father.
Yeah.
Right?
You wouldn't have spoken like this 4 years ago
This is
when you were living at
unnecessary.
home.
This is unnecessary.
Back to summer house rules.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're just getting a different person sometimes?
Yeah,
because they change so much. They're so growing. And,
yeah, when they're around each other, when the college kids are around each other, yeah, they're completely different people than when they're.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Does your dad party?
What's that?
Does your dad party?
Who's the old guy?
Yeah.
Right.
That's my dad. He lives here. He owns
What's
the
up,
house.
Grandpa? All right.
Well,
not too old where I can't kick you.
So did you guys have a bit of a talk later in the day?
Yeah, I told her. Usually I'm the one. I'm pretty bad actually at just kind of letting
venting.
Yeah, something fly through every now and then. But I'm so glad she did this one because she would have yelled at me. I laughed. I thought it was hilarious, but then I'm like, now I got one on you. But you always, I guess now I got to do it no matter what, even if it's just a baby and not adults in the car or whatever. You got to say, hey, you're on speakerphone.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a prerequisite, right?
Yes, it is.
You don't want the awkwardness. You don't want swearing.
It can get bad in a hurry. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Every year, we set aside a little bit of time, and Gator puts some effort into piecing together his picks for the Kentucky Derby, which will be run tomorrow. Gator, I know there are certain things that you take very seriously and others you don't. So once again, it's time for Gators' annual Kentucky Derby picks.
All right, so I've got 3 selections that I think you should take a serious look at, and then there are 3 others that I think are kind of long shots, but it's kind of fun. If you way Doug bets, throw $1 here. It's kind of fun.
Okay. Which are you going to start with?
I'll start with the first, the 3 real contenders that I like.
Okay.
The first one's Sansabelt.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horse owned by the Game of Thrones actress Sophie Turner. She played Sansa Stark. Inspired after watching cast members race horses on the set of Game of Thrones, and they rode them bareback. Though rules and regulations dictate that the jockeys are actually going to have to saddle up, but that's how they came at Sansabelt.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's one horse to look at.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Canadian horse, Peekaboo. It's owned by a Canadian owner, one of the heirs to the Aero Candy fortune, the candy bar fortune.
Yep, sure.
Doug DeGroot, and he got himself a charmer here. Peekaboo is on a roll, 4 wins in the last 5 races, always breaking away from the pack before the back stretch. So this is kind of like this not front runner, but really kind of takes the lead and doesn't relinquish.
Okay.
And then there's Big Giant Dong. Chinese doctor Ming Ing brings his latest and greatest horse to Churchill Downs this weekend, and most people have Dong pegged to win at Pimlico down the road. The mayor of Maryland has turned in some blazing times. It's completely untested as a mutter, though, and weather is looming in the forecast this weekend. So
good to know.
Dr. Ing, D-O-N-G. There you go.
Yep.
The other 3 horses I like is Long Shots.
Okay.
Bag of Chum. That's got some value at 45 to 1.
Okay.
So if you want to throw some money there, you can do that. Sinkhole Surprise, another long shot at 75 to 1. And then this other horse, I just like because of the name. I think it's funny.
Okay.
Do You Even Lift, Bro?
Right.
It had nothing early going on, but has come on late to place in 3 straight races. So that's where I look at with the horses here.
Okay.
Sansabelt, Peekaboo, and Big Giant Dong.
All right. We will look for those in the Kentucky Derby coming up this weekend. As always, appreciate the time and effort you put into your picks.
You a fan of the Aero Candy Bar?
Love the Aero Candy Bar. And I didn't realize the owner was Doug DeGroot.
Yeah. Another Doug.
Yep. So I specifically like the mint Aero Candy.
Yeah.
I know some people don't like mint candies, but I do
mint
like
can be very specialized.
I do like the mint Aero Candy Bar. So
Well, appropriate.
thank you, Canada, for that.
Listen, with the mint julep being the drink of the Kentucky Derby, maybe tomorrow is that's the chance. There.
Maybe I go with Peekaboo.
Peekaboo.
Yep. I will take a look. Thank you as always for that, Gator. 248-539-9797. Hey, serious note, what's going on with the NFL? They're laying off a bunch of people from the NFL Network today. How the hell is the NFL having to lay off people?
I don't get it. The salary cap goes up millions. 30 million this year. The salary cap went up. Clearly, the league is making money. We know this, but the league can't pay all of its employees. They're going to make cuts.
So Michael Irvin has been laid off by NFL Network. There is a bunch of people behind the scenes that are being laid off the NFL Network. I find the NFL laying off people to be, I don't find it disturbing. I feel bad for the people that are getting laid off. I find it shocking that league ever has to worry about budgeting. But I guess if that branch or that arm of the league is losing money, do they just take that? They don't take it as a big holistic, we're making money. They're trying to cut costs with that particular branch of the NFL.
An NFL spokesperson said that the league-wide cuts were made to, quote, ensure the continued strength of our game and the business.
All right.
I mean, really? Are we really worried about the strength of the game?
We just had over 700,000 people in a city to hear a man read off names.
Yep.
Not a game.
No.
Not a game.
Not a game.
Not a game.
No.
Not a game.
But a draft.
Just read off some names.
Yeah, I think the NFL is struggling. We should talk about that more.
Yeah, right? We should.
The struggles of the NFL.
Yeah.
How's this league ever going to hold it
We
together?
don't even have games in space yet.
No, we don't. 248.
I guess Roger Goodell is really struggling to earn that $50 million salary, you know?
That's right. 248-539-9797, 97.1, the ticket. All right, headed into a pretty big weekend of Detroit Tiger baseball. Tigers in New York taking on the Yankees. Then they followed up with a trip to Cleveland against the Guardians, former Tribe. We call them the Gribe. Reasons to be optimistic, reasons to be pessimistic about the rest of the season. This put out for every team by The Athletic. Reasons to be optimistic for the Tigers. What would you guess is on the list of reasons to be optimistic for the Detroit Tigers?
With a broad brush, the pitching.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go a little smaller than that, I would say the specifically Skubal and Casey Mize, Riley Green, and I would kind of leave it at that, or maybe A.J. Hinch is probably part of it.
You've done a pretty good job here. Reasons to be optimistic. Tigers are fourth in the majors in team ERA at 3.12. Skubal leads the way, going 4-0 with a 1.72 ERA, and both Reese Olson and Casey Mize are pitching to ERAs in the low threes. Jason Foley has been excellent closing games and converting all 9 of his save opportunities. In addition, Riley Green is blossoming into a star, reaching base at a 383 clip with 7 homers and 15 RBIs. Gator, reasons to be pessimistic.
Pessimistic, I would say, is the questions about sustainability with the pitching staff, the lack of power as a whole for this team, and then if you want to get specifics, Spencer Torkelson, Javi Baez, guys are getting at bats every game and not doing much production-wise. And Colt Keith, perhaps.
The Tigers haven't been able to get consistent offense from first baseman Spencer Torkelson, who has yet to hit a home run. Center fielder Parker Meadows is hitting 100. Javi Baez hitting 191. And rookie Colt Keith, a dismal 160. They have got to get their offense going if they're going to stay in the race all year. You know,
I did not write this.
No, you didn't. But you, maybe it's just that. I mean,
it's obvious.
I don't want to take any credit away from you. But yes, maybe it is that obvious. The idea of the trade deadline it being something where they could address the hitting, it's hard to figure out what position that they would want to address on the field. I mean, you could say shortstop, right? And at this point, they're minor league shortstops. The guys at AAA, aren't both of them hurt?
Yeah.
So Zach McKinstry's your other shortstop. They still have this weird deal with the contract being so big and so much money being owed, but you can't play him forever. You just can't.
No, you can't. And I guess, I don't know if pull it up or not, but I wonder if the last 3 weeks or 2 weeks has Baez been, better than he was to start off. I think you could say that, but I'm not sure if it
started off so bad.
Yeah, is it good enough, or where you'd say, okay, well, let's.
No, he's so far away from being worth the money that it's almost a non-starter as a topic. But yeah, he's been better. I mean, this is going back to the 17th of March. 1 for 4, 2 for 5, 1 for 4, 1 for 3, 2 for 4.
Or April, you're saying, yeah.
April, I'm sorry, yes. 1 for 4, 2 for 5, 1 for 4, 1 for 3, 2 for 4, 0 for 4, 1 for 3, 0 for 3, 1 for 4, 1 for 3, 0 for 3.
Well, he was hitting 143 after April 16th. Yep. So the next day on, he's at the 191, which it's nothing to write home about, but moving his average up 50 points in the last couple weeks of the season so far. That's certainly better. The on-base percentage was at that point was 170. Now it's at 237. So that's gone up significantly at 67 points. That's better. The OPS back on April 16th was 374. Now it's 507. Again, improvements, but he's got a long way to go to keep improving. And seeing him struggle in the field lately is that's been disappointing, because that's if you're not going to hit very well, please field very well.
Yeah.
That's what Meadows and Colt Keith have done.
I don't even want to look at the feedback, but I imagine it's all why you guys trying to pump the tires on Javi Baez. It's just they're so stuck right now. But if they can get a shortstop that can hit at the trade deadline, that's probably the position that they would most go after.
They've got some guys in the minors, but the lower levels of the minors.
Andy Ibanez, if Colt Keith never hits, Andy Ibanez could play there.
Colt Keith, I mean, his last game was the best example he's done. He finally pounded a ball to deep right center field that wasn't in the mitt of an outfielder. Mm-hmm. He hit it hard enough and far enough where it was beyond the outfielder, and it was a big double. Hit it like 400 feet. That was good to see. Let's see some more consistent at-bats where he's hitting the ball hard, because he has not had many hard-hit baseballs so far this year. But he's been very good defensively at second base. I think a heck of a lot better than advertised at second base, and that's something that he takes pride in. He works extra for that, and A.J. Hinch is pretty confident that the bat's going to come around, because it did last year. That's just how it ended up being. I mean, all levels of the minor leagues last year, he was able to hit. Different ball game when he come to the majors. Never had a major league at bat until this year.
A few things about this weekend. Unfortunately, a Tiger source told me that the MLB Network, which lists the Tigers-Yankees games, and I think it's Fox Sports 1, which is a Tiger-Cleveland game next week, all those games will be blacked out in Detroit, unfortunately, which just sucks for those of us that have Xfinity. I did talk to an insider today that said his approach is somebody who watches Tiger baseball. He's seen this before in other markets, in the media. He knows a lot about it. He said Phoenix and Utah in the NBA had something like this creep up, and they eventually just struck a deal to put games on over-the-air TV, which is a possibility here. So he's going to wait it out before he makes any moves. So I turned to him. That's his advice. You can take it for what it's worth, because he thinks eventually here there could be an over-the-air deal struck. But he also said the way this is trending, he wouldn't be surprised if a future season ticket, and I'm not talking about going to games, but streaming your entire team schedule might be marketed as like the stay-at-home season ticket. But you'll have to pay more to get every game on TV, and it'll be marketed as a season ticket. But it's obviously not a season ticket going to games, but just that might be a dynamic we unfortunately are headed towards. The regional sports networks sustainability looks like it's perhaps run its course here in 2024. So here's Jeff Rieger, who's in studio today.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
What happened to the keeping a bald look? Not
all bald does not work for me. It's a personal choice. So I bought a $30 pair of clippers, and I got it on the 1/4 inch, and I just zit. There we go. Yeah.
And this work. This is.
I feel this looks better. I might go down to 1/8 of an inch. Not that anybody cares.
Can I ask you a question?
Anything. I'm an open book. What do you need?
This is true in my world. Does your wife have a say? Does she tell you what she prefers?
Yeah, you know what? She doesn't seem to like any of it. I don't think she likes me, to tell you the truth. No, I mean, she likes me better with hair than without hair.
And she'll come forward and say it.
Yes.
My wife is then a great liar, or she actually likes the bald look.
Oh, okay. See, yeah. At no point has she ever said I hate this or I love this.
Rika walked in and said, "Great liar."
I've gotten used to it. I think it's a good look for you.
For me?
Oh yeah.
I
don't have gorgeous hair like you. What do you want from me?
It's not about that. I wanted a larger sample size for you to give it a run, for me to get used to the baldness that you would have going.
I have regret, though, because I was on my TV. I think it's Amazon or something. They flash pictures of the past. When you let your TV on pause too long, it goes back to our family pictures. And 2-3 years ago, I look at my hair. Even during COVID, I had long, luscious hair, and I'm like, oh, it looks amazing. But then
I don't know if I'd ever describe it as long and luscious.
Remember.
I know. When you get in here under these damn lights, it exposes everything.
Remember when I took the photo and said, this is what I see because I'm taller than you?
Yeah, that was ugly.
Yeah.
That wasn't good.
So long, luscious becomes...
And he cut it.
Right.
He was like, it's not that. I was like, Rigger, give me the phone.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Does long and luscious become patchy at some point?
Yeah.
Kind of sparse.
Patchy and sparse. Areas. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So it's a work in progress.
Well, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about my hair for 4 hours.
Okay.
Rigger will. I'll be gone.
No, we're going to talk about the anonymous front office executive trashing Brad Holmes. We're going to start with that.
It was interesting.
Calling him arrogant.
I do think I like these pieces. I mostly don't like anonymous quotes when they're about controversial stuff. But when they're about on the field stuff, I kind of like that stuff.
But see, and the question we're going to ask, do you give any weight to anonymous quotes? or do you need to put a name behind it in order for you to be like, okay, I believe it, because it comes across, is this person jealous?
I think if you
do
say
they
something,
have an agenda?
If you're going to say something inflammatory, I'd rather you put your name and attach that to it. If you're just going to speak anonymously about, hey, here's our evaluation of a player, I don't really mind so much. But
you called them arrogant. Then he kind of backtracked.
But
though,
see,
saying,
here's the beauty
you might
of
have
it
a right
is-
to be arrogant.
because I always like it, like Big Ten Media Day. It's a website that does that, and they will talk to players anonymously, and they'll give you the truth. Like, you can't say my name, but no, I don't like this place, or I don't like this person. It's like, okay, I kind of like that, knowing I can be honest with you, because if I tell you the truth, I'm going to give you canned answers. Both teams played hard.
That's right. Well, have a great show.
Thank you.
Rico.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, you too.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck with the whole Tigers TV thing.
Yeah, right.
And
Yeah.
enjoy your Star Wars movies.
Well, maybe. Kang, thank you. Kenny, thank you. And thank mostly to all of you, the listeners of Detroit. We appreciate you
Can we get
each
an
and
old
every
school
day.
Gator rant, just for old time's sake?
Maybe.
I just want my Tigers.
Right.
Maybe that'll be a new rant.
I like that, Gator. Let's make that happen.
Just want my Tigers.
If they're still off by next Friday, I want that rant.
You know you can get the Bally's app for free for 7 days. Why don't you try it out?
Because my TV doesn't accept the Bally's app.
Oh, you got to get a Fire Stick then.
Well, then I can jailbreak it and do it.
No, I mean you could do that, but
you could do it legally.
If you get exactly, just get it off the Fire Stick. That's $35 at Best Buy.
All right.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Ward Manuel said he's proud of the way he and his athletic department handle problems. Quote, "We deal with it. We don't run away from it. We don't put our head in the sand." That's That's from part 2 of the U of M AD's Q&A with the Free Press, which turned confrontational as beat writer Tony Garcia asked Manuel about several Michigan controversies and scandals. Manuel was particularly unhappy with questions about former U of M guard Xavier Simpson crashing a vehicle titled in his wife's name back in 2019, asking why it's still coming up 4 years later, which is one hell of a criticism from someone who's patting himself on the back for supposedly addressing things and dealing with issues right away. Speaking of, somehow Mozzie Smith being on U of M's flight to Bloomington a few hours after being arrested for an illegal firearm and enough ammo to make Tony Montana blush didn't come up. Tigers back on the... We got a new man on the trigger over here today, right? Tigers back on the diamond tonight in the first of 3 in the Bronx. Here on 97.1, first pitch 7:05. And another round of layoffs at NFL Network. This time, the biggest casualty is Michael Irvin, who had been with the channel for over 20 years. NFL Network also reportedly axing its flagship program, NFL Total Access. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, look at that. That was good. That was uncomfortable a little bit. What were they talking about, Rico? I don't know.
I don't know. They were talking about something yesterday, and I was just like, man, Roberto's going to have a field day with this.
Roberto's always listening, with the exception of like after 6. You know, it's Rico, it's Jeff Rieger, Mike back on Monday, Kenny, David, and of course, Berto over there. I must say, though, every time you guys do Who Said It at 4 o'clock, we're going to do it today. It always agitates me because Wojo and I are, me, because Wojo doesn't show up to work. We're usually not eligible. Can we fix that? Would you mind? Or you just don't ever listen at 6?
I'm sorry, who are you?
Exactly.
Oh, you're the guy that comes on at 6.
No, I listen after 6. I love Mark Ryan.
I mean, we even had the thing.
Can I get an amen? Yeah, he's in at 6 today, by the way, so maybe you can get him. Yes, Who Said It at 4 o'clock? Rico, how you doing, buddy? We have a jam-packed show, or as Valente would say, a loaded baked potato. Although I don't think he said that in a while.
We do. We have a lot of things we want to talk about, and we argued what we were going to come out the gate with in the show meeting. Heck, David and Kenny were so fired up.
Ready
it was
to
like,
throw
you know
down.
what? How about we just start off with Jazzy Cat and the Cone?
It's unbelievable. They were ready to throw down. Our boss went up to one of them and said, like, we got boxing gloves if you guys want to duke it out. Like, at no point did he say stop. He was feeding into it.
No, but
I enjoyed it.
When the roulette wheel stopped, it was about anonymous sources.
Yeah, that's right. So let's get right into it because this is all over the place, and I love it because it will cause an argument. But did you see what the anonymous executive from the NFL had to say about Brad Holmes? And I want to read this to you, Rico, because apparently it's going to get interesting. According to The Athletic, listen to this. Quote, one exec thought the Lions trading a 2025 third-round pick to the Jets for University of British Columbia tackle Giovanni Manu at number 126, and then using another fourth-rounder for combination safety running back Sion Vaiki bordered on arrogance. He called Brad Holmes arrogance. This is an unnamed executive. Then apparently he goes on, he says, quote, they are really good, so they have earned that right, the executive shared. It's a little different from the arrogance coming out of Atlanta. Detroit has had a lot of success drafting offensive line. So at first he says Brad Holmes is arrogant, or at least bordering on arrogant. Then he kind of backtracked it a little bit. Then he said, quote, Detroit is taking a swing. You have to admire teams willing to do that. So there you go.
Yeah, basically saying that, you're never just one player away. And the fact that you took 2 corners, okay, you filled a need, but you sacrificed some future picks. That was always the biggest thing for me in this past draft was you moved up to you gave away next year's third and fourth round pick for next year's draft. And when you're like, well, why is that important? We're trying to win now. How do you think you got Terrion Arnold this year? You threw in a third round pick in order to move up. Third round picks that's your draft capital. That's like cash. Okay. I'm going to give you this, and it allows me to do that. Or if you want to make a trade later on in the season, that third round selection or fourth round selection is probably what you're going to use for your trade value. You don't have it.
And I agree with you. I want to ask the people, first of all, do you have an issue with unnamed sources? That's number one, right? Because it's always the unnamed sources that say the juiciest stuff, and then you don't even know whether to believe them. Are they jealous? Hell, it could be the GMs for the Packers, that Gutenhurst dude. Gutenhurst?
Well, because here's the thing. Do you put any validity into the unnamed sources? Because you always do just exactly what you're doing.
Right.
You find the one person who you feel has an axe to grind.
And they're going to talk smack, and you're going to print it, and they can say whatever they want because literally nothing's going to come back to bite them.
Can the unnamed person give you truth, or is it always an agenda-laced, conversation? 248-539-9797.
But the other question, if I can, this whole Brad Holmes arrogance thing, can we hit on that as well? Because I've heard this over and over and over. And this is just the latest time that I heard it. I got no issue with that move. In fact, I think it was a good move, to tell you the truth. Like, if this kid from British Columbia works out, and Holmes has been pretty good with his third round, fourth round picks, then you're talking about a right tackle or maybe right guard for the foreseeable future for a future third round pick. I'd say that's fine.
Brother, I don't think there's ever been a 6'8" guard in the league.
Okay, but 11 dudes from the NFL went to his pro day. Somebody was going to take him. That's why the Lions traded up to maybe beat out Philly or somebody else. And we really have no reason not to trust the guy that Holmes identifies.
Yeah, but from everything that I read, it sounds like people are going to take him. This sounds like a 7th round selection or maybe an undrafted free agent selection, because at Brad Holmes' words, he's a project.
Of course.
You're looking at probably, if everything breaks correctly, a season away.
But hold on a sec, because project for sure. But you are at the point in your football team when you don't have a whole lot of positions available. You are at the point where you can take a chance on a so-called project because the offensive line is eventually going to be torn down. Taylor Decker might not be back. Frank Ragnow might retire. So I got no problem with him spending a third-round pick on a guy that he likes. He knew somebody else would take him. And if you develop him and Fraley, the offensive line coach.
So for the second year in a row, you have a third-round selection that can't help you in the NFC Championship game.
And you got to the NFC title game.
And and perhaps had you had that third round selection who wasn't Hendon Hooker, who was maybe a corner, then Vildor wouldn't have been in the back there trying to defend.
Ifs and buts, I guess.
No.
Rieger he could have used a third round pick at the trade deadline. He decided not to.
Right. So what I'm saying is, yeah, it does come across as a little bit arrogant. But like I said, my question to people is, because he's anonymous, do you put any credence into what he's saying?
Do you think Brad Holmes is arrogant?
Because that pick was, I don't know if I would have did that with a 4th round selection. You're close, but that's something that if the Chiefs did, okay, you're back-to-back Super Bowl title. You could afford to do that.
You got a guy that has taken the Detroit Lions of all teams, right? The Lions have been a laughing stock. Everybody gets fired or lionized. Nobody gets another job. It's been absolutely awful for the Lions. You get a guy that comes in here, and he, in 3 years, has built an NFC title team, okay? That in itself buys me, at least for me, leeway. The second thing is, give me the names that he missed on. I don't think he's a doofus. You say, well, you know what? Giovanni might have been taken in the 7th round. Obviously, Brad Holmes didn't think that, which would lead me to believe that other teams didn't think that either. He moved up to cut off somebody else because he wanted this kid bad. Now, I have no idea how football goes in British Columbia. I know nothing about Canada except for I hate the Maple Leafs. But I got no issue with the pick at all.
248-539-9797. I wasn't a big fan of the pick.
And do you have an issue with the anonymous sources?
That's what I'm more concerned about. Do you care about what the anonymous people say? Because here's what happens. A lot of times you feel like the people have an agenda, but when you're anonymous, you could actually say how you really feel without the backlash. Because let's come out and say that it was, the Cowboys GM. Well, now all of a sudden you start picking that person apart rather than listening to what they say. I like when you hear the anonymous people because you know what? I can tell you the truth and not worry about my job, not worry about the blowback. Just here's what's going on. I do think that it was just because you move up for somebody doesn't mean that somebody else wanted that person. Maybe you were just impulsive and you thought somebody else wanted that person.
I find that hard to believe. Listen, I can argue and we can all argue about what position you take or the player that you take and why you like or don't like them.
I can't see there was a major, somebody wanted a guy who was 2 years away from playing in the fourth round and everybody was going to go after this guy.
With all that this guy Holmes has done for the Lions, you really think he's being impulsive and trading a future third round pick for a kid that in people's eyes isn't going to succeed or would have gone in the seventh round? See, I never argue about where a guy's going to go because Mel Kiper didn't have this guy in his draft board. ESPN did have a draft profile for this guy, but we don't know.
Rigor, his level of competition wasn't that great, and that's coming from John Jansen, who played the position. He didn't go up against great talent. So when you're 6'8" and you're that big, you look like the greatest thing ever in British Columbia.
248-539-9797. I love the argument. Number one, do you have an issue with anonymous sources? That's number one, right? Anonymous source, front office executive saying Brad Holmes is borderline arrogant. But the second thing is also interesting to me. This pick specifically, Rico dead set against it, it sounds like. I have zero problem with it. Now, maybe you're going to say, I'm just sticking up for Holmes because, I'm afraid of him keeping receipts.
Now, brother, it came at a cost, is what the pick. You had to trade up to get this guy who's not going to play for a couple years.
If he works out, and the majority of his picks have worked out.
So if he doesn't work out, now you lost the pick.
You swung and missed. It happens.
And that's a fourth-round selection in today's NFL is either a starter or somebody in your two deep.
You tell me what right now position need. Let's say he took a guy in the fourth round, or let's say he doesn't spend the third round pick. I'm asking you, the team is so deep, you don't have a whole lot of needs.
That's the most asinine thing to say. Well, you don't have any position. The team is so deep. You know what happens in the NFL? Yeah. Injuries, Rieger.
Of course.
So you know what? You get depth.
And you know what happens?
You start backing up people. You don't sit there and say, well, we don't really need this, so we'll just start planning for way down the line and get an IRA Roth type of investment.
Your most valuable thing in the NFL is to keep your quarterback protected, and that's eventually going to break down. So when you decide to make a move for the future to help your offensive line, I got no issue because you got a team right now ready to go. But 248-539-9797, the ticket text. Rico's frustrated with me. He's very angry. You should see him. And we'll take your calls. People want to talk.
God, I understand. Wojo, I'm sorry.
Well, what the? Why? Because I disagree with you?
No, I understand
what
it's like.
I disagree with you.
It's not a disagreeing. I just don't understand you. But you know what? Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton's your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving sleek and powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevy has them all, from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. And trust me, one day the sun will come out again. You'll want that convertible. Hamilton will have it for you. Why? Because they got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the May Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox for $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. See my guys in Hamilton for details. More at hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right, the Valeni and Rico show rolls on. Mike back on Monday. Talking about an athletic quote from an unnamed source about Brad Holmes, essentially calling him arrogant. Quote, one executive thought the Lions trading a 2025 third-round pick to the Jets for University of British Columbia tackle Giovanni Manu at number 126, then using another fourth-round pick for the kid from Utah, said Brad Holmes bordered on arrogance. So do you have an issue with unnamed sources, number one? And then we're talking about the pick, too, if you want. Let's go to Tony. You're on the ticket. Hey, Tony, how are you, bud?
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man? Hey, I'm riding with Rico on. Hey, I'm riding with Rico on this because I'm gonna tell you, Levi and the other Pascal have been paying out for me, but the one that got me when we traded up for J-Mo and passed up Cal Hamilton, and that's one where I just still on Brad record. I'm not saying it won't pan out, but you should have the eyebrow raised up. And I do think he's getting to a point where he's getting to be the smartest man in the room and trying to show us that he's the smartest man in the room. And we know that don't pan out Joe Dumars, okay? So I'm not putting my trust in everything. I got to see it on the field.
So, Tony, you think the kid's going to be a bust then? You think he took him more for the wow factor instead of the fact that he actually thinks he's going to replace somebody on the offensive line?
Well, you just like this draft. He had Penny Sue's little cousin that played at I can't think of the kid, but he Penny Sue's little cousin.
Yeah.
He was considered to be and he was right there. And Kansas City took him. So we're going to see how this is going to fall, because if he needed an offensive tackle, which I thought Penny Sue, I picked him as a mock draft if he fell there. Kinsley, but that was a kid that could have been taken and worked more behind our line and learned to be a starter someday, which I felt that we wouldn't have reached, and we would have still kept our third-round picks.
And, Tony, I'm with you. You draft somebody who can help you now, because your window is now. Yeah, it looks great, and every Lions fan likes to think that we're going to make it back here every year. It's not that easy. You don't make it back there. Ask the Eagles. They went to the Super Bowl, and then they did. I mean, it's the reason why the Super Bowl runner-ups don't go this far the next year, because I do think they come across as, well, we're just a player away. It's not like that. I'd rather you see them go out and get somebody who could play immediately as a backup in case one of your linemen get hurt. By the time this guy is ready, Goff may not be the quarterback here.
Or he could be ready next year.
And I just want to add, and then we got a running back that we know. Look what just happened with the running back from Pittsburgh. This is what I'm talking about. We're going to be looking at our running back. Are we going to give Gibbs? Or we're going to let and see? This is the window. That's why I couldn't understand
Tony
why he didn't hit where we needed to be hit at. Yes,
I appreciate the call, man, and thanks for. But there is so much grief, it seems like, for a team that just went to the NFC title game, for a draft that was pretty much regarded a successful draft, and for all the people that say, "Oh, Levi owns Enrique or Josh Pascal," like Ali McNeil was a third-round pick, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch. These two were Brad Holmes picks.
They were, Rieger, but the thing is, you stockpile players. Don't give me the whole, we don't have any weaknesses. You stockpile. You have people ready. One of the reasons why you ran out of gas, you ran out of bodies in San Francisco. Let's just call it what it is. And some of those people were projects that just didn't pan out. That maybe had you just taken somebody instead of Hendon Hooker who could play, you could have put him on that field, you could have maintained your 17-point lead, and you could have gone to the Super Bowl.
Or Hendon Hooker turns into a backup quarterback and maybe.
How did Hendon Hooker do? What did he do for you last year?
He didn't do anything.
Okay, so
you still made the NFC title game.
Yeah, Rieger, there's no guarantee you're going to make it back to that point. You were
Understood.
there, and Hendon Hooker couldn't help you.
Well, there's also no guarantee if you take somebody else that they're going to be able to do anything for you either. But, David, what are the people saying? Go ahead. What are you shaking your head for?
Brad Holmes just won GM of the Year, and people are jealous. Shocker. Someone says the unnamed source goes by B. Quinn.
Where's he working these days? Cleveland?
I don't know what he's doing. Car wash. The executive is a cowardly. Oh, he's a coward, basically. He thinks Brad Holmes is arrogant because he stole his pick. That's from Brian in Detroit.
But see, I can understand when Brian says that, because a lot of people don't put any credibility in anonymous sources because they feel like, we'll put your name to it. But let's face it, if you actually put your name to something, you won't get the honesty. You won't, because you've now, you know what, I don't want the backlash. I don't want people saying I'm jealous. So you just kind of let it go. I like when you get the anonymous sources. Like I said, every Big Ten media day for football, I forgot who it is, but somebody does, they just talk to the players anonymously, and they answer questions that you probably wouldn't get these answers from them if you said, well, Jeff Rieger from 97.1 said this. Well, nope, I didn't say that. But wait, you're never going to print my name? No. All right, let me tell you something. I don't like this person and blah, blah, blah. And you just go on. I kind of like that.
Do you think the majority of Detroit fans, where we stand now, what we've seen, do you think they think Brad Holmes is arrogant? Like, I mean, on one hand, you see the receipts and some of his press conferences. They were all wearing the positional villains hoodie, kind of mocking the whole positional value thing, right? So I could see the arrogance a little bit. I also think he kind of has a right to be confident and arrogant, considering what he's done.
Yeah, probably wouldn't have wore that jersey, figuring you signed a player who was on America's Most Wanted, but that's a whole different subject. Yeah, I do think that Detroiters don't feel that way. I realize that I'm the minority thinking this way. Most Detroiters are just like, how dare you question him? Look at what he did. But it's like, guys, trust me when I say it's not your. The beauty of it is I can go back to after they lost the game. Dan Campbell said exactly how I feel.
We might not ever get back here.
You may never get back here again. So you have to do whatever you can now to get back there next year. You can't afford to start looking through 2-3 years down the line. You don't get to do. Kansas City's the only team that gets to do that. Everybody else can't. You got to take players who could help you next year.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Do you have an issue with anonymous sources talking about this latest quote about Brad Holmes? Borderline arrogance. Also, we got some football coming up next as well. 97 the ticket. 97 won the ticket. I'm excited. Football today. Take it away, David.
I'm going to start in the college ranks here because I think this one's pretty interesting. Rico, you and I actually discussed this a little bit pre-show yesterday.
Shedeur
but
Sanders, overrated.
Not that one.
Yes,
not that
I
one.
agree.
But the NIL deals may include bowl games. So now they may put in NIL contracts that you have to play, requiring players to participate in bowl games. Do you like that?
Not really. I think the bowl games should be handled separately. I think the bowl games are trying to get off cheap, and I think they're trying to ride the coattails. If I'm a bowl game, here's what you do. Hey, Jeff, I want you to play in the game. Well, I don't know about it. I could get hurt. I'll give you $70,000, and I'll take out an insurance policy on you in case anything happens. But will you play in the game for more than a half? Because I need you for a draw. Because if you're not playing, nobody cares. It's like I always go back to the Peach Bowl when Kenny Pickett and Kenneth Walker weren't playing. It was like bad football. It was a New Year's 6-day game, but it might as well have been played at Ford Field. Like, it was horrible football. So what I'll say this, and then I'll land the plane. The bowl games should front the money themselves because they have big-time sponsors backing them. Use that money to pay your star players to play in the game.
I love the idea. I also like the idea of when you sign a kid to an NIL deal, like, can we just make it a 1, 2, 3 year deal? Can't we just do this already? Make it just like the pros.
That's what they're trying to do.
And part of that would be you're going to play every game unless you're injured. And part of that, of course, is the bowl game.
Well, they're saying, yeah, because they want you to play in the bowl games. Because here's the other thing that's going to happen. We'll talk about this at some point this summer, I'm sure. Not only will they start opting out of bowl games, you're going to see teams that may start opting out of conference championship games. Because if imagine if, it's Michigan, Ohio State, and you're going to play them again in the next week. Why am I going to play in this game? I don't want to get injured. I'll sit this game out because we're going to play. We're locked in to play it in another week.
Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Like, honestly, make it pro sports. It already is.
It already is.
Just make it pro sports. You
off.
signed a 2-year deal with Texas. You play in every game.
Well, no, I forgot the coach. I think it was Gundy from Oklahoma State.
Mike Gundy. I'm a man.
Just, you know what? You can sign a 1, 2, 3, or 4-year deal. You could bet on yourself, or you could say, you know what? I'm going to be at this university. You cannot break the deal.
Perfect. Now, if you can't break the deal, real quick, sorry, like, do you get sued?
Yeah, it's a contract. So guess what, kid? Life is about to come at you real fast.
I don't hate it at all.
So one more college thing before I get back to the pros here is, spring games have happened everywhere around the country. But here's one guy that stood out in his spring day as a backup, though. It's Arch Manning. He threw some nice-looking deep balls. He looked pretty good, but again, he's the backup. So I ask you, they are moving to the SEC for the first time. Will we see Arch Manning play this season?
Only way you'll see Arch Manning play is 2 ways. Quinn Ewers gets hurt, or Texas, they've hit that 3-touchdown, like they're up by 25 points, and then we'll go ahead and put him in there. But this is Texas' window right here. They're one of the better teams. They may win. Kenny, close your ears. They may win the SEC this year, okay? They can walk right in and take over the conference, very similar to what Oregon can do to the Big Ten. Because of that, you can't buy into the crowd, and I'll give Texas credit because last year everybody wanted Arch Manning to play, and he didn't. And look where it got you. It got you into the Final Four. It got you into the playoffs. So, no, I don't see it happening unless it's one of those you could play the second half because we're up by 35 points.
Or it's, hey, Quinn Ewers, you get pretty much every drive of each half with the exception of 2, like Michigan did at times last year. bring Arch Manning in, wet his whistle, and
that's fair. So
at least
long as
keep
you
him
know.
engaged. Yeah, he's not the guy.
Hey, Arch, you get 2 drives. If you go 3 and out, that counts as 1.
Yeah.
If you score a touchdown, great. You're on the field until you have to punt the ball or you score a touchdown or kick a field goal.
So let's get to the pro ranks here because the Knicks and the 76ers played last night. People were listening like, well, that's not football. Well,
I was about to say, yeah, we're in the wrong blitz.
Saquon Barkley was there. He was sitting front row with A.J. Brown. And, of course, Giants fans went crazy, still calling him a traitor and all of this stuff. So he responded on Twitter to it. He says, let me educate some of you fans here. I can't bail or become a traitor if I never got an offer to come back. So I went to the organization I felt that was best. And after already being here for a month, man, I'm excited to be an Eagle. Go Birds. So he didn't bail on New York. They bailed on him.
I would say Saquon, why? Just don't. Seriously, this is when, as the saying goes, when you argue with a fool, a bystander doesn't know who the fool is.
I believe we have a commercial like that.
We do?
Yeah. It's one of those PSAs. But yeah, no, you're right about that.
Now, this is Jeff Rieger category right here.
No, listen, though, if you're Saquon Barkley, obviously maybe he wanted to go back to the Giants. It didn't happen. I got no problem with him going back and forth. Just, for me, it fuels the rivalry. They already hate each other, so why not fuel it a little more? I got no issue with it.
And, yeah, you're in Philly. You want the Philly fans to embrace you, so you're going to sit at a game.
Until they turn on you for no reason, because that's what Philly fans do.
So a couple wide receivers have signed in the NFL. One, the Bills signed Chase Claypool, whatever, doesn't matter. But the one that people are talking about, not because of production, but because of name, but OBJ.
Wait, the Bills signed Claypool?
Yes.
Oh, I thought the Bears did. Okay.
OBJ signed with the Dolphins. It's a $3 million one-year deal with incentives. He can earn up to $8 million. Is this a yawn, boring signing because he's done? Or is this exciting for the Dolphins?
Rieger, I'll let you go first.
Boring, yawn, done. Last year, 35 receptions, 565 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, come on. Odell at one point was the most exciting, electrifying receiver out there, and he's fallen off pretty hard. So it does absolutely nothing for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it right now. When Mike brought it to my attention that catch was over 10 years ago that he's famous for.
The one-handed one?
Yeah, it's like, wait, that was 10. Yeah, it was he's gotten to the T.O. part of his life.
So
the Chad Johnson part of his life where, man, I remember when you were good, but now you're annoying. I mean, you're not quite Antonio Brown, but you're a has-been.
You're just a name. You're going on damn near a half a decade of no production. Literally, wherever you go, no production.
Yeah, how did that work out for you when you went to Baltimore?
Nothing.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything.
Exactly. So let's close it out with this. I have a list of teams here. You have to buy or sell if they're going to end their playoff drought this year. Something quick, yes or no, okay? Start with the Chicago Bears. Yes or no, they'll end their drought.
No.
Yes.
Indianapolis Colts.
Yes.
Yes.
How long is their drought?
Their drought is, they haven't been in the playoffs since 2020, so not that long.
That's not that long. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, COVID year doesn't count.
The
That's
Saints
what people say.
Are also 2020. Will they end their drought?
Man, that's the... I'm looking at who's in their conference. You know what? Yeah, I think they can get a wild card spot.
No.
The Washington Commanders.
No.
Oh,
also
God,
2020.
no. Absolutely not.
Just no. No.
Falcons, 2017. Will they end their drought?
I think they will. They have all of the pieces in place. They had an idiot for a coach last year who just... You had all of these weapons, and yeah, I'm going to use all the backups, and I'm going to run the trick plays. Or you could just hand the ball off to Bijan.
And by the way, they still won a decent amount of games, too.
Right.
With everything going wrong, I think they're going to make the playoffs.
What if I use Desmond Ridder doing a flea flicker play? I'll put Ridder in at the wide receiver spot, and I'll put – it's like, brother. Or you just run a real offense. How about that? That's why he got fired.
So I'm going to ask the next one. I know the answer. 2017, last time, Carolina Panthers.
Oh, God, no.
Come on.
Yeah.
What did they do to get better? I'll wait because they didn't do anything.
They didn't do anything. Okay, last one for this team, or we got two more. 2015 was their last appearance, the Denver Broncos.
No.
No.
And
Train
last
wreck.
one, they haven't made the playoffs since 2010.
Wow.
The New York Jets.
You know what? I think it's possible that the New York Jets can because they have a defense. If you could just go out there and score, I mean, it's almost like the old school Steelers and Ravens. If you could just score 3 touchdowns, you can win because your defense is enough to hold a team to 17 points or less. All you need is 3 scores. They won't be pretty, but I could easily see the Jets doing it. I mean, really in their division, you only got the Dolphins that's better than everybody.
Yeah, you're right.
Because I don't believe in the Bills.
The Bills have gotten
And the
worse.
Patriots are done.
Yeah.
So I can see the Jets making it as a wild card. If Aaron Rodgers can just be average, they can.
The funny thing is, Aaron Rodgers just being average is such an upgrade to what they had. And you're right, they got a good defense. They were hanging around. I say absolutely yes.
And that is in football today.
Oh, the conversation's off air. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. People still want to talk about Brad Holmes. Unnamed source calling Brad Holmes borderline arrogant. Do you buy it? And do you have an issue with unnamed sources? We'll get to some ticket text, but first let's go to Mike. You're on the ticket. Hey, what's up, Mike?
Yeah, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
What's going on, Mike?
Oh, okay. Jeff, the last time I talked to you, man, it's been years ago. We were talking about a Detroit Tiger. I think he was the first baseman hitting all the home runs, left-hand hitter. And I was like, they would never get rid of him. By the time we got off the phone, they started throwing him the breaking balls, and I think he was on his way to Toledo. But what I'm calling about is Brad Holmes. I just want to say a couple things about Brad. One, the Lions are positioned there. You got about 30 teams in the football who want to be like them. They were, one or two plays away from the Super Bowl. Okay, then two, I got a question. What Detroit Lion has 2 touchdowns in a championship game?
J-Mo.
Any other Lions ever?
In the championship game?
No.
Because the other time they played in the championship game, I think they got blanked by the Redskins.
I think they scored like a touchdown, but unless you want to go back to the 50s, no.
Yeah. So I think J-Mo this may be a breakout year for him. I'm just calling to say that. Brad Holmes, man, I'm 63 years old. I've been watching the Lions lose forever. I be telling people at work, this is the first time in my lifetime they got somebody running the team who actually knows what they're doing. Man, I think he's doing a great job. I mean, I know you guys, it's your job to criticize them, but I think now, I was telling my wife earlier, I remember Isaiah Thomas on the Pistons saying, winning championships requires a lot of luck, mainly healthy. They can stay healthy, man. I think for years, the sky's the limit. And I saw the thing on the phone where the unanimous guy was criticizing him, but another source said he was one of the best scouts ever. That's why he got the GM job with the Lions.
Oh, no, Mike. Mike, this is, I'll let you finish, but this is one of those things where both things can be true. I think that he has a knack for finding talent, but I do think that 2 of his picks this year were a reach, along with like the Hendon Hooker selection last year. Like, I didn't understand that. It doesn't take away from all the other success that he had. But what you said, you got to stay healthy. You need to draft people so that if any of your stars go down, you have somebody right now who could go in there and keep this train going.
Okay. And Hendon Hooker, he may be that guy who can step up. We don't know. And that's what football and sports is. It's like you got to take chances. You know what I mean? It's like the draft. Look how many coaches and GMs, or GMs been fired for taking wrong people thinking they're going to do something, and they don't pan out.
Mike, we appreciate the call, but go to Bob Quinn. Back in the Bob Quinn day when he drafted Jelani Tavai, and he was asked, why'd you draft Jelani Tavai? And his response was, because I knew the Patriots were going to draft him right behind me, so we had to get him before they got him. And I thought that was stupid. But because this here.
Okay, but Rieger, it's the same, because sometimes it's a chess match. I want a certain player, so I make you think I'm going to take this player X. Instead, I want player Y. So I make you reach so that the player that I want is still there.
So do you believe Brad Holmes was taken by another team and he thought, or at least duped, he thought somebody was going to take the big kid out of British Columbia, so he decided to do it instead?
That early? Yeah. Because when he comes out and says he's project is 6th, 7th round selection.
It depends who the project is.
4th round selection, that's not a project.
He also came out and said,
your 4th round selection, that's Amon Ra category. That's Kirby Joseph in the 3rd. Like, these are players who play. Your 3rd and 4th round selections should be on the field. You don't say project.
Depending on what you need and what that project is and how good you think he can be, I have zero issue. The other thing, too, at least with Holmes, he also said he woke up, we got to go get 2 kids. And he talked to Dan Campbell, whether you believe him or not, and Dan Campbell's like, I want those 2 kids, too. He's like, let's go get them. So he was motivated to go get both those kids, the kid from Utah and the kid from British Columbia. I don't know. I got no issue at all. But what about ticket text? What do we got, David?
Of course, Brad is arrogant, but why is that a bad thing? Isn't that one of the reasons for success thus far? One of the traits that makes Detroiters love him. That's Matt and Emmett. I'm sorry. Another one
Well,
says,
also the fact that they're the only team that's really winning in this city, so the bar is low.
What about the Tigers? They're 5 games above 500. How dare you?
We'll get to that later.
Okay.
from Mike, Jeff, this guy from Canada has a better chance of being out of the league in 3 years than being a starter on the O-line.
How do you know that? I'm just curious. Give me your data. Did you watch him play at BC? I mean, honestly, did you go to Tonga where he's from and watch him growing up? Like a statement like that. See, these are when I give Brad Holmes the benefit of the doubt. Like, it seems like a reach for sure. You've already said it. But to say he's got a better chance of being out of the league, you're really going to take him in the 4th round?
The caliber of people he went up against was not
understood.
Caliber.
But if you
and they're already he even came out and said, "Well, they may be moving me to guard."
Sure, you guys are big on the Raz. He did not get invited to the combine, but if you go look at his 40 and his vertical leap and everything else, they would have been right up there for offensive tackles at the combine. As far as under 540 for a guy that big, you look at his intangibles. I find it funny. I do that. Like the first pick after Brad knows what he's doing. The first pick that's a little questionable. You don't want to side with him? Like, what? You just think he was wowed by the size?
Yeah.
I don't.
I do. I mean, Rieger, you look at the caliber of player. Like the Raz score, I'm not big on the Raz.
I mean, they're big on the Raz, and it's worked out.
But I like the look. I mean, it's why you look at Rakestraw and you're like, okay, when he was shutting down the LSU receivers. Why is that impressive? Because you know LSU and you know all the great receivers that they had, and nope, we're not even throwing to him. When you see Terrion Arnold and you see people say, you know what, you're going up against top talent. This guy didn't go up against top talent. So it's hard to say, oh, okay, yeah, sure.
In the same breath, we're saying what a master drafter and scouter Brad Holmes is. But now it's like, well, he played in Canada.
Man, everybody can make mistakes.
I understand. I understand.
He's not going to hit on every pick, and that's what Lions fans have to realize. Every pick is not going to be successful. There are going to be some where you're like, yep, I blew that one. I should have probably drafted this person.
Let's go to Kevin. You're on the ticket. Hey, Kev, how are you, bud?
Good, guys. Rico, I guess the difference is you're going to know years down the road that, you didn't hit on a guy. You're talking about a guy not being a hit when he's 2 weeks past the draft. And Brad Holmes' hit rate, if you go back and look at his draft picks, see guys that are still playing in the NFL in 3 years or 3 years out, which is a little harder to evaluate with him. But he's drafted some incredible picks. And to sit here and evaluate this guy and why he did it and how it wasn't a right pick, you don't know. And then, two, here's a thing that we don't experience in Detroit. We have the option right now of having some luxury picks, meaning maybe we can reach on a guy and go get a tackle. Maybe that guy is a backup for Decker or, Sewell on the other side for a couple of games. You don't know.
No, but Kevin, Kevin, I understand what you're saying. But what I am saying is I'd rather you have somebody who could be the backup right now, not somebody 2-3 years from now. The window closes fast. If you don't believe me, go ask the fans of Buffalo. They're watching that window close. Remember, Buffalo was that it team. Buffalo was getting the same love that the Lions are getting now. Man, they may be a play or two away from a Super Bowl. And now, I don't even know if they're going to make the playoffs next year. And it wasn't that long ago.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Got to get into the Detroit Tigers. What a massive road trip it is for them. And people want to talk about this, Rico, as well.
We'll still talk about it as
people
well.
Want to talk.
I'm not saying that Holmes is not this great GM. Holmes has made a lot of success in a lot of his picks. My thing is this. If you're going to draft a tackle, get me somebody that if Sewell goes down, you could put him in this year and keep this thing going. The Chiefs are about the only team that can start thinking years from now, not you.
They have depth. We'll get into it.
Buffalo thought they were going to be there forever.
And I get it.
And look how quickly that turned.
But it took about 5 years for Buffalo to pretty much fizzle out. This is year 2 of the so-called open window for Holmes and Campbell and the Lions.
Did it really take 5 years for Buffalo to fizzle out?
3, 4,
really
5 years. Yeah, I mean,
2.
The AFC title game was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay?
So I'm saying 2 years.
Yeah, and they got
now
back
it's over.
there again. So I don't know. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. What's that?
Okay. All right.
What?
You talking about Buffalo?
Yeah. I'm just saying it took a little bit of time for it to fizzle out. You're talking about
I don't remember
year
Buffalo in the
2.
championship game last year.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
The Ravens were.
Okay.
And the Chiefs were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not.
You seem a little angry.
You're just not making sense.
I'm not making sense.
You said they were in the title game. I'm like, actually, they weren't.
This guy's unbelievable. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Tigers are in the Bronx tonight looking to win their 5th consecutive series. Reese Olson on the bump for Detroit. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's a 7:05 first pitch. In the NBA, LeBron James, the Lakers have fired Darvin Ham. He went 90-74 and 9-12 in 2 playoff appearances. And college sports leaders are working on an athlete compensation plan that would settle the NCAA's costly legal battles and could end up costing power schools as much as $30 million per year. Yahoo reporting the model includes revenue sharing with athletes, which would be capped between $17 and $22 million per school per year, essentially a salary cap. There is no salary floor, though, meaning schools could essentially choose not to competitively pay players. The deadline for a settlement and thereby specifics for this proposed model within 40 days. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, 303. That's a great open right there. I remember that day. Admitting that I took that on the air. Not my proudest moment, but what are you going to do?
I didn't hear the song.
Yeah,
I was
I know.
talking to Beanie.
We were talking to Beanie. We were arguing. You and I were arguing about this pick during the break. People want to talk about it. Got to get to the Tigers as well. 248-539-9797. Yes.
Darvin Ham, you heard in Beanie's update, Darvin Ham, Lakers coach, fired after 2 years. Tell me you didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting, though? There are names attached to the job.
J.J. Redick, one of them?
J.J. Redick is one of them.
I wouldn't touch the Lakers. The Lakers are just, you know what they remind me of now? They're like the Patriots. They just can't admit we're bad and maybe we need to start over. No. We're just a player or two away. Actually, you're not. You got a bunch of stars on your team, but they're aging. That team's over. They're cooked. They're done. When you're in the play-in tournament, David, I now feel like you, like they invented the play-in tournament just to extend the Lakers' life.
When you
they
got
were
LeBron,
so
people
great
want to see
earlier
him.
in the year, winning the in-season tournament. Everyone loved them. That meant nothing.
Hey, don't mock the in-season tournament.
What do you get
Because
for
that's
the
all the
in-season
Pistons
tournament?
have next year. Okay?
The Pistons aren't even invited to the in-season tournament, are they?
They are. Every team's invited, but this is...
Remember they had to make up games because they got eliminated so quickly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For the Pistons, this is about all
right.
you have.
Real quick, we'll go back to the phones, but if you're J.J. Redick and you get Tom Gores calling saying, JJ, big fan of the podcast and your work on ESPN, we want you to be the next president or the first president of basketball operations here in Detroit. And then next thing you know, Lakers calling, hey, JJ, we want you to be the next coach. Which job is he taking?
I'm taking a Lakers job.
Although if you come to work in Detroit, you don't get fired. Like Tom Gores doesn't fire anybody. Great job security. Like he could do whatever he wants for the next decade.
But if you've made it that far, you have some semblance of being a competitor. There's nothing competitive about this team.
Do you think Troy Weaver picks him up at the airport?
Yeah, because I don't see Tobias Harris leading this team to the promised land. I don't.
What a colossal mess.
So, yeah, as bad as the Lakers are, they are still 1,000 times better than this team.
I'm not. I agree. I would agree with you. Plus, you're in LA.
I'll take the job. I'll know that I'm going to get fired in a few years. Because if he's the president, you're going to walk in and fire Monty? Monty's probably like, please, here, sign this check and I'll get the hell up out of here.
Monty's probably begging at the door. He picks JJ up at the airport. JJ, welcome to Detroit. Will you please fire me?
You know what, JJ?
I get my money. I don't have to coach this mess.
This town's not that great. And I never really liked you. I was a Carolina fan and, just going on and on, just trying to insult him.
Start trashing Duke.
Right. Just
Coach
fire
K,
me.
Hey, JJ, good to meet you. Coach K, so overrated. You agree, right?
You know what? Your whole team was overrated. You were a dirty player. I just never liked you, man. Yeah. Your coach has a punchable face. Yeah.
All right. If you're just punchable face. If you're just joining us, we're talking about a quote that surfaced in The Athletic from an unnamed source that's calling Brad Holmes, the GM for the Lions, borderline arrogant because of his pick of Manu in the 4th round and giving up a 3rd round for next year with the Jets. So we're asking you, do you have an issue with unnamed sources? But it's turned into this conversation about the pick itself, which I didn't expect to happen, but here we are. Rico hated the pick. I have no issue with the pick. So what side of the fence are you on there?
I thought you could do a lot better with the pick.
Okay.
I didn't hate the pick, but I thought that you could do a lot better with the pick. because as I told Beanie in the break, every pick that you made this year should be somebody who could help you win this year.
Which I hear you, but it's one guy, and yes, you gave up a third round. And very quickly in the break, we were talking about this. You believe he could have gone in the 7th round, right?
Yeah.
And
he goes in the 7th round, I don't care.
And I hear you, but I never want to argue about where a guy could go because I do think sometimes they know more than we know. All it takes is one team, the Eagles or the Jets or somebody else, swoop in and get the guy, and you miss out on him.
Right,
so
but here's the thing. We always say that, well, they know more than us. Rieger, for most GMs, you're looking at about less than 50% hit rate on the guys that you draft. So therefore, it's almost like gambling for them. They don't know. They're trying to figure it out.
But they put something behind it. We already know the resume of one Brad Holmes. We already know how good he's been with evaluating people.
Right, and he came out and said, this guy's not ready now.
We knew that. That's fine.
No, and that's why I said, that's the problem that I have.
You have a problem with the philosophy.
The problem that I have is with this team. Everybody that you drafted should be able to help this team out next year. Whether you're in the 2 deep, whether you're in the 3. If anything happens and injuries go down, you lose Sewell for 5 games, you should be able to plug this guy in and say, okay, you play while he heals up, and when he comes back, you're going back to the bench. And if we could win 3 or 4 of those games, great.
Sure.
It worked out.
But you know what? The future is important too. And knowing your offensive line is in jeopardy of being broken up, drafting a guy to help with that, no issue at all. All right, let's go to Robert. You're on the ticket. Hey, what's up, Robert?
Good afternoon, guys. Love the show.
Hey, Robert.
Thanks, man.
Good afternoon. I was just going to say that I think one thing that isn't talked about enough is the GMs, and Brad Holmes has said this a few times, is the GM has to balance win now, plan for the future. And I think that's where Holmes has threaded the needle for the most part, like a magician. I mean, and I'm not saying that every pick has been great. Obviously, Levi and Pascal have been but for the most part, he's hit, St. Brown and a number of other picks. And I think that's where Rico might be a little bit wrong in the sense, like, I get it. Maybe it was a reach in some respects, but you have to have, like, he's trying to field a good team also for 2027, not just for 2024, and I'd love to hear what Rico has to say.
Robert, the 2027, and I appreciate the call. Leave him up. No, leave him up. We're going to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, the 2027 team, is not your concern right now. Your concern is next year and getting back to there. And you need play because in 2027, at that point, you know what? You could be back at the bottom. Like, you can't start looking that far ahead off of 1 year like you had. Now, there are certain teams that, if you're the Chiefs, you can start planning for the future because you have the winning formula. I'm talking to Robert, not you. Hold on, Jeff. That's why I think you were so close that everybody that you had, this offensive line, you saw what happened when they got injured. They weren't the same. Yeah. So you need to be taking people who could help you out right now, who could help that line.
I agree. They did need to do things for the here and now, which is exactly why they signed Zeitler. I mean, maybe I'm mispronouncing that, right? To replace Jonah Jackson, right? And also that's why they plug and play the 2 corners right away. So I think, like, that's the here and now. Those are the here and now chips. Bam, bam, you fill those 3 needs expertly. And then I think on the flip side, that's when he drafted the O-line, the gentleman from British Columbia. So I think but you have to, at what point, and this is where I think Holmes is, and I think it's the confidence / arrogance, like, I think they're entirely comfortable saying, you know what, we're going to be here for a while. Get used to it, because you have to plan for that future. And I know you brought up Philly. The reason why Philly fell apart is because their culture's terrible.
They also handed things over to Patricia.
The one that I was actually looking at was Buffalo. That's because we all thought that Buffalo was going to be that team. Buffalo was battling Kansas City. They're going to get over the hump. And then all of a sudden, they didn't.
So Brad Holmes doesn't lie to you, right? Everything he says has turned out to be true. He doesn't seem like one of those GMs that isn't all that transparent. He tells you from the get-go that it's about always best player available, correct? So on their draft sheet, on their chart, this kid was the best player available. So what would you rather do? Draft this kid right now, hopefully he helps out 3 years, 2 years, next year? Or would you rather draft a guy that isn't as good, like he talks about all the time, and hey, we need backups at linebacker? That guy could be a bust too. I truly believe you acting like Holmes doesn't know what he's doing as far as this guy's value.
Christian Mahogany will probably see more time next year. He was taken in the 6th round.
It's just fine.
Okay, you know what that means? You probably could have got him in the 4th.
There's all kinds of athletes that have all kinds of intangibles that it might take a little bit of time, but once they get going, you're good to go.
I'm sorry. Hey, for me saying that I want the Lions to draft some people that could actually help them
you don't have
next
to apologize.
year. No, because
although
apparently
you got to apologize to me. You told me to shut up when you were talking to that caller. That was rather rude, I feel.
No,
rather
I didn't
rude.
tell you to shut up. Wojo tells you to shut up.
It was
I just
kind of
stopped
rude.
you before you
How
said
dare
anything.
You? Ridiculous. 97 won the ticket.
Everybody's house is different, and in the same, they're kind of the same. Because in one way, we all got those places where the Wi-Fi just won't go. For you, it may be your attic. Or maybe for others, it's the basement. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry a lot less about those dead spots. Finally, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your home, reliable connections in every room, and enough power for all your devices, even when everybody is online. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi with Xfinity. New customers, learn how you can save over $1,000 over T-Mobile in your first year with Connect Internet and Xfinity Mobile. Switch today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Compares promotional pricing with Xfinity Connect Internet and 2 Unlimited Plus mobile lines versus T-Mobile's home internet and 2 Magenta plan lines. Equipment not included. After promo, regular rates apply.
97 won the ticket. We got the Valenti and Rico show. No Mike today. He's back on Monday. It's Rico. It's me. The rest of the crew. By the way, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, we have Who Said It.
You think you can do it with the pressures on?
So,
it's
Rico,
easy to do in your car.
I play in my car all the time driving into work.
Mm-hmm. It's like Jeopardy.
Yes.
You know all the answers.
Oh, yeah. I am a P1. How many do you think we'll have today? 4? Is it usually 4 or 5? What do you think?
Well, we always tell Roberto, where by we, I mean me, have 6 ready just in case.
So
Roberto says we have 5 ready.
We have 5? I guarantee you I get 2 of 5 right. Guarantee.
What's the bet? What
I'll bet you guys whatever you want.
Lunch.
How about this? If I don't
do it, Kenny. You'll never
How about
see it.
No, I'll bring in a pizza. How about pizza for you guys?
Kenny?
All right.
You guys good with the Caesars?
Yes.
Kenny, you will be starving by the time you get that pizza.
No. We'll do, and then I get lunch if I do 2 of 5.
Kenny, by the time you see the pizza, Torque would have already hit 10 home runs.
That's the next bet. What happens
That
first,
might be
the
in
pizza
5
or the
years.
Torque home run?
Just saying, Torque would have hit 10 home runs or Jeff brings in the pizza.
What do you think happens first? Michigan State doesn't make the tournament in basketball or Torque hits a home run?
Torque's going to hit a home run.
Are we sure?
I mean, he's going to Yankee Stadium. If you're ever going to hit a home run, Yankee Stadium's the place.
I mean, he's not really going to be able to take advantage of that porch, though, in right field. I don't know. I don't see it. But we'll see what happens. We'll get into the Tigers a little later on in the program. But what we're talking about is this anonymous executive talking to The Athletic that says Brad Holmes is borderline arrogant because he gave up a 3rd-round pick for next year to go up and get the big offensive lineman in the 4th round from British Columbia. Rico disappointed in the pick. I have no issue with it. And we're kind of getting into the philosophy of Holmes. And do you see a little arrogance with Brad Holmes? 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. We got ticket text, we got phone calls, probably back to the phones, don't you think?
Yeah.
All right. Dan, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, just a couple things. First, with the Los Angeles Lakers, I was looking at the play-in game, and I said, hey, the Lakers need to lose this game. LeBron didn't want to play Denver. So if they lost that first play-in game, won the second play-in game, they were going to play OKC. That's probably a series they could have possibly won. We knew they were not going to beat Denver. And when Ham was like, we're winning this game, and they won that game, I said to myself, if they don't win that series, he's getting fired.
Yeah, Dan, I guess I look at that as if they played OKC, you probably would have at least saw a 6-game series. I don't think they would have won, but they wouldn't have got swept again.
Hey, they led at the half like 3 of those games, I just want to say,
Hey, I got a couple more things, guys.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it, Dan.
Loud and clear.
Go ahead.
Hey, and then, the whole Buffalo Bills piece there, I really don't understand. First they trade with Kansas City, Buffalo. Kansas City comes up and they draft Patrick Mahomes. This year they trade with Kansas City, and Kansas City gets the fastest player
Xavier
in the draft,
Worthy. Yeah.
which is gonna be some problems for Buffalo.
Dan,
in the near
it's
future.
like if all of a sudden Brad Holmes just started making deals with Green Bay.
Yeah, not going to happen.
You know this is going to come back
he
to bite
did make
us.
a deal with Minnesota, but I think he won that deal. But Dan, I'm with you. At some point, just stop.
So with Brad Holmes, guys, want to talk about that. So I'm looking at Brad Holmes, and there's a thin line between arrogance and confidence. I just think that Brad Holmes knows exactly what he's doing. My wife surprised me. She took me to Barry Jackson's in Scottsdale. It's the same weekend that Green Bay Packer game versus the
Cowboys,
San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's, okay.
So we go. So I'm like, hey, we want to watch the game. I want to watch the game. So we're in Scottsdale, Arizona. We run into a bar, and this bar is a Packers bar, and it's 600 fans in Arizona. So I'm sitting there watching the game, and I'm rooting for the Packers. And I couldn't believe at the end of that game, the 49ers came up and they won that game. But want you guys to think about this, because Brad Holmes wants to win in the trenches, Rico. That's where he wants to win, in the trenches, right?
Right.
So you look at the 49ers, right?
Right.
Why are we drafting a quarterback? You got Brett Favre, the greatest quarterback. You draft Rodgers. You put Rodgers away. Then we got Rodgers. Rodgers doing great. Now we draft Love. We put him away. And I'm sitting there watching that game. I was like, man, I can't believe how good Love is. You know what I'm saying? So Brad Holmes wants to do that in the trenches. That's why he drafted this guy, Manu. And think about this, Rico, because we got to start holding people accountable. And I know we're probably I really don't believe you believe this, Rico, but you're just saying it for the sake of content for the show.
No, Dan, I'm going to tell you this. If I say it, it's because I believe it. I don't do the whole, hey, shock jock radio. No, I truly believe you should have taken somebody who can help you. You could take an offensive lineman. Just take somebody who can help you next season.
The other thing that goes into your opinion, too, if you take somebody in the 4th round that can help you right away, you save the 3rd round pick for next year, and you can use that 3rd round pick maybe at the deadline or maybe next year. I get it.
It costs you a lot for somebody who's not going to see the field for 2-3 years.
Well, see, I think 1 year. I don't think he plays next year. I think the year after that is the goal to play. He replaces one of your guards or one of your tackles.
With your window opening right now that you feel like you're at championship caliber, you need somebody that if you hit a rash of injuries and your O-linemen go down, this man can't help you next season.
I got you, but there's also the possibility.
Oh, you don't make a trade? Oh, you don't have a 3rd round selection.
And you don't make trades anyway, other than Donovan Peoples-Jones, because the whole culture thing. But I do think guys come along every now and then that blow your socks off, and this obviously is one of those guys for Brad Holmes. I mean, the kid from Utah, I can't pronounce his name, Sion Vaike.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he can help you right away. Now, that's a special teams guy, right? That's a special teams 4th rounder.
And
you good with that?
I'm okay with that one because of the new kickoff rule. So when they put him in at running back, and I think he's probably going to play more running back, but when they put him in at running back, he was, he got out of a lot of tackles. So with the new kickoff rule, the first teams that learn how to take advantage of that is going to be, they're going to be way better than everybody else. Yeah,
I agree. And
you don't hear me complaining about that one
he
because
can play safety as well.
He can help you next year on the field. This man can't.
I hear you.
This is like Hendon Hooker all over again, where you're like, but in the future, but by the time they play, your future may be bleak. Right now, your future is bright.
How many picks
so
they
throw
have in this
another
draft?
log on the fire.
How many picks did they have?
This year?
Yeah. How many picks? 6, right?
I think so, yeah.
Right? One guy for the future, and they believe he's a difference maker. No issue with him. But I see your point. I do.
Then you traded up to get a special teams player. Like, if you would have just traded up for the special teams player and gave up a 4th round pick next year, okay, I see what you were doing. But you're taking an offensive lineman. If you take an offensive lineman, I want you to take somebody that can help this team out next year who could be the depth.
I get it. I do. I think everybody gets it. But also sometimes give the benefit of the doubt to the guy that's done all this, considering I'm pretty sure
Are we giving him the benefit of the doubt because the bar was so low that every other GM that had this team was just so god awful at their job?
Dude,
and because now he's actually picking players who are NFL talented players that he walks on water.
Yeah, but hold on
is that why the bar?
That's not fair,
is that
though.
why we give him the
That's
benefit of
not
the
fair.
doubt?
Dude took 2 6-rounders that started at one point in Houston and Malcolm Rodriguez.
Right.
I mean, he hit in the 3rd round. He hit in the 2nd round. He hit in the 1st round.
You know what that's called? An NFL GM. That's doing your job,
but
man.
He does it better than most.
Rieger.
Doesn't he?
Successful
in
GMs
3 years, you can't admit that?
Rieger, I'm saying he's a good GM, but that's
Very
what
good.
good GMs do.
Understood.
He's not in this exclusive rarefied one-of-one category.
Understood.
That he's the only one that picks somebody in the 6th or 7th round who starts.
But if he's a good GM, your own words, then I think every now and then you can take a shot for a guy that can be absolutely a difference maker in 2 years. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. If you would like to give us a call, people want to talk. People are all fired up. We got Who Said It at 4 o'clock. We'll talk about the Tigers at some point as well. Massive 6-game road trip for them. And then at some point, I'm sure Rico's going to yell at me for something else. 97 won the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. Mike back in on Monday talking about the anonymous executive telling The Athletic Brad Holmes is borderline arrogant, mainly because he spent the third-round pick for next year to get Giovanni Manu, the big 6'8", 352-pound tackle or guard from British Columbia. So we've been talking about the move. We've been talking about, is it fair to call Holmes arrogant? Is it even that big of a deal? Is it even a bad thing? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. You want to do some ticket text or phones?
We'll do
David, what do we got?
Ticket text. We've been falling behind on that.
Brad's acting like Rieger after he gets 2 pars in a row, walking around like a scratch golfer. Easy, buddy. It's only 2 holes.
It is amazing when that happens. I did that the other day. I feel great about myself.
You know what's so funny, David?
I think I've cured this game.
This man plays more golf than anybody that I know. If I call Rieger in the morning, he's on the golf course with some famous Detroit celebrity.
No.
He's like, hey, guess who I'm on the phone? Guess who I'm golfing with? As much as he golfs,
he's trash.
Right. I'm like, you should be really good. As much as you golf, you should be good.
You should be Tiger
And everybody
Woods
who I
or
know is like,
Rory.
yeah, Rieger's awful at golf.
I'm just curious. Why are you guys so hurtful? Like, honestly, I've already been told to shut up today, and now you're ripping on my golf game. What do you
Rieger.
guys shoot?
You rip on your golf game.
Rieger.
It's okay for me to do it. You can't do it.
Because I don't play golf.
You want to try?
No.
I'll take you out there and beat you.
It
Let's
looks
go.
like
You
an
and me,
effort.
18.
It's an effort in futility. You can never win.
We're counting everything, David.
So therefore, why play a game you can't win?
It's a great game. So
you
relaxing.
can't ever win.
It's very relaxing, except for when you're throwing
Rieger,
stuff. Like,
what I'm about to say, relaxing. From what I hear, all you do is swear up and down.
that's
You
true.
throw things.
Part of the
You
experience.
get angry. That's relaxing.
Now, very quickly, let me explain, and then we'll go on. Okay, so yesterday I was playing. All right, I played 18 holes. The first 9 holes, I bent my 4-iron. I threw it like 50 yards ahead of me. I hit my golf bag, and I was cursing up a storm, and I vowed the game off. But then a funny thing happened. We played 18. On 10, I parred it. Beautiful drive right down the middle, right? And then I shot a 43, 44 on the back, so it gets you to come back. And
How
real
many
quick,
years do you have to go before you're finally just a decent golfer?
I think at times I'm decent.
No. I mean, consistently just a decent
It
golfer.
shouldn't take years.
I mean, you're still breaking clubs.
Yeah, I mean, you want to know why you break a club? Because you know you're better than what you're producing.
Are you?
Yes.
David,
Because
we just became best friends.
I've shot in the 80s before. This is unbelievable. You know what?
You're not.
You
But
guys act like
play-
nothing's off limits. What are you going to rip on my family next?
No,
You're
I
pretty
love your
much doing
family.
that. Oh, thank you. They love you
Well,
too.
you know what? Never mind.
no.
I was going to say something, but one particular member of your family I like more
Here
than
we
the other.
go.
I'll leave it at that.
The dog, Bouncy. And what else you got, David? Get off my damn golf game.
Never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually with Rieger on this one. He's earned the right to take a chance on a future Sewell.
That's another thing, by the way. Why can't anybody just say I agree with Jeff? It's always got to be like, I got to tell you, it's killing me. I'm on my deathbed, but I agree with Jeff. Unbelievable.
I think you're just taking it the wrong way.
I don't.
This is the anger and hostility you have on the golf course, isn't it? Right here.
Just when I miss a shot. That's all.
Yeah,
Actually, I'm pretty good when I miss one shot. When it borders on like 3 shots.
Talk about yelling. You've been yelling at me all day. I just let it go. But you've been yelling. That's that temper that you have on the golf course.
See, this is a perfect text now. Can we change the topic? I hate it when mommy and daddy fight. You've been yelling at me all day. That was
all
great,
day, man.
Oh man, the thing about Brad Holmes is not arrogance; it's either brilliant or stupidity, and it'll
Fair.
be proved out one way or the other.
You know, that is fair. And as I stated, I like his picks. I like when he was able to get Rakestraw. The trading up for Arnold. Okay, if he's the best guy, go get him. Because those 2 guys can help you next year. I'm all for that. I just think that this O-lineman should be someone that if, Decker goes down, you could put him in there. I don't think that's asking too much.
1 out of 6 picks to be a project. No issue. I get what you're saying.
If you're a
it's
Super Bowl
4th round
caliber
pick.
team, all
Yeah.
6 picks should be able to help you now because you took a chance on a pick last year. So now you have 2 picks in the last 2 years who cannot help you. Your championship team, everybody should be able to help you get to that goal because you can't tell me, well, we don't really need anybody. You need depth because it's the NFL, and this team's been very fortunate. You really haven't suffered catastrophic injuries.
You know what I hate about you guys very quickly? You know what I hate about you? Like, I admitted I suck at golf. I admitted the front nine yesterday stunk. And so I say I shot a 43, 44 in the back nine, and now people want proof. People don't believe it. Like, they can't just let me have that.
How do you have proof? Will you show them your card?
I mean, yeah,
Like,
you
how-
could lie on that, though, too.
Do you just, this is the honor system? I
Yeah,
don't know
that's how it
because
is.
I got better things to do in my life.
How about you and I? Let's go.
To do what?
Golf.
Man, the only thing I do with golf is drive that car. That's it.
You can
I'll
drive
go
the
with
car.
you.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's set it up. We'll have Evan come along. He'll record the entire thing. And when David
And
beats
I'll
me,
be better
if you
than
beat
you.
me, I retire. That's
First
it.
time golfing,
Yeah.
I'll beat Jeff.
I
Dave,
turn to my clubs.
Dave, no. You gotta play again. Gotta play again. What do you want? Whatever you want. Well, we're gonna bat it. We gotta play again. Gotta play again.
And yet I'm the one yelling, right? You wonder why I yell. You beat me, I'll take up pickleball. All right? I'm done with golf.
So good.
All right, let's go back to the damn phone.
Do you have proof that you shot a 43?
I mean, I was playing with other people. They can
they vouch
verify.
for you?
I think so. I'll call them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
unbelievable.
care. I just
Like,
I'm a
admitted to you I shot like a 58 on the front. So why would I lie?
Did I say you lied?
These ticket texters are ridiculous.
I mean, that's on you, man. They were never gonna believe you anyway. David, go ahead. Well, do you want to go to? Do we got enough time to go to the phone line?
Sure do.
You know
All
what's
right.
funny? And we'll go to the phones. But
Now we don't have enough time
you can
because
rip. You can rip on me for anything you want. Anything. I mean, rip on the nose, the face, the hair, the voice, anything.
Rieger.
But you rip on the golf game, it hurts. Let's go to Santiago.
What do we talk about pre-show? We're not going down the Jeff Rieger hole. Let's go.
Santiago, you're on the ticket. Hello, sir.
Hi, y'all hear me all right?
Yes,
Got you, my friend. What's going on?
Long time listener, first time caller. So I just wanted to talk.
Hey, man, where
about,
you been? We've been here all this time, man. Call more often. Go ahead.
Will do. So with the Brad Holmes pick in the 4th round, so something I'd like to look at is how many actually quality tackles can you draft that late? You know, offensive tackle is generally one of the more valuable positions, so people often overvalue them already. So by the time you get into the 4th round, in those later rounds, are you actually drafting someone that you can trust to be that backup that goes in the case of an injury? And then following that up, if what was that pick? 156?
Yeah.
Somewhere around
Something
there?
like that.
So are you saying that, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, do you really think that the 156th pick is someone that can come in right away and supply that boost? And do you think that's more so than someone you can get, after all the cuts that happen, the 52-man rosters, you get some quality players there that you might be able to have for just a year that can be more than your average 4th round draft pick.
Now, are you talking just offensive linemen or in general?
I guess both.
He said
I'm
tackles,
talking right now
but-
offensive linemen.
Okay.
But I think, picking up someone that you think can be a star down the road at offensive tackle in the 4th round, knowing that not expecting that you might be able to pick up someone that got cut or was a cap casualty is a fair gamble. And then additionally, talking about the Bills are in this semi-screwed position right now because they didn't plan for the future. We're looking at them as maybe not making the playoffs because they had to release or had to cap casualty so many players, and they didn't have anyone in the pipeline to replace them. And so when we're talking about that window, their window closed really fast because they didn't have anyone to replace. Whereas if you're drafting for the future in that sense, you're making sure that when Decker probably leaves, if he leaves because he can get a better contract, you now have someone to replace him. So you're
Right,
not
but the
facing that
thing
same
is,
bullshit.
I don't even know if he's replacing Decker because he talked about and appreciate the phone call. He went on a podcast saying, they may move me over to guard. They may move me next to Sewell. So that means he's going to be a right guard. So I don't know where they're trying to get him to play. And that's just it. It's like, okay, you got this 6'8" kid, but okay, where's he playing? This guy's not going to help you next year.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Coming up 4 o'clock. Who said it? I'm very excited for this. I'm going to dominate this, I feel. 97 won the ticket. Oh, this is exciting. We'll get back to the Brad Holmes chatter. We got some Tiger baseball to talk about later on as well. But this is by the numbers. What a treat.
That is right. I have some facts, some factoids
David set
for you
the bar
guys.
high yesterday, Roberto.
I know. I can't even compete with him, so I'm not even going to try. But I got a little theme here.
The look David just gave you.
There's a little bit of a theme here. You guys can see where it goes. And so let's start with the first one here. I give you guys a number. You tell me, what the hell am I talking about, right?
You're not even going to give me like the purvey of the sport? Like,
we'll slowly give you more clues as we go along.
Okay.
Here we go.
This is
if I say to you the number 201, happening this week in sports, 201.
200.
Oh, it's not the Derby.
No, that's 150.
All right.
201. What is that, Javi Baez's batting average?
Interesting you said it that way.
Happening this week.
I have a guess. I'm going to guess that that's the number of horses that are running at the Kentucky Derby this week.
201?
Well, not in one single race.
The entire week. The Oaks is today, so there's a lot of stuff going on.
Okay, so that was a bad guess.
201.
Colt Kiso PS. Like,
no, it's
say it the way you said it. Say it the way you said it again, Jim.
Javi Baez batting average?
You didn't say 201. You said
201.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that what Torque
So
said?
it is a batting average, Dan.
I'm losing interest fast.
I would say
it's a batting average.
If I were to say channel 201.
Oh, Xfinity.
Xfinity.
All right, that was tough.
Could be 707. It's a trick question.
Yeah, there you go.
Gotcha. The whole
Interesting.
Bally's thing. Okay.
You get the blue screen of death.
Purple.
Sorry.
I see blue.
What else you got?
Sort of in the same vein, if I were to say to you 8 million subscribers. Sort of a theme of the last question.
People who don't have.
It can't be Bally's.
Who can't watch Tiger games.
It's going to be the Xfinity subscribers.
No, it's the people who. The Diamond Corporation that.
Oh, they can't get the games.
They can't get any
Diamond
of the
Group
games.
or sports or whatever they are.
It's
the amount of
actually
subscribers.
YouTube TV is growing and recently surpassed 8 million subscribers. It's on pace to become the largest paid TV provider by 2026.
I got it. I love it.
Tiger
They
baseball.
don't have Tiger baseball.
You got to get the app, but I got the YouTube TV. It's brilliant. During the tournament, you can watch 4 games at one time on the same screen.
But not the Tigers. No.
Not the Tigers.
Okay.
Definitely not the Tigers.
Well, the Princeton Tigers.
Or football. Like you could put like 4 different games on
You
there.
can.
LSU Tigers.
Yeah. Like you can even do like hockey and basketball playoffs together. That's nice. I like it. These are impossible, by the way.
You can also watch Tiger Woods.
There you go. Who's going to play in the U.S. Open?
Yeah, exemption.
See if this one's easier for you. Not 21. Not 21.
The drinking age in Canada.
It is not 21. That is true.
There you go. I
have
got
to
it.
give it to him. But it's not sports related.
Oh. Well, if you.
Not 21.
Horses in the Kentucky Derby. It's only 20.
Yeah, and I think one got scratched. So, yet again, Rico Beard.
I would say it's a player's number, not 21.
I am
Wasn't
so
Roberto Clemente number
confused.
21?
He was.
Yeah,
I think
LeBron
Jacoby
James
Jones was
eliminated.
21.
He was. Mark Canna's 21 right now.
There you go.
Someone is returning.
Caitlin Clark?
Oh, Zeke Elliott.
Zeke Elliott.
Yeah,
He's going to
there
be
you
15.
go. Yeah,
Okay,
15,
this game is the
not
most
21.
difficult game ever.
All right. They got it. You
Oh,
didn't
Roberto,
get it.
no, he just gives
He
you like
got it.
random stuff like
Hey.
0.25.
What happened to the categories that I gave yesterday?
Can I try? Can I try 14? The amount of miles I drove to work today. Anybody going to get that? This is ridiculous. You guys do this every day?
No.
Let's try this.
He's been reduced to once a week, and
All
it
right,
may
you
just
got
go
one?
back to once a year.
Let's try this.
Okay.
I'll go back to the race category for the Derby.
Oh.
And I'm going to give you the number 19.
The amount
the
of
amount
gray
of horses running tomorrow in the Kentucky Derby.
No.
Is it That's the slot that's never won the Kentucky Derby?
That's 17.
No, that's
The
17.
amount of Bob Baffert horses that
I don't
were
think he can-
drugged up.
No,
The
19.
amount of races that are going to be run
I think it's like 24.
at the Derby.
I think it's 24, right? It's 12 a day?
Yeah,
Or
it's
no?
12 a day.
Yeah.
19 past winners have had names beginning with the letter S, including Secretariat.
Now that's a stat, Roberto.
This is unbelievable.
Oh my
This is
God.
absolutely ridiculous.
Wow. Is
What
that
else you got?
the
Give me
number
another
one
one.
letter?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
number one
So
letter.
did you guys just come up with this thought like, hey, let's do a game that nobody will ever guess the right answer in
Hey,
anything?
Jeff, I gave you the category race.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
So
know
how about
nothing
the,
about the Derby.
how about this number?
Yeah.
This is very easy. This is just for Roberto. 700K.
Your salary.
No.
And why would he give that on the air?
Okay, how about this one?
No. 700K.
Okay.
The amount he has overspent on kiss items.
No.
The amount of debt he's in.
Is this
For
sports
kiss
related or
items.
me related?
It's sports
The
related.
amount of women that have turned him down.
700,000.
I don't know. That's a big number.
700.
I
hold
know.
On a sec.
The amount of people that went to the NFL draft.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, how
He
about
gave
this
a
one?
layup. I didn't.
Right. I'm just-
You see how this works,
It
Roberto?
doesn't have to be this hard.
Yeah, but it was this past week.
Like,
That
here's
was
another
a
one.
week.
It's within the week.
They got the number on
It ended
Saturday.
last Saturday. It's under a
Tiger
week.
baseball related. What about this? Tiger baseball related. 406.
406.
406.
The team combined OPS.
Close.
Certain player. OPS.
Harvey OPS.
406. It's the worst OPS in baseball.
Cole Keith.
There you go. All right. Yeah.
Oh, I'm rooting for the kid. Great head of hair on the kid, too.
All right, who else has one? Kenny, come on. Let's go. Beanie, come on.
Go ahead, Roberto. Give us another one of yours.
Okay, this is more of a who am I sort of a question, but involving numbers. I've only played in 266 games in the past 4 years.
Mike Trout.
That is correct.
Yes.
That guy, man.
And brought up
Yeah.
this week
Always
because he
injured.
does
Yes,
need
he's injured again.
He is injured
Stephen
again.
There you go.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith. Yeah.
Things are looking up now. Yeah, Stephen A. Smith says no baseball player should ever get injured because they're not athletic. Did you hear
Really?
this? Yeah, he said he can't understand how baseball players get injured.
He should play baseball once.
Just don't understand how people still listen.
If you even hold the bat wrong, your hand will leave
You have
yourself
to
bruised.
run, like if you're outfielder, you got to be athletic to go get no.
Or, that baseball coming at you 100 miles an hour hits you.
How about the fact the catcher in the position the entire game?
Yeah, those knees aren't meant for that.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith.
Oh.
So was that it?
Let me give you one more quick one.
Last one.
Okay. 2 years, no thank you. 2 years, no thank you.
Rico's opinion about Giovanni Manu not being able to play for the first 2 years.
No.
I'll allow it. 2 years, no thank you.
2 years remaining, no thank you, they say.
Oh, the amount of years on Javi Baez's contract?
Close.
Okay.
On whose contract? 2 years remaining, no thank you.
Darvin Ham.
That is correct.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, we ended hot.
Wow, why did he have to catch a straight?
We ended hot. Poor.
Darvin Ham, poor guy. Just
He
lost
won a
his job today.
championship here, man. Don't do that to him.
He won one
He's a
this year.
legend. Yeah, in season. All right, that was something. Coming up next, we have Who Said It. Oh, that's what that was. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers are back tonight, starting a 6-game road trip with the first of 3 against the Yankees. New York will be ornery, having just dropped 3 of 4 in Baltimore, allowing the Orioles to leapfrog them for first place in the AL East. Detroit sends Reese Olson to the mound, coming off his best start of the season. 3 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, and 8 strikeouts over 7 innings a week ago versus the Royals. Hear the game right here on the ticket. First pitch at 7:05. Michigan football hosting 3 portal prospects in the coming days, most notably former Spartan safety Jaden Mangum. Wolverines need reinforcements at that position with Rod Moore's season-ending injury, and Mangum is a Birmingham native whom U of M recruited out of high school. And Patrick Beverley's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day continues to get worse. He's already facing a likely suspension for throwing a basketball at a fan.
You know what? Do you listen to my pod? Do you subscribe to the pod? Because I'm not listening to this update unless you subscribe to my pod.
Also, the Daily Ticket. Do you subscribe to my pod? You better.
Listen to this, guys. I just found this out. What prompted him to throw the basketball at the fan? The Bucks were breaking a huddle late in that game. You know, it's already over.
Yeah.
And this this Pacers fan says, "Cancun on 3, guys."
Yeah.
Anyway.
Between that and the reporter, I'm not answering any questions unless you subscribe to my pod.
Yeah, let's let the people hear that. Because of that, he's been banned from ESPN appearances. This is what he did to an ESPN producer at his locker last night. I love how polite he was about it.
I love the fact that when you say no disrespect, you can be as disrespectful as possible.
I say that all the time.
I'm not racist, but, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, you coming out the closet, Beanie?
He took it there. Wow.
Wow. Dave save that drop?
Wow.
You're mixing metaphors.
You just made the drops I feel. Oh, my good. You're going to be in the Open on Monday.
Take a guess, but are you African American? At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty, 97.1 The Ticket. My favorite time, Friday at 4. It's always Who Said It time. I'm always listening, and now I get to play. How exciting. Roberto, take it away.
Oh.
All right, like I usually do, there will be no Jeff Rieger in this game. Just
Total
so you know.
BS, by the way.
Is Mark Ryan in the game?
Could be. Could be.
Can I get an amen? There it is.
All right, here we go. Audio heard this week on this station. Here we go with
Except
the
for
first
me.
one. That is correct. Here we go. If I were a bar establishment and I had DirecTV and I was carrying the games, I would be screaming it from the mountaintops.
That's Doug, written all over it. Obviously talking about the Bally's Comcast Tiger thing.
I feel like I heard that topic so much on the midday the last couple of days, screening for them. I'm going to say it's Gator.
Okay. That hurts, Kenny.
One more time, Roberto.
Yeah, thank you. Can I hear it one more time?
If I were a bar establishment and I had DirecTV and I was carrying the games, I would be screaming it from the mountaintops.
I'm going to go morning show. I'm going to go cookies.
Interesting.
No, it doesn't. It sounds dumb.
Focus on the.
So it can't
Yes,
be
whoever
cookies.
who you guess right now.
Wow, so the dumb person is? Who are you going to guess?
It's got to be Gator.
Oh, wow.
So not nice. That is
What
so
is
not
with
nice.
you two?
We're cool. How about?
It sounds that way, yeah. I want to focus on mountaintop. I think that's a dead giveaway.
Okay. Well, who said it?
Doug.
He didn't guess.
Oh, what are you going to guess?
I said Doug.
He did. He
Oh,
said
okay.
he started it off.
Yeah. Yeah!
I apologize, Doug. Thought it was
Gator
your
did
partner.
agree.
Yeah.
So.
I got to tell you, that feels good. I should act like I've been here before, but I haven't. So
You're already
that's
better
one
than
for one.
already better than your golf game. There you go.
That was uncalled for.
All right, next one up. Ernie Harwell was part of developing my love for baseball. And I think Dan Dickerson is having that same effect on a lot of people.
Rico, what do you think?
I'm going to let you go first.
All right, so I heard John Jansen saying that he's not going to get the Bally's app because he wants to listen on the radio. And Cookie's like, so you're never going to watch a game? And John's like, no, I'll just listen to Dan. I love Dan. I bet you that was Jansen.
And it's funny because I was leaning that way as well. I just didn't want to.
You don't want to be first. I got you.
No, yeah, but I'm thinking that's probably Jansen because he was hyping up. I'm only going to listen on the radio. I don't want to even watch it on TV because I don't want to search for it. So I'm going to go Jansen.
All right. Kenny?
I'm still thinking Gator middays here. I mean, they talked about it ad nauseum. It has to be Gator.
You're just going to get Gator every time until it's right. Yes. And then he's going to insult Gator every time.
Somebody else in this room used to always guess Gator, but I'm not going to do it this time. It sounds of the older persuasion, so I'm going to go Gov.
Oh, I forget that. They're eligible, but I'm not. Real fair.
Are you on the morning show?
No. Okay. Even when I'm on the morning show, I don't think I'm eligible.
Do you have a partner? You know what? We found out the rules to this game. You have to have a radio partner who's there at least half the week.
Yeah, but that's not my fault. It's not my fault. I'm here every day. He isn't. All right, so we all guessed.
We're
what do we
all
got?
in. Who is it?
Yes! Yes!
Okay. Thanks, John.
By the way, we got a ticket text. Somebody wants to know why is Caputo never eligible for this game.
He is. He's made
Because
it in there.
it's our
He's made it in
game.
there.
You know what?
He's made it in.
Okay.
Maybe this would be him. Ready? Well, I'd rather have more sports than less. Whatever. Just buried in the surcharge.
Oh, wow. Two names that immediately pop at me. One is Costa because he's got the app and he seems like one of those guys that will buy anything to watch games. The other is the guy that David thinks is stupid, Gator. So I'm going to, damn it. I'm going to go Jim Costa.
Okay.
I think I heard this in the morning show. One more time, Roberto.
Well, I'd rather have more sports than less. Whatever. Just buried in the surcharge.
I'm going to go and double back with Jansen. I think he may be doing Jansen twice.
Back-to-back Johnny.
I'm going to switch off of Gator here, which is certainly going to bite me, and I'm going to go with Costa.
All right. Oh, riding the Rieger train, that could be dangerous.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah, Jeff, you went with Costa. You've been right. You've been on fire so far.
Just now with his golf game.
Again, not called for. Come
Brother,
over here. Come on, David. Let's go.
Ask him about the one he hit on Monday when he broke a lady's back window. That's what somebody sent me.
I'm going to go with Costa on that note. Wow.
I don't
Did
know
you
if
do
that
that?
was me. I mean, maybe. It's happened before, definitely. I just don't think on Monday it happened. All right, so are we all locked in? We all ready to go? Go ahead. Freaking Valeni? But he's reading a ticket text, it sounds
No, not
like.
a ticket text. He's saying that's what most people would say that.
Oh, God. How do you guys not know this? You work with them. Do you tune them out?
I don't listen to him.
I mean, I guess I don't blame you.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
Number 4.
Crap.
Number 4. It can look very bad this time of year if you kind of neglected it, where you have high grass, short grass. It's weed central.
Gator.
Guy who's very concerned about his lawn. Guy loves his lawn.
Gator is a lawn service.
Sounds like a get off my lawn type
Yes.
of guy.
I'm going to say this is the star of the midday show. This is Kang.
He's a big lawn guy.
This is Kang.
He does that Thursday mow they're always raving about.
The Thursday mow, I think
Yeah.
it has to be that. You're right. Star of the show. Give me King.
Yeah, they do talk grass a lot.
Kang collects.
They do.
He collects dandelions.
I understand what you guys are saying about the Thursday mow. I think it's a conversation off of that. So I'm going to go Doug reacting to the conversation on Thursday mow.
Interesting.
Been a very successful tactic of mine recently.
Can you read that again very quickly?
All right, here we go. It can look very bad this time of year if you have kind of neglected it, where you have high grass, short grass, it's weed central.
I feel that's so Gator. He has a lawn service. He's got the pond in his
He
backyard.
doesn't
He's
care what it
talking
looks
about-
like, though. They're taking care
Oh,
of
he
that.
cares what it looks like, I think. He cares what other people's look like. I go Gator.
Is he taking care of the Thursday mow?
No, I doubt it. Go ahead.
You're gonna break everything.
In the Tecumseh area.
Hate this damn game.
A lot of weeds there. A lot of
All
high
right,
grass.
last
Short
one.
One more.
Last one.
All right, here we go. Short one. I mean, am I wrong? People will cut the cable and go get the app.
Gator. We haven't had a Gator.
You know what?
Gator.
I'm going to go Cookies on this. Cookies is saying, hey, I got the app. You get the app. You get a little battery-powered car as well.
Gator. I'm just going to go with it.
Gator. Gator train.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Gator.
Gator.
Jeez.
What we got?
Go ahead. Who said it?
Unbelievable. How many hours did they talk about this?
It was quite a bit. Quite a bit this week.
See, I heard the smarm in there. I just thought it was Cookies.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
I drive an electric vehicle.
EV.
I don't have it. Cable.
You know, he was saying on the air the other day, the other day, I pulled this clip too, that he, in all like 3.5 years he's lived in his house, that he's never cleaned behind the refrigerator.
Who?
Costa.
Oh.
It's gross.
I don't think I have either.
Have you, Roberto?
No.
Of course I have.
Please. Roberto strikes me as the kind of guy that gets home and goes right to his basement, breaks out his records, and never talks to his wife or kids.
What, were you over last night?
Exactly. 97 won the ticket. So just kind of 97 won the ticket. That was fun. Little Who Said It. I also enjoyed By the Numbers. Here's the deal. We spent a lot of the show talking about the unnamed rival GM front office person that called Brad Holmes arrogant. But in the Free Press, there was also another big story. We got to bring this up.
Yeah.
And we'll do a little Tiger baseball in the 5 o'clock hour.
I want to say this.
Yeah.
It's not often that you give props to a writer.
Yeah.
Because a lot of writers just won't do what this person did. Tony Garcia, Detroit Free Press.
Great job.
Okay. He's doing a 3-part interview, sit down with Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel. He's actually asking questions that I want to hear. It's not softball city. It's not, hey, Ward, you're a great guy. He's asking questions that we've been wondering for years. And Ward is uncomfortable with the questions, which leads me to believe that's a good reporter right there.
I mean, it did seem, just reading the back and forth, you could catch it in the free, but it's not even behind the paywall. It did seem like, at times, it seemed contentious, which is good, considering both sides might have got fired up. But Rico,
I mean, the fact that, hold on, I'm sorry, Rieger. The fact that he finally was the only guy that I know who actually asked him what the heck was going on with Xavier Simpson and your wife's car. And Ward didn't like this, and he's going on, it was my son, and I told him, but you've borrowed a buddy's car before, and I told my son never to do this. Yeah, Ward, you still didn't. Ward didn't answer a lot of questions. He kind of skated it. To me, if I was Ward Manuel, I don't even know why you did this interview. Kudos for Tony for asking the tough questions that nobody, for some reason in Ann Arbor, wanted to ask. Tony did. He asked him about, dude, your program, I'm paraphrasing, your program's a mess right now. You got a long list of violations and worse. Long list. It's just 5. Hey, Ward, that's 5 too many, okay? And he's like, I haven't even gotten to Juwan Howard. I'm only talking about football right now. I haven't gotten to hockey. Well, Ward didn't make himself look great in this interview. I'll give him credit for sitting down, but he didn't make himself look great. But I applaud Tony for actually asking questions that I wanted to know the answer, because things haven't been going swimmingly in Ann Arbor. And Ward just kind of deflected everything. We're handling this. We do this. We handle it in-house. I feel like I'm doing a good job. No, you're not, Ward, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, Reed.
No. The star of the article was Tony Garcia, because you're right. The answers by Ward Manuel weren't all that interesting, but the questions were fantastic. And the one that you kind of alluded to, because Tony went down all the things in the football department, whether it's guys getting DUIs, whether it was the Matt Weiss computer crimes, whether it's Connor Stallions. Like, he named 5 or 6 things, and Ward didn't really answer. And Ward's like, you only talked about 5, 6 things. And Tony's like, dude, I haven't even got the Jawan, the slap on the Wisconsin coach, or what happened with Mel Pearson in your hockey program.
Right.
So the questions were awesome. But my question to you and the people that read it, did you learn anything? Anything was so interesting that you said, okay, here we go? Because I don't think Ward answered much of anything. You mentioned the Jeff Jackson, Xavier Simpson thing.
Yeah, I mean,
he blamed his son.
Rieger, the fact that it took this long to finally have somebody do somewhat of an expose, to have somebody actually ask a real question rather than just joking in passing. Like, dude, he was your star point guard driving your wife's car, crashed it, 2, 3 in the morning,
3 a.m.
lied to the cops. Like, nothing about this story said, oh, well, this is just a slap on the wrist type of thing.
Ward said, because my son lent the car that he had to him, talking about Xavier. He's a friend of Xavier's, and that's why he had the car. Against our conversation with our son as it relates to loaning the car out to anybody. So it was my child with a car in our name, in my wife's name, that we bought for him. And he loaned it out to somebody who he was a friend with. He said all other aspects of it, you got to talk to Xavier about it.
Or you're the athletic director. So guess what? The stakes just got a little bit higher. This wasn't you as a parent and he crashed your car. You're the AD. This is not going to come across looking good. Like I said, I mean, imagine, if back in the day, Cassius crashes Bill Beekman's wife's car, story be plastered everywhere. This guy does it. It gets laughed off. And Ward never really answered for, and he's still not. Well, I handled it with my son. If you want any other information, talk to the police.
That's
or talk
exactly
to
what he
Xavier.
said. Because Tony followed up. He's like, "Do you think you handled it properly?" He's like, "Oh, it was handled with me and my son. The police and everybody else would have to, talk about how they handled it. That's not my jurisdiction. But I dealt with my son." Anything else? Listen, I don't know why this can't happen more often. Like, honestly, I don't think Ward came off awful. I don't think he came off looking great. But why can't people in charge, whether it's the AD at Michigan, whether it's the manager of the Tigers, whether it's the owner of the Lions, anybody, why don't you see the value in these sit-down interviews? Pick a member of the media, sit down with them, let them ask you everything that's on the fans' mind, and then answer it. I mean, the transparency is
first
great.
of all, Rieger, you would have to have somebody who's willing to sit down and do that. Because if you do, then you come across where you have an agenda, you had an axe to grind, you don't like this school, you don't like this
Well, you've
team,
explained to
you don't
them,
like
this is what the
person.
fan base thinks.
No, because then it's everything in this world is polarizing.
I get it. But
if you go out there and you do an interview with AJ, they're going to say, well, Rieger, you just don't like the Tigers. You don't like AJ. You're this, you're that, you're other. They don't listen to the answers that's actually being said. That's why I applaud Tony for actually doing this interview, because this was long overdue. And I didn't get anything from Ward. He shows me, I still don't know how this man has the athletic director's job at Michigan.
Like this job, and I think about this all the time, because what I do is different than what other people do, like maybe journalists do. But the job has always been asked the questions the fans want to know the answer to. And it's usually never done. And the questions are so obvious, and people call them tough questions.
Well, no, you're the king of that.
No,
but people are saying this. Like, I love listening to your Tigers.
Exactly. But that's how you go about it.
See, I just asked the question. I want to know. Hey.
But I'm not even asking for me. I'm asking for the people that can't talk to you because they don't have a credential. Like, it's that easy. All you got to do is say, like, hey, why'd you walk the guy right there? Hey, why did you allow Xavier Simpson your wife's car? Like, it's not that difficult. But, Tony Garcia was great. He was a star. People want to comment. Carry it over another segment?
Yeah, we can. But, brother, man, please. I've done many an interview that afterwards, talking with Izzo, we continued it out as we're walking to his office, because he's like, let me try to explain this. I'm like, you had an opportunity to explain it at the podium time. Ask you a question, okay? I don't work for the team, okay? I wanted to know. Here's the question. I don't even pose it as the fans want to know. I want to know.
The one response I don't like, when people are like, well, I don't ask those questions because I worry about the access. The access is always going to be there. You got a credential.
Right, you're going to get access.
Now, if they get angry at you, it is what it is, but you got access. You can show up to every press conference, to every locker room availability, and ask the questions. And if they don't like it,
and what
tough
access
crap.
what are you missing out on? Some type of book deal down the line? That's about it.
Because some people in our business want to be friends with the subjects instead of covering the subjects. Just saying. 97 won the ticket.
97 The Ticket. Tony Garcia in the Free Press sitting down with Ward Manuel, 3-part series. Today was part 2. A lot of the negative stuff that's happened in the Michigan Athletic Department. Sunday wraps up the 3-part series. But we're talking about it. What'd you glean from it? What'd you think of the questions? We both think Garcia did a tremendous job. Todd's in Ann Arbor. You're on The Ticket. What's going on, Todd?
Hi, guys. Yeah, I'm a lifelong Michigan fan. And, like many of us, we've been questioning, I think, whether Ward Manuel's doing his job well or not over the last couple of years. This interview just puts a nail in the coffin. I think he needs to go. I think you guys were asking, well, why would he do this interview? I think he saw it as an opportunity to sort of clean the record, and he did nothing but the opposite. He sounded defensive, evasive, and frankly unprepared, and not like the leader of the Michigan sports program.
Yeah, it was Todd. I'm with you. This is one where I probably would have just said no unless you were willing to come out there and just be truthful and honest. But yeah, it looked as if he kind of deflected, to use his quote, buried his head in the sand.
Yeah, but Todd, to be fair, and we always say it, I wish these guys would talk. And when they talk and they say stuff that we don't like, we're like, oh, he's not being honest or he's deflecting or whatever. I'm happy he did it.
Yeah.
I'm happy he did it. And he gave his version of the answers that we wanted to know. So whether you like his response or not, I mean, that's totally up to you. But I'm glad that he sat down with Garcia.
His only response was, oh, we look at the process. We look at the process. How long do you get to say that until it's obvious that you're not fixing the processes? They are not hiring folks with doing due diligence on their background checks. They are not managing situations where their coaches are, having physical violence or acting inappropriately with their sons on the team. It just keeps happening over and over.
But Todd,
the guy's got to go.
Todd, here's the unfortunate thing for you. It was a blessing and a curse. Yeah, it was a blessing and a curse because you won the national title in football. It was the magical deodorant for everything else in the program, and it kind of saved his job because he could say, see, I was here and I pulled all the strings and I helped get this national title to Michigan.
So I got to read this to you because it's so funny, okay? So Tony Garcia to Ward Manuel said, moving back towards the football program, since last January, former OC Matt Weiss was fired for computer crimes. Staffer Shemi Schembechler was forced to resign days after he was hired with insensitive social media posts. Linebacker coach Chris Partridge was fired for not abiding by university directives. Defensive line coach Greg Scruggs and Denard Robinson were arrested for allegedly driving while intoxicated. So he's like, is there perhaps an issue with the vetting process? Or how would you explain why there's been a number of incidents in one program? So then Ward, after a little back and forth, says, I think you named 5 things. And Garcia said, well, right. And Manuel says, it depends on what you mean by long list. And Garcia said, well, it's not just football. If I may, there's been incidents in football, but we haven't got to Juwan Howard. Then hockey as well. And then he says, do you see why some would call this a systemic problem? My God. Like Tony Garcia was prepared.
He was. Yeah, he asked Ward some difficult questions. Ward kind of gave answers. They're not great answers, but yeah, I'll give Tony Garcia props. You could read the story. It's second of 3 parts in the Detroit Free Press. It's not behind the paywall.
Yes, because they knew it was good.
Right, but I'm sitting here like, wow, you know what? You did something that 99% of the writers wouldn't do.
So, David, what are the people saying on the text?
You answered your own question. Coaches and ADs don't do these interviews is because you created your own narrative and want to make a firing. How does Ward benefit answering the question when you have already made your decision on what happened and what the result should be?
Well, you hope that you answer the questions and people are open-minded and they change their minds. The other thing, too, is,
Like, it is a public university. There is a lot of issues that have gone down. We deserve an answer on some of this stuff. Not everything, but some of them.
And it's not having your own opinion, but your question is, how does this keep happening? How do you keep having your staff members getting popped for DUIs? You know, how did nobody check the social media of Shimmy Schembler? Like, how does this keep happening? And like I said, that's not, you have a basketball coach who you had on zero tolerance, but it wasn't really zero tolerance. It was the old Steve Howe zero tolerance from back in the day where, you know what? We'll give you one more chance.
It's at the Fripp if you want to check it out. What else you got?
Would anyone say kudos to Ward Manuel for agreeing to do the interview? He could have just said no.
I think I did. I give him a ton of credit for doing it because...
Well, don't just think you did. Do it.
I said kudos, Ward Manuel, for doing the interview. You don't have to like what he says, but the fact that he did it, I think is a good thing. But Rico was right about one thing. Okay, any other university, I think if the Xavier Simpson, Jeff Jackson situation were to happen, we'd know about it within 5 years. I mean, that was back in 2020. COVID then happened.
So this took 5 years, or Connor Stallions on the sideline of Central Michigan? How long do you think that's going to take?
What's the story there? What do you know?
That's a Central situation. Michigan has nothing to do with that.
I heard something about Stallions.
I heard a bunch about it. I just want to see, why is that taking so long? Like, once again, think about it. Rieger, if in my courses a student wrote a screenplay and said that situation happened, I would give it back to him and say, him or her.
Not believable.
That's not believable, okay? That the star player is driving the athlete. First of all, he's not going to have her vehicle, and he's not going to crash it. He's not going to be too. He's not going to lie to the cops. He's not going to do any of that stuff, except it happened. And then we're going to handle this in-house. What I think he missed the game against, Cass Tech?
It didn't matter a game. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And we handled this. And then that's followed up by, your coach, your basketball coach, open hand and slapping people.
Yep.
So I think you're a lot.
There's been a lot of issues.
I don't think that's in an agenda. That's one of those, dude, these people are under your watch.
Well, it comes down to the word systemic, right? There's systemic issues in the athletic department.
And then you don't get to walk around being high and mighty saying, we're the leaders in best. That's leading in best? That right there? Okay.
So I heard that there's a documentary on Netflix, and Connor Stallion's going to be involved. Now that's going to be amazing.
I don't know if that's going to be amazing or not.
Or he won't say anything and just toe the company line, but still, I want to see it. All right.
But let me read this to you from Mike. Is winning a natty in football a systematic problem?
No. And because of that, you just became what you hated. You won a national title at whatever cost it took. I was always told Michigan was better than that. You're not the SEC. You're not like scumbag Georgia. Look at all the stuff that they do and the players arrested. We don't have to do. We're going to do it the right way, until you didn't.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Reese Olson looking to build on his dominant 7-inning, 3-hit, 1-run outing a week ago as the Tigers open up a 6-game road trip at the Yankees tonight. Some run support would be nice. Olson has a 3.18 ERA, but his record is only 0-4. Tigers haven't scored over his last 19 innings. Hear the game here on 97.1. It's a 7:05 first pitch. Former Michigan State D lineman Derek Harmon has reportedly transferred to Big Ten Contemporary Oregon. The NBA is working with sportsbook partners to potentially ban prop bets on players on two-way contracts. This in the wake of the Jonte Porter scandal. Banning unders on player props also reportedly on the table. And
Wouldn't that take away from the whole player props if you could only bet overs?
Yeah, it seems like it kind of ruins it, but hey, you could just try to get players not to bet on games.
Or call the number.
And we have updated odds for the 150th running of the Kentucky Derby. Fierceness still the favorite, but now at 9-5 odds. That's shorter than the 5-2 number he had been at, so obviously a lot of money coming in on him. Fierceness starts the race at the 16th position. Next best odds belong to Sierra Leone at 6-1. He's in gate number 2. Catching Freedom, the third best odds at 9-1. He's in the 4th spot. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Nicely done. Hour number 4 on the Valenti and Rico show. Jeff in, Mike back on Monday. If you missed anything we've talked about, hit the Odyssey rewind. We started talking a lot about Brad Holmes being called arrogant by one unnamed GM or front office executive. Did that for about 2 hours. Had a little fun with Who Said It. Talked about Ward Manuel in the Free Press. Talking to Tony Garcia. That was fun. Check that out if you want. Not behind a paywall. And then it's now the 5 o'clock hour. And Rico, I have not felt this way for a very long time. So I'm going to get out of here in about 55 minutes. You're going to get out of here as well. And I think all of Detroit is going to go home if they have the ability to watch the Tigers and tune in for Tigers Yankees. Like, it's May 3rd, and this is the biggest regular season series and road trip in quite some time, simply because the Tigers have stunk for such a long time. So they're 5 games above 500. They've played 10 series. They've won 6 of them. They tied another 2. So they either tied or won 8 of the 10 series, 80%. They got a great pitching staff. They got a great bullpen, and they got an offense that stinks. So everybody's asking the question, is it sustainable? Cookies asked A.J. Hinch that question when he came on the show on Wednesday. A.J. said, I don't know what that word means, which I have a hard time believing because A.J. went to Stanford. But we know what A.J. was saying. He doesn't want to throw expectations out there. Some people believe this team's going to come back down to earth. Other people believe that this team's going to win the AL Central. I have a stupid question for you. Can 6 games against the second-place Yankees and the first-place Guardians change your mind about this team? If you don't believe, you go 4-2. Will you believe? If you truly believe, you go 2-4. Do you stop believing? If you ever ask a baseball guy, is there such thing as a big series in early May? They'll give you the double bird because it's a ridiculous question because there's so many games left to play. But I get the feeling that 6 games against the Yankees and Guardians is big. It's an early measuring stick, and I admit it. I think this team will come back down to earth. You go 5-1 or 4-2, I might change my mind.
See, here's the thing. I think that these 2 series will either make them contenders or pretenders. You go out there and you win, 4 out of 2 games, 5-1, 4-2.
Yep.
You're a contender. Because after that, you're going to be playing some more bad bottom-feeding teams. I think you got the Marlins and who else you got? But they got a bunch. After this, they play a bunch of teams that they should beat. So this is going to set the table. is this fool's gold? Should I really buy into this team? You go out there and you beat the Yankees in the series and you beat the Guardians in the series, and maybe you don't care about the run differential. Maybe you don't care about how, they're winning games on luck. Maybe that's just what they're doing right now, and you just have to buy in. Now, if they go out there and they lose these 2 series, but then they go out and beat some more bad teams, well, they're probably not as good as we think that they are. They're just better than the bad teams.
So after this road trip, Yankees and Guardians, huge road trip. You got the Astros, who are a good team but have a lousy record. You got the Marlins that have won like 8 games all season. Then you go back on the road at Arizona, at Kansas City, and then you come back home against the Blue Jays, Kenny's team, Pittsburgh.
So you got
blah, blah,
Arizona,
blah.
losing record.
Yeah.
So these are teams that this is the teams they've been feasting off of all year. This is why they've won so many series, because they played just some mid teams.
So I'm curious, what do people think right now before this 6-game series starts or 6-game road trip starts? Is it sustainable? Do they expect this team to continue to win? And then will you allow 6 games to change your mind about this ball club? Like, I'll give you my opinion. Like, I think this team will come back down to earth. I think the lack of hitting, lack of offense will eventually screw this team. Despite how good the starting rotation is, despite how good the bullpen has been, if you look at their offensive numbers, they are embarrassing almost. Like Colt Keith has the worst OPS in baseball. Torque, Baez, Meadows, Rogers, Kelly, McKinstry, and Ibanez all have OPSs of under 600. I just don't think you can win very many games winning 2-3 or 3-1 and expect to keep scoring a lot of runs in the 8th inning. But I'm stupid.
But here's
because
the thing,
if they
though,
do
Rieger.
this in the next 6 games, I might change my mind.
No, but if you keep doing this, if you keep staying above 500, what you're hoping for, what you're banking on is all of a sudden the bats will start to light up. All of a sudden the young players, it will hit. All of a sudden Torque will become that guy that what you wanted him to become. You're buying yourself some time, and by winning and staying above 500, you're okay. You're not 10 games below where you're sitting there thinking, is the season over? You're extending your season, letting these young guys finally become the people that AJ and the Tigers organization are hoping for.
Is it sustainable, and how big are these 6 games? 248-539-9797. Like, it's funny because you look at the Yankees, they're a plus 36 run differential. You look at the Guardians, they're a plus 40 run differential. And then there's the Tigers in good shape, only 2 games out of first place, but they're only a plus 10 run differential. So one of these things don't look like the other. And the fact of the matter is, this team doesn't score enough. And there's way too many dead spots in the offense. So I can't buy in until they make me buy in.
Right. I mean,
but is it too early to say you'd buy in early May?
Contender or pretender? You go out there and you win these 2, Rieger, say what you want. You could say they're lucky. They're not scoring enough runs. The offense is bad. They're doing enough. And you did it against good teams where, look, different sport, but like for me, early on last year when the Lions went to Kansas City and beat them, Kansas City didn't have all the pieces, but it's like, you know what? This may be different. This may be different, people. You go to New York, you go to Cleveland, and you win those. This is different. Because then you back that up with games that you should win those series. Yeah, just, don't do what you did against the A's, because I still can't believe that series.
The A's have won some ball games. And by the way, have you seen Tyler Nevin? Do you remember him from last year? I'm not going to do this, but I think everybody does this. Kenny's shaking his head. Tyler Nevin, David, you guys are all shaking your head. I think every sports fan does this. I'm going to bring it up.
Rieger, stay on point.
Well, Tyler Nevin's killing the baseball. A former Tiger. He would help. Sitting 325.
He wouldn't help because he probably wouldn't be doing that for us.
Right.
Could be a problem then. Do you allow 6 games to determine how to feel about this ball club? Is tonight must-see TV, even if you can watch the games, considering, with what's going on with Comcast and Xfinity. We'll get to the calls. We'll get to the text. 97 win the ticket.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Heck, my co-host for today, Jeff Rieger, Specs graduate. You want to get in radio, you want to be on TV, or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU, they can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You just got to be curious. You got to go and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who work in the business. And look, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So if you hear what we do on the radio and say, I want to do that, or you want to go on TV, or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. And the beautiful thing about Specs, you don't have to wait until the fall. Classes start year-round. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
So I was just talking to Evan out in the bullpen. Do you know that tonight's Tiger game is on MLB TV? It might be blacked out here, whatever the case is. You should listen right here on the ticket. Must listen. However, under the scroll that Evan was looking at the matchup, it said Contenders Week. Yankees versus Tigers. So MLB Network believes the Tigers are contenders. How about that?
Well, as of right now.
David is trying to check it. He doesn't believe me.
As of right now, they are contenders. Will they be this way? I don't know. But this is a big week. If you can go out there this weekend, the next 6 games, you win these 2 series, it's going to be hard to debate that this team isn't a good team.
I agree with you. Here's the other thing, and I think this is interesting. So I'm looking at the lineup, and Spencer Torkelson is all the way down to 6th. I believe that's the lowest he's hit in the order, maybe in 2 years. Like Green, Kana, you got Winsel Perez, who's played 16 games, is killing the baseball, hitting 3rd, Carpenter 4th, Colt Keith, who has been atrocious, and then Torkelson and McKinstry and Baez and Rogers. Your bottom 5 guys are hitting an average of like 450 OPS-wise. Yeah. So this is why I can't believe in the team.
Well, but, I mean, AJ said on the morning show, sending Torque down is not going to make him better. Okay, you don't get better in the minors. You get better facing major league pitchers.
Well, allowing him to get crushed day in and day out, I don't think makes him better either.
I mean, it's the catch-22. Are you going to get better going up against lesser talent? Is it just a mechanics thing? They don't believe that it is. They think that, you know what, if you want to get better, face major league pitching, and that'll get you better.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Big 6 games coming up. An early May 6-game stretch at the Yankees, at the Guardians. Does this 6-game stretch mold your opinion about your baseball team? And right now, is the winning sustainable? David, what are the people saying?
I just have an update.
Yeah.
It does say Contenders Week.
I wasn't lying to you.
Network.
I told you. Evan told me. I wasn't lying.
Braves at Dodgers. Contenders Week. Tigers at Yankees. Contenders Week.
That's right. Early May contenders.
Because right now, you are technically a contender.
You're 2 games out of first place. You're 5 games above 500.
I'm blown away right now.
Do you know that I saw this stat from Mark Ryan, our very own. He's coming up next. Mark Ryan threw out like 4 stats why you should believe in the Tigers, and one of them is totally ridiculous. But it's the number 17. First time since 84 with 17 wins before May. Now, I don't buy into that stat because they started in March, and that Tiger team in 84 won like 17 straight. But they've won 4 consecutive series. They have been playing good baseball. Their bullpen is lights out. So maybe I'm the moron.
Rieger, they're not lighting up the scoreboard. They're finding ways to win. You got to hope. And they're finding ways to win with a lot of people not hitting the ball well, which it's head-scratching because you're like, this team should be a lot worse, but it's working. Now, it's not sustainable, but for right now, David, they are contenders.
Here's your ticket text from the fans of the Contenders Week team. Hate to break it to you, Jeff. I'm not watching the Tigers. Y'all have fun with that pie when it hits your face. You're going to waste your summer on another junk Tigers team.
Well, hold on a second. I'm saying it's not sustainable, but I'm still going to watch. Like, what the hell else you going to do? It's fun. At least it's fun to watch and listen when you know don't blow. Like the last 2 years, absolutely horrendous. You're talking like 8 and 17 starts. You're talking bad baseball. Don't have a chance. Like that old saying, Rico, you can't win a pennant in April, but you sure in the hell can lose one.
Right.
They lost a pennant in April the last 2 years. This year, we all said, get off to a good start. 31 games, they're 5 games above. There's not much to complain about except for the bad offense.
Well, they're not winning the way people want to see them win. So you don't feel as confident as you would, let's say, if you were in L.A. or you were in Atlanta or you were in New York. You think like, okay, these teams, they look like contenders. Detroit, they look like pretenders. So we'll see if it's fool's gold or not, because these 2 series will tell me a lot. If they lose both series, but then go out and beat a lot more bad teams, then, yeah, you know what? The people are correct.
Let me ask you this. If they somehow get swept by the Yankees, but then sweep the Guardians,
so negative,
would you have any answers to what they are?
We just wait.
You know what? Once again, it puts you – it means that maybe you can win a bad division, okay? And then when you get to the playoffs, you hope that anything can happen. But if you your scenario, David, you get swept by the Yankees, but you sweep the Guardians, it's putting you at the top of this division.
Correct. It would come off as, okay, you're right. This is a very weak division. You're just going to beat up on each other, and you'll be at the top maybe, or maybe not. Right?
I just think if we have a 500 road trip against those two teams, I'm perfectly happy.
Yeah, I am too.
I think whether it's you take 3, you lose 3 in whatever order it is, you win a series, you lose a series. If you come away with that 500, I'm happy with that.
The other thing, too, is Torque hitting in the 6th spot. Does anybody believe in this guy anymore? Like, honestly, I feel bad saying this, but the 31 jacks last year, it feels like an aberration. It feels like a fluke. And that stuff happens in baseball. You see one-hit wonders all the time. They go off for 80, 40, 60 games, and then never to be heard from again. Torque looks so bad at the plate, especially with men in scoring position. His hard hit rate is really down. Dude isn't hitting a single dong. I mean, this guy.
It's early in year 3. So, no, I'm not about to just say, you know what? He's no good.
Year 3, though, I mean, you're talking over 1,000 at-bats.
Okay. You're still figuring it out. You are.
I'm sorry. I don't think he's figuring it out anymore. He's done. He's a bust to me. I said that before he had what he did last year because I still didn't see it consistently. And so he had wonderful 30-plus home runs, but he cannot consistently hit the fastball.
No,
and
but
that's
here's
a
the funny
problem.
thing, and this is the funny thing, and Rieger, this will be right. This is the type that if you give up on him, he'll go someplace else.
Yeah. Kill it.
You'll all of a sudden see him down in Atlanta and lighten it up down there. Or you'll see him playing for the Braves. Or he's playing, he goes to Cleveland and now he kills you, for the rest of his career.
And that's the problem I have because I think you're right. I think there's a problem inside the organization of why that happens. I think Scott Harris needs to look at the hitting coaches in this organization in the minors and in the majors, because the players do struggle. And there was a player last year or a couple years ago that was here and went to the Braves and actually helped them in the playoffs a little bit, but they didn't do anything here. That's a problem inside this organization.
It's not summer until somebody mentions the batting coaches, because that is the old standby. But to your point, David, they don't develop a whole lot of bats, and it's really frustrating. But, for instance, Riley Green is night and day better. Like, I saw his April stats from last year compared to his April stats for this year. His OPS is up over 300 points. His batting average is up over 50 to 60 points. I mean, he's hitting home runs. He's hitting for power. He seems like he's figured it out. So, at least some guys are working out. As far as Torque is concerned, I'm not insulted by David's statement. I'm really not.
But see, this is why I wanted him to get a veteran bat, because sometimes maybe the veteran can pull him aside and say, hey, look here, man, change this up, do this. You have all the tools. Let me help you tweak this thing. I've been in your shoes before. I know you're frustrated. Like, this is why you can't have a team full of too many young guys, because you don't have anything to bounce anything off. Like, you need some people to tell you it's going to be okay, Rieger. Trust me, I was in your shoes before. You'll make it through this slump. You chose not to do that.
248-539-9797. Quick ticket text. Come on now. Who's really watching the Tigers this time of year? Unless you're a senior, you'll be downtown in late August if they're good. Unless you're a senior. Is that the only people watching baseball this time of year? No. I'm watching.
People are watching. The fact that you took the time to send a text to a show tells me you care about this team. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't have.
A couple more texts.
Tigers are going 1-5 in this trip.
Oh, my.
Lose most games by less than 2 runs, and the pitching will look okay, and everyone will know them for the frauds they are, but they still might win the division.
So negative until it got positive.
Hey, guys, I would take 2-4, 3-3 on this road trip all day long. Maybe I'm stupid or Captain Obvious. Thanks for the great show, though, Tom in K-Pack.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Glad you liked it.
Isn't Cleveland still a bad team with a good record? So we may not get answers on the Detroit Tigers after these 6 games.
Oh, I don't think we'll get answers, because the sad fact is, after these 6 games, we will be at, 37 games, meaning we have over 100 left the play.
Right, and
that's the thing. You could never make a determination.
Okay, but here's the thing. After a while, then maybe it's the inverse of that, and you just have to admit maybe the Tigers are a good team.
By the way, somebody agreeing with you in the ticket text. Not to steal your thunder. Read it, David. I apologize.
You're right. Rico's right. Torque did well under Miggy's tutelage from Jerry. So bring him back, maybe. Not to play.
Bring Miggy back.
But this is
Pay him
one
$30
where
million.
you needed just some veteran presence on this team.
You got Mark Canha.
And you chose not to go that route.
You got Javier Baez.
It could have been a JD Martinez who says, hey, come here. Let me help you out with this.
It is amazing, isn't it? Like, listen, the three guys we wanted the most aren't killing the baseball: Bellinger, Martinez, and Chapman. But, man, those guys have track records, and they all hit for better power than virtually anybody in this lineup. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by C&L Ward. NBA insider Mark Stein is reporting 4 names as potential candidates for the Pistons' new president of basketball ops role. Bucks GM John Horst, ESPN analyst JJ Redick, T-Wolves president of basketball ops Tim Connolly, and former Jazz EVP of basketball ops and current Mavs advisor Dennis Lindsey. Detroit's new hire will determine Troy Weaver's and Monty Williams' future with the organization, Stein reports. The search for the Pistons will get into gear now as the second round of the playoffs start to commence. Tigers at Yankees tonight for the start of a 6-game road trip. Reese Olson throwing for Detroit, Marcus Stroman for New York. Hear it here on 97.1. Pregame coverage starting at 6:40. And a couple of receiver signings in the NFL today. Former Lion DJ Chark headed to L.A. on a 1-year deal with the Chargers. Odell Beckham Jr. is going to Miami for 1 year and $3 million, but it could be worth up to $8.25 million with incentives. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
I got to tell you, this is a good feeling. Is this what it feels like? Every Friday, last segment of the show, I'm in a great mood. Mark Ryan's going to be in here in a second. You get to... I made you in a bad mood?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Why? What was it that I said?
You know what, Rieger,
Go ahead.
Let's not ruin this day. Let's go ahead.
I don't want to leave angry.
Well, it's going to happen. David, what you got?
I love reading these texts. David, I'm totally with you. It has something to do with the hitting coach. Why are all the hitters doing nothing in Detroit? That's from Dave in Southfield.
You know what? I buy it too. The problem is AJ doesn't let these guys talk, so we can never talk to the hitting coaches. But like their lineup today, their bottom 5 guys have a combined OPS or an average OPS of like 590, which is so far beyond or below league average. It's embarrassing.
Torque grew up in California, played college ball at Arizona State. Believe that he is unaccustomed to playing in cold weather early in the season, gets off to slow starts, and doesn't get comfortable until the weather warms up.
All right, so 31 games they've played. He has 0 homers. Last year, the first 31 games, he had 2 homers. So maybe you're right. Although they played a lot of warm weather already.
Yeah, but Rieger, that's what I'm saying. I can't sit here and be like, oh, he's a bust. He's not a bust. He's in year 3.
Real quick, Evan dragged me to his cubicle, and he's like, I want to give you stats of this guy. Would you be okay if Torque turned into this guy? It was a 310 batting average. It was 9 home runs. It was an 810 OPS. And I'm like, how many RBIs? And he's like, 51. I'm like, I mean.
It's not what you signed up for.
Yeah, but I mean, considering how things are now, you'd be okay. Guess who it was? It was 2009 Magglio Ordonez when he turned into Singlio. Like, I need Torque to be better than that. He was 1-1. Anyway.
Maybe it's your expectations were too high, and you know what? He's not living up to them right now. You can go ahead and let him leave, and he'll go to another team, and you'll regret it. He's not a bust.
I would never keep tabs on a guy once he leaves Detroit.
That's your entire life.
I would never do that. All right, one more from David, and then let's get Mark Ryan in the mix.
I believe because the team has an on-base mantra, it's taking a toll on these guys and taking their aggression away.
What, they just want to walk?
He's saying
They're
because
just
the
hoping for
mantra of
balls?
just getting on base, walks, stuff like that, they're not being aggressive at the plate.
You know, I grew up watching a lot of Cubs baseball because they were on WGN. So you go home from school, you watch the Cubbies, that Torco sign. They always sucked. So that was my mantra. Need a walk. Need a walk. Let's go. Just need a walk. Maybe that's a good philosophy. Just go up there and just pray they throw you balls. Anyway, Mark Ryan in the house. There he is.
I was going to do that, Rico, if you didn't. It's good to see you, man.
You too,
Good to see you. How you guys been? What's going on?
What's up, dude?
Man, it's like we've got a big series coming up here this weekend. And you know what? MLB Network is saying contenders for this series.
Yeah, we saw that.
Because that's what it is. Why can't we accept that here?
You're
why
weird.
can't we
Let me tell
accept
you why you're
that
weird.
this is a contending series, that this is a contenders matchup? Listen, I'll tell you one more thing, Rieger. In Tampa, they said, describe Mark Ryan in one word.
Yeah.
All 4 people had the same word. You know what it was?
Was it weird?
Weird.
Oh, weird's good, though. It's not bad to be weird. I thought they were going to say pastor. But here's why you're weird to me.
Do you need a healing?
You want Yzerman whacked.
No, you keep saying that.
Well, close
I never
to.
said that.
Close to. But you want Tiger fans to forget about the last 10 years of pain and just jump in when there's a good chance they might not be good and it's going to be painful again. You got to be careful for these people's feelings, Mark.
You guys mistakenly left that up for me the other day. And during the show, I had the most fun time. I'm like, can I air all these? Are all these safe for radio?
Oh, yeah.
Some of the words on there are not. It is something the way that works. Rieger, I'll tell you this, man. You guys riddle me this, all right? I got some stats for me. You tell me. And I heard you say one of these. Thank you, even though you said it was ridiculous. But
It's a ridiculous
But thank you.
But
big deal, little
like
deal,
you.
or no deal for the Tigers' contention. Rico and Rieger. 4 consecutive series wins, the most for any season. Now, we're 1 month in. It's the most that they've had in any season since 2013. Significant or insignificant to the run? That's right.
Shumdilum.
I didn't know that was a draft. I just thought that was in my montage. Guys, that was the greatest thing ever. By the way, I'm looking at all the producers, Roberto and everybody behind the glass. That was incredible. Incredible.
What was that guy saying? Can we say that?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
4 consecutive series wins, most since 2013 for a season. And we're 1 month in.
I'll say impressive.
Is that significant or insignificant to a potential run?
It's significant. As you said, once again,
I'm gonna wait.
As the saying goes, you can't win a pennant right now,
right?
But you can lose it.
Sure. 5 games over 500 for the first time since 2016.
Significant. I said, that, you know what, April, if you're above 500, I'll care about this team. They cleared the first hurdle.
I say I like it, but I say insignificant simply because you forget how long the season is.
No. He is the first person at this station who is actually accepting what this is. Just he's not going crazy. He's just saying,
I'm not going crazy.
This team is good. You and everybody else want to crap on this team.
Rico doesn't even believe people care about Tiger baseball. He thinks they just go down to the ballpark to drink those 8 feet daiquiris.
Because there's been nothing to really care about. Rieger, that's why I said April, most of the time in April, they're already 10 games below 500. You know they have 0 shots. So you know what? Hey, Rieger, what are you doing? Many times I would just come down there and hang out with you for a couple
I did
innings.
Appreciate that.
And then I would leave because
Except
it was
for the
a nice
one time
day.
that we made a bet and I lost all my money to you.
Well, you're the one who won to bet all that money and lost $1,500.
All right, what's the last one?
17 wins before May. You mentioned that one, so I'll give you a different one. How about that? All right. 86 wins has been the magic number to make the playoffs, AL and NL, the last 3 years. 86 wins. The Tigers have to go 68 and 63 the rest of the way to get to 86 wins. If they keep their current pace up, they'll be at 94 wins. Okay? So that 86 win mark, considering where the Tigers are, significant or insignificant?
Significant.
Yeah, not yet.
See what I'm saying?
I'm going to let it win.
No. Because here's the thing. You cleared the first hurdle. Now you got the 6 games. You get 4 or more victories in the next 6 games. I'm like, okay, you know what?
I hear
maybe because here's the thing, Mark. They're not scoring a ton of runs, so they don't look like all of these great teams out here. That's a problem. You can't keep winning close games until you keep winning close games. You just get the W. At some point, David, you can shake your head. A win's a win.
Wait, David agrees with me.
You
don't
something
agree
else?
with me.
Okay.
Oh.
But no, a win is a win, and pretty, ugly, whatever.
That's
you
exactly
got the W.
what we're saying.
You get to sing the fight song, as I like to say.
Guys, I'm just going to let it breathe considering how bad it's been, how long the season is. I'm not ready to put my emotions out there just yet. When I'm ready to commit, that's right. When I'm ready to commit, I'm going to be ready to commit, and I'll know what I'm committing to. Right now, it's 31 games. Can we do that again? I like that.
Yes, you can.
We played the game yesterday. Mark and I did crosstalk. All right, play that. Which one is really Mark Ryan? Can I get an AM?
Whoops.
It's not that.
That was definitely not Mark Ryan. I promise you that. Okay?
Yeah, there goes.
If anyone was not Mark Ryan, it was that one. Can I get an amen?
Which one is real? Which
You know
one's
what?
live?
Figure it out, Rieger.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Rico, it's been a pleasure. Mark Ryan up next.